Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
We're all back.
And welcome back, audience. This is Wham Jam number, if I'm not mistaken, number 10 or number 9? It's number 8.
Number 8.
Jeez,
Little
we
too
did
fast. Because we're talking about topics that will be number 9 and 10. Long story short, here, this one is about the Civil War.
Also, if you count the two-parters, we actually are on 10.
Then I do know how to count. Wonderful.
It's just technically Wham Jam 8 because we have Wham Jams 2.1 and 3.1, none of which have been uploaded to the YouTube because I still need to splice them together. But whatever, keep going, Thomas.
Let me know how wrong I am in the comments of in the VOD. It's fine. I will ignore them, but it's nice for you to exercise your rights.
Get in the comments.
Get in the comments.
Speaking of, we're talking about the Civil War. That's not the American Civil War. It's about Marvel Civil War.
What took place in America?
Yes, a combination of both the comic version and of the in the MCU movie that came out in. We just saw it, so that was what, 2016?
It was 2016, yeah.
Excellent. I still know how to count.
And the novel version.
Here with a yes.
Now I know we're a little bit behind to talk about this because I'm sure most people who talked about this did this in 2016. We're like 6 years late to the party, but we just got the novelization because Audible had a 2-for-1 sale, which you've already missed if you weren't a part of, so sucks to suck. But, it's available on Audible. It's a pretty well done audiobook. I was a fan of the way they did it.
Yeah, I love radio dramas.
Maurice, you got your bonchon, didn't you?
In our efforts to practice what it's like to be in the Civil War, we actually just spent the last hour and a half arguing with each other. And
it was 48 minutes.
Spending our time not listening to each other, which then escalated into more conflict. Unlike the superhero community, however, we don't have superpowers, nor do we have to worry about the government over our heads. Just yet, government, if you want to be over our heads with a document, I'd love to rip it to shreds.
Kaiser and I would have just arm wrestled, and then he would have won, and then I would have went off and drew.
John, you would have like a little poop hat.
You drew like political caricatures of him to slander his name.
Also, Ross, I'm gonna be honest with you. You would 100% beat me in an arm wrestling competition.
Yeah, you literally have like a foot on him.
Yeah, that's the issue. Your arms are probably about as long as I am tall. So, like, we're going to get there, and I'm going to be like, I don't have the angle, and you're just going to break my arm.
But Kaiser does way more physical stuff than I do. The heaviest thing I lift most of the time is a pen. I'm not as active as I used to be.
I mean, you'll definitely win an arm wrestling. All you use is the mighty pen.
That's right.
Lifting it with your one hand.
Pick things up and put them down.
One exercise you do a day, I'm sure, is enough to keep up the muscles needed for arm wrestling.
Especially to stave off a whole miniature man in front of you in this game. An angy small man. Now,
I'm not small, I'm average height. It's just that Caius over there is a fucking monster. I mean that in the most loving of ways.
Now, I'm going to be completely upfront. Despite me doing this intro, I have much more knowledge of the Marvel MCU movie, as we recently watched it this week prior to the recording, and only spontaneous knowledge of the comic book version. I will be relying on the obvious 3 kahunas of Wham to actually explain all of this to me in Maurice, Kaiser, and Caius the Shadow Monarch. Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Kaiser. I'm one of the writers for Wham. I'm the main writer for PK Slayer.
I'm Maurice. I exist half the time.
And I'm Caius the Shadow Monarch. I draw waifus and waifu accessories.
This is the 8th one. I find it funny we're doing intros for ourselves again, even though we haven't done that in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7.
That's because most of the time we spend a large amount of time talking before we actually start recording.
That is true.
Okay.
But
sometimes you just gotta let the people know, okay?
True enough. To get into it, for my part, I will be mostly talking about the novelization of the comic book, which does have some significant changes from the comic book itself, and the movie, while, Maurice, you have all 3 in your back pocket.
I have seen the movie. I have been read the comics, and I just read them again as the stream started. And I listened to the novelization and got mad.
Got mad, Cope, cry about it.
Look, I'm gonna spoil it right now. They gave Peter way too much shit than other people did.
Yeah, they kind of. Well, if I remember correctly, just correct me if I'm wrong. Peter is one of the main actors of the comic book still, right?
I believe so.
Yes, he has two very significant moments.
So, because it seemed like the novel is written by Moore. What's his first name? It's not Alan
Alan?
Moore.
Oh, Jacob. I'm just gonna throw out random names that
Stuart.
pair with
Stuart Moore. Moore Stewart.
Seymour Hoffman.
Spelled with two O's. He has done a lot of novelizations of a lot of different comic books. So, this isn't his first rodeo. But it seems like he decided that the book needed a more centralized main character, and considering the bits we got from Tony and Cap, Spider-Man was 100% the main character of the novel. Well,
Should not be the case.
it should not be. And then the movie...
It's Captain America's movie.
Yeah, it's Captain America's movie, and he is the most main of the players.
Yep.
Tony was painted as the villain in that movie, but
Antagonist.
I would definitely say antagonist more than villain.
But towards the end of the movie, it kind of got switched. Immediately after that reveal in the movie, that was when it flipped from Captain America antagonist to
Bucky's villain.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't agree, but we will get to that when we get to that.
Literally at the end, he did the Caleb City runaway. Where are you going?
So, you know what? Why don't we just get started with... We can do this by talking about them, how they differ, which ones we like more as we go. Let's just start off with the inciting incident, because that's where the book starts. And, like, to be fair, the novelization of the comic, it's really short for a audiobook, which makes me feel like the novel is probably also pretty short. Probably because of the fact that it's, you know, a written word that's just a converted thing of a bunch of pictures, so the words could go through it a little bit faster.
Than the pictures?
Yeah. You don't have to keep drawing different angles for the dialogue.
Oh, okay.
And then the action,
they
just
don't,
like they
don't
crash
do that in
together instead of
comic.
showing a different, like, full-page battle.
Yeah, they only do that for a few scenes. Normally, it's just a one-hitter quitter, keep moving it on. Or a group shot one-hitter quitters, keep moving it on. Dialogue be
No,
just
I don't read
whole
comics.
fucking pages of things. Just
I'll be honest, I've wanted to get into reading comics for a while, but every time I go, I'm like, this time I'm gonna buy a comic. And then I spend like 20 minutes looking at the comics like, which one is the first one?
No, deadass, you would... Kaiser, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. You would hate comics.
Why are you
already
so
thought
certain?
he hated comics.
Because the way that comics work is, first off, they're all fan fiction.
Oh no.
Because anyone can write it. They can change anything they want as long as they get permission from the corporation who's like, is it good?
Is it going?
I like
Is
it.
it good?
Is it gonna sell? I believe it will. Okay, you may do it. Like, this is how we got One More Day from Spider-Man.
Yeah.
The worst storyline. And then someone else came along and said, yeah, none of this happened. It's the make-believe. Clones.
To only briefly piggyback on this tangent, there are some comic books that aren't the main publicized ones that aren't from or Marvel. The medium itself, like many other mediums, does have its golden eggs. It does have people who are passionate about telling an immersive story using said medium. And so if you did want to read a comic, I would suggest something brain dead off the top of my head, like the Invincible comic. It's self-contained. Made by
long though.
It is long. That is another thing. But Kaiser is a man who likes long things. No pause.
Like here's like my biggest thing why I think you won't like comics. or like at least mainstream comics, not like actual full story comics. Spider-Man has been one of the biggest things in comics since 1962,
Long time.
and he has not stopped being a 26-year-old.
Or poor.
Or
Yeah, nothing ever
poor.
changes in
Like
comics.
sometimes they'll make him rich, but then he goes back to his default state, a sad sack of shit
Yeah,
who
I
can't keep a
remember a bunch of
girlfriend.
people after No Way Home came out being like, yes, Spider-Man is sad now. This is what we wanted the whole time. And it's just like,
Yes,
yo, what the fuck?
they
No
want to keep him.
Right. No
Sad
more
sack of shit.
Iron Man Jr., Tom Holland. They wanted Trash Goblin, Peter Parker.
Why can't he
Mhm.
be happy, though?
Living in a studio apartment with no bed in New York.
Also, the fact that for some reason people don't like the change in diversity sometimes, which Marvel actually did in the best way possible of passing on the mantle and not suddenly making me black. And people were like, boo! And so they reverted it. Yet they did not take away the other people. It's like, oh, look, Wolverine's dead. I guess X-23 has to be the new Wolverine. Wolverine's back. I guess they both can be Wolverine.
What?
Okay. What about Thor and Lady Thor? I guess they both Thor. Or we're just gonna call Thor Odin's son.
Oh, wow, so creative.
Yeah, I don't like comics either.
And they just kept
I
doing it. So
Damn, the artist is even over here like, yeah, the story medium that's done basically through art, fuck that shit.
but yeah, other than that, certain storylines are like spectacular depending on who wrote them and what run it's in, and hopefully before a reboot.
Like Batman and Superman go out on a double date. That
Because
was perfection.
because we went through, for DC anyway, we have just currently went through 3 reboots in my lifetimes.
Yep.
They don't know what to do with it. That's why they keep rebooting.
Oh, because they want to start over and sell #1 issues again.
Yep. Which makes it
He was
confusing.
number one.
Yeah, which made confusing for people like Kaiser. It was like just making the passive interest. Maybe I should get into comics. I'm gonna read Batman. Which one?
Yeah,
There's
seriously, have you guys been in a comic book store recently?
Not
There's
recently. There's been COVID outside.
There's
Fucking-
15 detective #1 detective comics. I'm I'm a little off with that number. There's a margin of error, but there's over a dozen.
I was in a comic book store one time and I found 2 different, the complete collections of Captain America.
Mm-hmm.
They were both like $250.
Double
Wait.
G.
Which Captain America? Because it depends on which Secret War it was after.
Steve. And they were
Still,
both Steve.
still Jesus.
Speaking of Secret War, Civil War.
Civil
Yeah.
War.
And Secret War is one
You
of
were
the
getting in-
incidents.
You were getting into the inciting incident,
Yes,
correct?
the
Mhm.
inciting incident. So the inciting incident, let's go with the movie first, because we can go through it quickly. Essentially, there's a big old scrap in Laos, wherein there is a... Well, it's not Laos. It's Lagos. Sorry, Laos is
Mhm.
the country, Lagos is the city. What was that in Nigeria?
Correct.
Yes.
So, they're in Nigeria. There's a bunch of terrorists, and they're going after... Did we ever find out what the fuck it was that they were going after?
A deadly virus.
Or they're going after a deadly virus. The Avengers show up. They stop them. Crossbones is there. Crossbones and Cap have a punch up. Crossbones starts talking about Bucky. Steve goes, and then he's like, haha, surprise, I have a pop. And then tries to blow himself up. Scarlet Witch shows up, uses her little mindly stuff instead of going, what bomb? And just grabs him, picks him up, throws him into the air. He gets to a certain height. She loses control of her containment of the bomb, and it all blows up. Luckily, no random pieces of, crossbones rain down on the people below. But some people are, vaporized in the large building that was directly next to the explosion, including several peacekeepers
Wakanda
from the city, well, not city, the country of Wakanda. So that incites the king of Wakanda, not T'Challa. What is it? Actually, his name is T'Challa, isn't it?
Chaka.
T'Chaka.
God, I hate that shit. That's another thing comics do that bug me, where they give people like the same name, but like they change a vowel.
I
That's how lineage works, man.
No, it's not. You have different first name. Okay, I'm going with the.
I ain't gonna tell the African people how to say
That's
their
right.
You're right. I'm not gonna tell them how to do that. But it's not just African people that do that in comics. It's everybody. It's
It's
annoying.
normal. Sometimes it's aliens.
I will tell aliens how to name their self.
Look at you,
Stupid aliens
Kyle,
coming into my
Dora,
planet.
You won't yell. You
Dora.
won't yell at the. You won't yell at the green squids, but you will yell at the blacks. I say.
I just said I would yell at the green squids and not the blacks. I said the opposite of what you said.
Anyways, continue.
Continuing on, they decided they're going to come up with something called the Sokovia Accords, which is essentially the Superhero Registration Act, but with one major difference, wherein it is directly stated within Sokovia Accords that they are all going to be overseen directly by a UN council. So they will go where they are told. They will not go to anywhere they are not given permission to go. Now, we're going to put a little pin in that right there.
They
Bounce
just
over
took all
to
their passports.
We're going to bounce over to the novelization and the comic, because I believe the inciting incident is the same in both. So, there's a team...
Technically, the comics have a little bit more before the full inciting incident. This has been boiling up over the course of shit happening in the comics. Like, after M-Day, which literally warped all reality, and then Hawk's Rampage, and then Secret Wars happened, which is a scroll invasion. No, like, that's Secret Invasion. Secret Wars is them stopping an invasion undercover. But we found out about it. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks,
Welcome
Nick.
He's the man on the wall, though.
He wasn't even there. That was a life mile decoy. But yes, all those, like, a lot of things happen to boil over that superheroes don't know what the fuck they're doing.
True enough. But to get into the inciting incident of the story itself. A team of superheroes called the New Warriors, who are trying to get their name out there by live streaming their antics, almost a bit like us. Except for, well, we never caused the Stanford incident, which is essentially, they go after a group of supervillains that they even recognize as like, these guys are too fucking strong for us. But they basically go, fuck it, they've seen us, time to fight. So they run in to actually take down all but one of the supervillains, who gets away and he starts running into the city. One of the New Warriors chases after him and catches up to him as he reaches an elementary school. She like body slams him into a bus and then like just assumes a fighting stance and goes, haha, now we fight. And the villain turns around and goes, you're in the big leagues now. And then he explodes.
So just so for the people to know, this villain is Nitro, a mutant whose ability is self-destruction.
Yeah.
So he can only do it once?
No, he
it
lives.
effective.
Except for in the book, he never comes back, so I'm assuming he died.
His entire existence in the novelization is to just be Electro.
You can't beat me, only I can beat me. Bam!
And this is where one of my first problems come in. It's not a big problem, it's a small problem. But it's not, like, I don't see it as a problem. I see it as a reason, like, it's one of the reasons why, I like the Superhero Registration Act. Because they knew this is Nitro. They
Yeah,
know what Nitro can do. And they actively still did this.
Yeah, I mean, legitimately, at the bare minimum, fucking one of them could have grabbed him and fucking gotten him away from the goddamn elementary school.
No, see, the thing is, like, most heroes know, oh, I'm up against Nitro. What's the first thing I need to do against Nitro? Knock him the fuck out. He can't explode if he's asleep.
Is he just a normal dude other than the fact that he explodes?
Yes, he's a normal motherfucker. He's just a bomb. He has no powers besides to blow himself up. Imagine Electro with one move.
Huh.
That's all he does. He's a normal dude. He's just Nitro.
And he
Also
had
in the
those
comic
pills.
books, yeah. Also in the comic books, he's actually a juiced up Nitro. They didn't know this, but Namor literally knocked him into a school bus next to a school, and was like, "Don't try that exploding stuff, because all it's gonna do is make me more mad." If you look over the school bus, there are children in the yard.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
You gonna tell the bomb, don't try that exploding thing because it ain't gonna affect me, just them kids. Namora! I understand you're an Atlantean, you don't give a fuck about surface dwellers, but they children at least.
Yeah, he was the epitome of fuck them kids.
it was a she.
Namor?
Namora, his
Oh,
cousin.
Namora. Oh.
Welcome again to the whole
Wait.
same name, but change a vowel.
Well, it's not
Wait.
her real name, it's her hero name.
Calm your
He
tits,
has a
Michelle.
cousin? I didn't know she was a thing. I don't remember her.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
she
because
exists.
she.
Well, she's gone now.
I was about to say she gets vaporized because the explosion that Nitro sets off is nuclear level. Like, in an instant, he kills like 890 people, mostly children.
No. But the children were the first ones to be vaporized.
They were the closest.
Yeah, like actually, I will send Kaiser an image so he can just, plop it on screen. Because this is what it looks like. Also,
I
the
think
book,
you're probably gonna send me the panel, which I have seen, but
yeah, the book actually, it takes like a little bit longer. What happens in the comic is Namor slams him into a bus, and they still have the same dialogue, but Nitro's still just on the ground, and then the next panel, his eyes closed. The next panel gone.
I mean, he still has your playing with the big boys now, which is a creepy way to put that.
Playing with the big boys.
Well, he does left too, so.
Should it just be a slander on?
Nitro's
I love how all of these kids are staring directly at the explosion.
Well, yeah. If you see a bright flashing light, you're just like, what?
Also, you can 100%
light beer.
see Namora on the top, and then the second panel on the left.
Dead.
He's just gone.
This explosion kills all of the new warriors, except for it should not kill Speedball. He actually supposed to survive this in the comics.
Well, does he show up again in the comics for Civil
Yeah.
War? Oh.
Yeah, he becomes Penance, and he joins the Thunderbolts.
Well, he doesn't show up again in this. The novel changes a number of things, almost as though it was trying to make sure it stayed short for some reason.
Many things, because the next panel after this is instantaneously all the heroes are here trying to help.
Yeah. And in the book, it switches over to Spider-Man, who's on a bus. Like, he's sitting in a chair on a bus trying to get out there. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. After that, it goes to Iron Man, just flying around. And then he sees it. There's actually a bunch of stuff that happens in between there. But
Wait, was Wanda even part of the first?
no.
I don't remember her being there.
No, she's not. She's not part of the Civil War at all. Frankly, she should be in jail.
She definitely
What,
should.
isn't this after House of M?
Yes.
Where she should be
Okay,
in
good.
jail.
She should be in
But
jail.
no, Captain America hid her away because Captain America hates mutants.
Racism.
Good old American way.
No. But to get back into it, and technically we're jumping forward quite a bit because a lot of things happen in between. But we'll cut back to talk about some things. In the book and comic, it is then we're then introduced to the Superhero Registration Act, which, unlike the Sokovia Accords, does not initially include any kind of provision for supers are now under the direct guidance of X group once they're registered. What they are under, essentially, it's kind of like having a Class A driver's license, which is what you need to drive a semi-truck. You have to get a government-issued license, which they can either be like, you're a superhero who's been doing this for a while, here's your fucking permit, or you need training. Go to one of these training facilities, we'll train you up there, there'll be a test at the end, then you can get your permit. The big thing with this, though, is that in order to fully register, You must give your superhero name, your actual name, any kind of weaknesses, your strengths. Like, it has to be a very comprehensive list of things that, in general, as supers, they do a very, like, they go through a lot of hoops to try and hide these things. And so it's a big deal for a very good number of the supers who are like, I don't want to give up my secret identity. And, would now be the time that we talk about the Sokovia Accords versus the Superhero Registration Act?
Yes, this would be a great time.
Alright. The Superhero Registration Act on its own has no teeth. Like, the only...
Kaiser's point of view.
Yeah, in my perspective, personal opinion here, the Sokovia Accords, I think, are a much better inciting incident because of the fact that it tells them you cannot superhero, period. Like, this is a national law. If you break it, you're a criminal. The Superhero Registration Act is a U.S. law. There are several supers that just go, well, I'll go to Canada then. And they do. And they're no longer under the effects of it. Like, it's such a simple solution that is almost ignored by the rest of the supers, and they go, we gotta throw hands.
That's because it's only simple in your tax bracket. I can't afford to move. Especially out the country. Peter Parker's not allowed. This man's always broke.
Alright, Spider-Man's a very poor example to use.
No, there is so many superheroes that just don't have the funds to actively leave.
And a good number of them are also kids.
Yeah.
So it's not like they have the resources to do that.
Here's the thing. Spider-Man actively works for the Avengers and gets a whole fuck ton of money at the beginning of this.
In the book, anyway.
Yes. Probably more than enough money to be like, alright, I've worked with the Avengers for this amount of time. I retire and then go to Canada.
But now he can't
But at that point, he's already a
superhero.
part of it because of the fact that he's already given away all of his stuff. Yeah, I know. But when the two options are, I want a superhero, but to do so, I have to fight S.H.I.E.L.D., who are gunning for my ass. Like, they want to shoot me.
They will fight.
Or find a way to move to Canada.
They're not moving to Canada because they're all Americans. Like, moving to Canada will not protect my home.
Alright, gun to your head. You have two choices. I pull the trigger or you move to Canada.
Sure.
I'm gonna fight you.
I pull the trigger, you're dead.
I can fight you, though. This is their option.
I
They
have a
don't
gun.
just die. They don't just die, they fight. If these were the only two choices, you will instantly execute me. I have no say in the matter. Or move to Canada, I'm moving. But if I can beat you up instead,
You don't have a chance of winning, though.
they do.
They don't.
If
The
I
Resistance
may,
never had a chance of winning. They had a chance of getting away and hiding.
I have a question.
Yes.
When it comes to the Superhero Registration Act and the fact that it affects all U.S.-based superheroing, when you're suggesting, and when some characters in the comic and novel suggest that they'll just go to Canada, do they imply that they will have their base of operations in Canada and still fuck around in the U.S. regardless?
No,
It
they
is
can
the-
only operate in
Yeah.
up in Canada.
And
I
it's
believe-
just the thing who goes to France.
And also, just gonna put it out there, Mexico still has a cartel problem. Could probably use a couple more superheroes. Punisher.
He goes to Mexico all the time.
Maybe stay down there for a bit.
Oh, he don't. No, he will go anywhere. He doesn't care about. He's fought Shield since he started.
Yeah, he's a poor example on my part because yeah, it's the Punisher.
The thing that I want to transform this question into then is, Kaiser, if you were told, gun to your head, leave your house and your family to suffer whatever criminal network is surrounding them at this time, or go to Canada where you can, do things without this gun being pointed at you, wouldn't you also want to fight the man with the gun, forcing you to be away from your family and the pocket of Earth that you want to protect and started superheroing for in the first place?
Why wouldn't I take my family with me?
I hope you could.
You
But
can.
If they want to leave.
Straight up, the only thing that they have to not do is do superhero work and leave. It's not like if we know you're a super, your passport has been revoked because they have all that information. Your passport's been revoked, your driver's license is gone. There's a warrant out for your. No, it's just like, hey, if you don't want to sign up for the Superhero Registration Act, just don't super.
Yeah,
Like
that
technically,
is
they're
an
making it
option.
way more complicated than it needs to be because
No,
of the
that is
fact,
an option, but they still want a hero. They still want to work, but they don't want to reveal their secret identities or anything.
I know. To be clear for this, I understand what their motivation is and why this happens. I'm saying that it makes more sense to me for the Sokovia Accords, where they don't have any of these very clear solutions that they could avoid the fighting with. Because
Also
the
true.
Avengers don't have the ability to go to space at this point. Tony does. But, like, Cap can't just be like, here's my rocket, we're gonna go join the Guardians of the Galaxy. They only have Earth at this point for the Avengers. So it makes a lot more sense to me. Because, again, there's no
And
obvious
Rocket Man is much
solution.
harder for him.
Yes, I can see that, but the thing is, for me, the obvious solution, like even though it is move, most of these people do not have that ability, and nor do they want to, because this is their home. They live here. Their families are here. They can't pack up every last friend, family member, and all of them and move them to a different country.
Alright, let's stick with that line of thought. For most of these superheroes, why do they even fucking care about giving up their secret identity? Like,
Oh.
I'll give you guys an example. Just a little jump ahead without going into who the person is. There is a traitor on Captain America's side in the novel. And there was one character who was, like, pretty obviously doing traitor things. But I went like, no, they're making that one too obvious. It was that one. That one was the traitor. But my brain went, that one's too obvious. They wouldn't make it that obvious that that person is the traitor. Who would have the character motivation to agree with the Superhero Registration Act that's not signed up for the Superhero Registration Act? And so for a while, I was like, Luke Cage is a traitor because Luke Cage's superhero name is Luke Cage. And his name is Luke Cage. Why the fuck do you care about a Superhero Registration Act when your goddamn name is Luke Cage and they're gonna fucking pay you?
What's even better is that he also would work by this metric because sure, Shield could come in with the guns, but he's bulletproof.
Well, here's the thing with Luke Cage, though. First off, he's a black man from Harlem, and the way that his characteristics work, he don't fuck with shit.
That's right. That's also
Technically,
fair.
Shield isn't. Shield is just the enforcement arm of the United States government for the Super Registration Act.
Yeah,
It's not a Shield act.
Yeah, but here's the thing: he barely fuck with the government.
Yeah, facts. He's black.
He would 100% fight the government if it means protecting Harlem.
But they're not threatening Harlem.
It don't matter. I'm just
They're
saying.
trying to make Harlem safer.
Not in his eyes. Not in Captain America's eyes.
Captain America is fighting against the right to be able to choose. He's not fighting against. That's what he's fighting for. Which also, I'm very meh on it. I don't mind Captain America being on the side he is, but that's because of the fact that I've headcanoned it probably differently than what the comics are intending.
Oh, indeed. Like, you have a different Captain America. You have movie Captain America. I've always known this motherfucker.
Now,
Chris Evans is nothing like this motherfucker.
we could get into character motivations later. We're still talking about the Sokovia Accords versus the Superhero Registration Act. Now, Superhuman Registration Act. Now, I will say, there are acts that start to come out following the Superhuman Registration Act that start to alter things. Like, one of them is like, we're now making superhero teams and you will only be allowed to operate in your state.
Yeah.
And so when that starts to come out, it very much... That actually I liked because of the fact that's kind of how those kinds of policies work, is that it's just a little something right here trying to make people feel better. We just gotta add a little bit more. A little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And then that keeps going on and on and on, and it's just like, you guys added a lot. You guys added a lot to this. And they're like, what? No, this is how it was from the start. All of a sudden, if you're a superhuman, you're not allowed to fucking breathe until you have a fucking license, and once you get that license, you're only allowed to operate in a 3-mile radius of the fucking training facility.
And to be fair, this is why the mutants mostly stayed out of it, because they've already went through the Mutant Registration Act, which was oppressive.
Yes. Now,
Highly impressive.
again, why don't we let's just go down the line. I feel like I will be in the minority, but I will still ask it. Which one do you guys prefer just as a plot motivator? The Sokovia Accords, which, as my older sister will kill me if I don't mention, it should be called the Vienna Accords because accords are named after the city where they are signed. She said it too many times for me not to say it on recording. There you go. Or the Superhuman Registration Act. Let's start with you, Roz.
I'm confusing some of them in my head
Oh,
because I can't remember which one was dumb to me or not. But I think the movie. I'm gonna go with the comic book because the comic book was it was it was the straw that broke the camel's back, whereas in the movie it kind of seemed to come out of nowhere. It's like one bad day and now everybody. I'm gonna go with
To be
that.
fair, the movie is also a straw that broke the camel's back because they're like, this is happening because of New York, Sokovia.
most of
Fucking,
that was you, government.
I agree with that, but we'll get into
Mhm.
that in a minute.
How
Thomas,
could
this is
you?
just
How
it on a base level. We'll get more
could
into
you?
it in a second.
Yeah. I also, I actually like the Sokovia Accords. The point that you've already talked about as one of the major differences between them is the sense of scope. Having them encompass all of their superheroing and government oversight for any operations they want to do all over the world is something much more um, immediately visceral. This is like, whoa, you tell me I can't, like, you're
Well,
the U.S. government.
there is
You could have told me I couldn't operate in the U.S., but the whole world? Like, who the hell are you?
a thing though for the Marvel ones.
You
A
mean
lot of the
the comic
times,
ones?
the comic ones. A lot of the times, you're not really allowed to go to another country to do shit. Like that will incite a incident. They don't really fuck with other heroes coming to their countries to do shit. Like the ones who normally gets away with it is like Logan, because he's
Yeah.
actually Canadian.
Well, just so you're a resident. Get an ID card and then just put black tape over your actual face and actual name
Right.
and such.
Yeah,
What I will say though, is that this is why I like the Accords because it is such a drastic ask for the sense of superhero scope that they're dealing with in universe.
yeah.
At the time of this movie, there's only the handful of super powered individuals and known vigilantes across the world, with most of them being US based.
Yeah, Iron Man did kind of fly across the planet to blow up shit in the Middle East, so I might have to switch over to movies.
Maurice?
Now, I believe, yeah.
I'm still on my favorite one's still the Superhuman Registration Act for the. It's the sole reason that what incited multiple things slowly just incited this incident to have this uprising of people wanting this is like civilians in the street wanting superheroes to take accountability for the amounts of people who gets hurt for their antics.
Mhm.
And the government listened, and they had someone like Tony Stark, and they actually have a commission of superhumans. So they had Tony Stark, Reed Richards, and Hank Pym, three of the worst fucking people, to be there and talking to people. Like, sure, there's three of the smartest minds. One's an alcoholic, one's a wife beater, and one's a wife neglector.
Now,
But they were there talking about it, and it's the thing is like this: the Civil War has 7 core books, but they have so many different like tie-in materials that gives it a more whole picture of seeing a character like Hellcat who actively says that she just can't do this anymore because I want to save lives, but I don't want to fight the government just so I can play hero. So I just quit.
A logical thing to do.
While other people are arguing, like not arguing with just against her, but it's like I still want to help people, but I don't believe in this act. This act just takes away a lot of our freedoms to just help people the way that we know is right. And other people are arguing, you're kind of wrong. Like, are you saying that, like, pretty much you're trying to say that you're what above the police? No, I'm not trying to say I'm above the police, but you're acting like it. And it's like these are just full blown arguments and certain little like tie-in materials and like some in the actual main material, like at the start. And this argument bleeds out into real life where people are arguing for this shit in like comic book stores and gaming stores and wherever you find nerds at back then.
Hmm.
Now, oh,
Like when I'm sorry, I was about to say like for the Sokovia Accords, I've seen people argue about it, but like I never
Oh,
seen the same type of full blown
oh
arguments.
wait. I'm switching back. I'm on the comic side because I forgot about one. I forgot one great criticism I have of the movie thing
Sure.
that makes it lesser in my eyes, and that's simply because of the fact that the entire movie is not even about the fucking Sokovia Accords.
I don't.
The Sokovia
I
Accords is just set up.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
guess
No, no,
Bruce,
that
like,
is.
you know what? I'm okay with having someone else on my team.
I'll take it.
Whatever, Iron Man.
I'll explain later.
And so,
You're Spider-Man now, Roz.
Yeah.
Bruce over there being Iron Man.
Also, I'm also mad about the way they presented the Sokovia Accords because
Now,
this
hold on, before you get into
fucker.
that,
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I would just like to say, we are slightly arguing different things. Because here's the thing. I think that the implementation of the Superhuman Registration Act makes more sense. I think the Sokovia Accords come out of fucking nowhere, and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
However, ignoring the way that they come about, both of them existing and both of them being supported as they are by the different actors in it, I just feel as though the Sokovia Accords is a better inciting incident. Sorry, my hand hit my keyboard.
Yeah,
Than the Superhuman Registration Act.
I can understand, but I have to disagree for just the sole purpose of the reason why they inciting, like not the inciting incident, but like the reason why, like I can understand the reason why these people will fight each other on each side and not just up and move away to a whole different country, or just some of them just won't quit. Some of them will just swap sides or whatever. But it's like I can understand like each person's side of why I would do it, why I wouldn't do it, why for the Sokovia Accords, like I kind of get you, Stark. I get Cap a lot more, but I kind of get you, so I guess.
Now, I think this actually brings up the point that I wanted to go into next.
Like,
Just
okay,
based-
wait, I figured it out. The difference is that for me, the Sokovia Accords is only oppressive to the Avengers as a whole, which I can understand they're fighting. The Superhuman Registration Act is oppressive to anyone who has even the slightest hint of power. Like, you don't even need to have a power, but if you could build a suit of armor, you're going to have to register.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to take a bite of food, but I feel like this point needs to be said.
Yes.
Do you honestly think they wouldn't just fold any new supers to the Sokovia Accords?
They haven't. They're still in effect.
Nobody listens to them. And also, the Sokovia Accords are kind of in effect. Like, they're really not in effect.
Yeah, they're treating it the same way as the Superhuman Registration Act. It's still there, but I haven't seen anyone register in a long time, nor have I got my paycheck.
I was gonna say, part of me feels like we could assume that's happening off screen, so they don't have to show someone registering every time. But who knows? But I don't think that we can say with any certainty whatsoever that if the Sokovia Accords have been signed over and accepted in the same way that the Superhuman Registration Act gets accepted at the end of this comic at the bare minimum. That we would not have seen, like, Ms. Marvel, not Captain Marvel. I don't know any other new super... Doctor
Here, I got
Strange.
you. No, wait, I got you one. Spider-Man never signed it.
No, Spider-Man would have been part of it.
No, I mean, he never signed it, and he got a whole movie with Tony in it.
Yes, but
Right
it would have
after.
been brought under the umbrella of the Avengers, and the Avengers are who the Sokovia Accords are based.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
That's
how
what I
all
mean, like-
militaries who are a part of the UN Council technically fall under the umbrella of the UN, so they
Yeah,
can, in fact, vote to move and remove troops. Although, it's kind of an issue when, just to get into a little bit of politics, the US, Russia, and China are all a part of the Security Council, and all have, you know, the power of veto. So if
Yeah.
any of them go anywhere, the UN can be like, hey, don't do that. I veto that
But-
I'm not allowed to do that. What do you mean you veto that you're not allowed to do that? I veto that I'm
Veto.
not allowed to do that.
I disagree.
I get to do it.
Or much.
But yeah, but like, it only affects the Avengers. Every other super person doesn't even. They haven't. Nothing.
I do
Which-
feel as though any super, though, would have been just brought under that umbrella. So
I wouldn't.
What I think
this
we're-
one I can't argue because of the fact that obviously didn't happen, but you know.
Yes. What I would like to add to this is what's important for the characters at the time when they're staring at the sometimes metaphorical and sometimes literal piece of paper is that their reaction to it and their decisions on to accept it or not implies to a future they do not know of yet. They don't
Mhm.
know if the rest of the superhero community would have to fall under these new rules. They have to make that decision now amongst themselves, and we get these very two different, these similar but different scenarios as a result of that.
Mhm.
If you guys are ready, I would like to ask a follow-up question.
Oh,
Let's start with the movie. Whose side are you guys on, Captain America or Tony's, for the movie Civil War? Let's go the
Jeff
opposite
Hardy-
direction this time. Maurice.
wait, just to clarify, for the act,
This one is just for signing the Sokovia Accords, because we're doing the movie first.
okay, I am for the Sokovia Accords. As much as I understand them, I can't get behind them because everything you showed me was partially y'all fuck up, and I don't want any blame for those.
All right. Thomas.
I don't want to sign the Accords. One, that was a thick document. The prop that they had on the table was a textbook. I could smack somebody with it and it hurt. But they tell me there's only like 5 rules that we loosely gloss over in the actual exposition scene talking about the rules and dealings of the Accords. There's some stuff in there that are probably more restrictive than just, we're under the government of we're under the council of a UN that dictates whether or not we can or cannot mobilize. I also don't like being approached with papers telling me what to do if I have no say in the creation of those papers. I'm definitely on Team Cap in this one.
Me. I'm Team Cap. Literally, all but one of the things that they incite are their own fucking fault.
Yep.
Technically, you could say that what happened in Lagos is the Avengers. Someone
No.
lost control of their power, and also their options
they-
were explode a
they
couple of people on like
did.
the 13th floor of a building, or explode Captain America, Scarlet Witch, and an entire crowd of civilians who would stop to watch the fight because
The
Cap
thing is-
just fucking stomped Crossbones.
Yeah, but she didn't even lose control of her power. She can't contain the explosion at that point in time. She does not have the ability to do that at that point in time. Because again, this is Wanda fucking Maximoff.
Yeah.
Which controls
And-
reality.
Also, just to point out another very, very
He was
key,
going to explode.
just to point out another very, very key factor in this, and one of the reasons why I vehemently agree with Cap, even though his own like argument in the scene where they had their argument about it was kind of weak. This is Captain America 3. In Captain America 2, we learned that a bunch of the higher ups of the government are Hydra, and SHIELD is
Hydra.
mostly controlled by Hydra,
Hydra.
who actively want to fucking just completely dominate the world.
Correct.
Like, that's real fucking bad. And
Yeah.
these people were completely in charge.
Also,
Yeah.
why is Hydra just in America? Like, have y'all infiltrated any other governments? Where are y'all?
Yeah,
No, there are
but
too many other
United
shadow organizations, like the Shang-Chi stat
Mm.
one.
oh
the
yeah,
Mandarin.
And then
Mandarin
the Russian Red Room stuff. Listen, there
Mhm.
were too many secret hidden organizations that were super hidden that the super secret hidden organization of S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't find because I guess they weren't looking hard
And
enough.
they
Plus-
still hide. Like, ooh,
Plus,
that's what
plus
it
as a
is.
subtle, not so subtle callback to real America, all of the neo Nazis are here.
This is America.
I don't think they're all here, but most of them.
Oh,
I
so
bet
many.
if we
There's
went
some
to
on
Argentina,
Kansas.
we'd find a lot more. But not the point. I think I'm actually done. Yeah, that was it. That was my last point that I wanted to argue, but that kind of spiraled. Ross.
Shadow Monarch.
I like the idea of the
Sokovia.
Sokovia Accords. It's hard for me to say. I don't know why. But the implementation and the aggressiveness with how they were trying to implement it, I was Team Cap when it came to the Sokovia Accords. As much as I like Iron Man's whole plot arc of trying to take accountability and responsibility,
I mean, you could
it
take
just seemed
account.
too forced.
I'm about to say we'll get into it, especially when we talk about what is the most important scene, I believe, in the movie, them just in a room talking about the Accords. I've said it before when we were watching it. This is Iron Man just guilt tripping himself and then making it everyone else's problem by
Yeah.
by telling everyone else, yeah, we need to do this. What? You're American. When did you become French?
We will
Like-
very definitely get into that scene.
Yeah,
But-
okay.
Sorry, I just want to get this second one out so that we can get back into the story. Where are we sitting at for the Superhuman Registration Act, though? Back
Okay,
the other
so the
direction
two
again.
teams-
Roz.
Just so you know, the two teams is the pro Superhuman Registration Act and the anti Superhuman Registration Act, aka the Avengers and the Secret Avengers.
And the Rebellion.
That's the Secret Avengers.
Rebellion's a much cooler name. Roz!
I didn't really like either side. In the comic book version of it,
Huh.
at a certain point, it started to just feel petty.
The
But if I was going to pick a side, I would have to go against the Superhuman Registration Act because, once again, just like with the mutant registration, I like the idea of it, but the implementation was fucking horrendous. I couldn't get jiggy with it.
Me. I, for one, was on Captain America's side for the movie. For the book, ignoring the actual players involved, I am so for the Superhuman Registration Act. Like, I've already talked about it. Like, I get mad, cope, sign the fucking act. It's just so simple to me, and maybe it's because I'm one of those people who's like, if I became a superhero, I wouldn't have a fucking secret identity, so that shit doesn't matter. You're telling me I can go fucking train with Iron Man how to be a superhero? Fucking yeah, give. So I'm just like, no, Cap, I disagree. Now again, that's ignoring the acts committed by both sides because
They both do some shit.
they both do
They
some
do
shit.
some fucked up shit.
But that's not the point we're arguing right here. It's just whose side are we on for the axe? And 100% on Iron Man's side this one. I like to play both sides. Look at my bi nature coming out again. Anyway, Thomas.
It did, Joe.
No, he's just thinking. I can hear it.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
So this is where my unlawful nature comes in
Oh.
because you once again made a document without asking me and then telling me what to do. Stop doing that.
Hammer time?
I 100% do want to play by rules if they are rules that make sense and I can agree to. That's literally how the slightly neutral to chaotic side of the D&D scale works. It's fine to want some level of accountability for these superheroes. But when I know that this is proposed in the comic book case partially by the US government and definitely by the green light of Mr. Tony Stark, no.
Well, to add just a little information, the government was trying to outlaw all supers.
Which is also, something I would fight for. And I understand that he did his best to make a middle ground. And I'm saying, what would have been a better middle ground? Bringing in more people to actually advocate for what is reasonable exercise and control of a person's ability to do superheroing.
They did.
You make legislation with proper representation. Otherwise, it's never going to be a good idea.
I see where you're coming from. I do have a statement, but I will wait until Maurice.
Me. I am 100% for the Superhuman Registration Act because let's just look at this bottom picture. Look at these freaks! I want them running around doing whatever the fuck they want. Look at him! That was the Sentry! That's a Superman! I can't stop that! He fucking destroyed my car!
That one's green. I don't like the look of it all.
That's radioactive, man! He's actually radioactive! Some of these people have cancer now! This is actual Hercules! This is not a person disguised as Hercules! This is the actual fucking myth!
Yep. And then there's blind man with red suit and sticks. It's like, is that just a sex thing?
That man's on fire. Wanda's child is in here. One of her children in here. That's a reality warper. Please, someone take accountability for these kids. Please. Like the difference of y'all fighting bad guys and then you throwing one villain into a fucking bus and blowing up half a city. No.
I'm still
Train
incredibly
these
certain
people.
the bottom picture has 2 cloaks.
No.
Who is the second cloak?
I gotta go back and finish researching. But no, that's a whole different person. As you can see, Cloak has a 5 o'clock shadow as it should.
There's definitely a shadow on his face.
Yeah. But yes, I would like, here's the thing. I don't like to think that superhumans are above the law. Like, to start off, my favorite Marvel character is the Punisher. He is 100% against this for a reason I'll discuss later. But here's the thing with the Punisher. He knows he's a fucking criminal. He knows everything he does is a criminal act. Even if he ain't killing people, he knows he's a criminal.
Wait, isn't his thing once I get rid of all the criminals, I'm gonna put one in my head so the last criminal is gone?
Yeah. He knows he's a criminal. The shit y'all doing is criminal. At least one of you recognizes. This act will actually give you a badge to let you be a cop. Half of the people on this other team were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Some of y'all worked for S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah.
Some of y'all identities are 100% public.
Yeah.
It's like, just like as some people said, your argument of, oh look, if I reveal my secret identity, the supervillain can come to my house and kill my aunt. You think the cop who put him in the back of the car ain't scared of that? His name is on his chest, Peter.
Peter.
He can literally look him up on Facebook, find him, and come into his house and put his fucking metal claw through his baby.
Dude, he can nay-nay on his wife.
Like
Yes.
the cops cannot walk around wearing ski masks, dude.
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest. When it came to the people complaining about the Superhero Registration Act, I'm just gonna put on screen how I felt about it. It's a nice long list.
I just couldn't get behind it. Let's see. Don't care to an accent. Okay.
Ratio. Yep. Jordan's fake. Maidenless.
Get real. Get fake. Stay mad. Stay mad. Stay late.
Your dad. I just told you. I was speaking with your mom last night. She said you were a disappointment.
You absolute baboon. Yeah, Jordan's fake. Criminal out here. But yeah, I cannot get I only see positive. Not only do you get paid, you get benefits, you get health care. Your identity isn't even public. It stays with the government. Of course, they can get leaked and things like that. I mean, same thing happens on Facebook all the time. Fucking Pete, you take pictures on your fucking phone. You probably have location on.
Also, it's already in the database, Peter. The
I
database
just-
is Iron Man's.
I understand. You want to keep your Aunt May safe. A lot of y'all don't want to reveal your secret identity. Especially Matt Murdock,
my
who just had
God.
his secret identity revealed.
Wait.
What?
Why the fuck didn't Iron Man just post all their secret identities?
Because he's not an asshole all the time.
But he wants them to agree. He didn't literally be like, listen, sign up or I'm just going to post your secret identities, guys.
It's not. Yeah, it's not that he's not an asshole. It's that he's not that kind of petty.
Yes, he wouldn't do that to his friends. He wants them to just come over and work with him.
He's smug about convincing them to do the right thing of what he believes is the right thing, but he's not gonna do it underhandedly and just go, I was right. He's not gonna force you. He wants you to convert to him being right.
Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, I am 100% for the act. Just be a shield agent, like Doc Samson over here.
Yeah, it seems like if I'm not mistaken, Ross, did you also agree to the Accords? Not Accords, pardon me, to the registry?
No.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, yeah.
We're split.
So we're split on this one. We were universally Team Cap on the movie, and then
Until the end.
2 Cap, 2 Iron for the comic and novelization. Thomas,
Hey,
you
I'm not
were
here for
negative
Iron
because
Man.
you're like, don't fucking tell me what to do.
Without me in the room.
That's right.
I didn't like either side in the comics. I really, but I didn't want to take the cop out answer of being, I'm in the middle. I'm not in the middle. I would be beating
No,
the
you
shit
can-
out of Captain America and Iron Man, making them sit. I would have been Thomas like a half hour ago. I'd have made them sit in a fucking room and talk it out.
There is no talking it out. This is the American law. You
Nah.
either join or you don't.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
let's get into that actually. Let's continue on with moving away from just the inciting incidents. The movie has, honestly, I'm gonna be frank here. The comic book probably has a lot more downtime. Man, the book had basically none. One of the most when I say there's not a lot of downtime, I'm like, all right, when did the book have downtime? And my brain immediately went to a conversation between Tony and Iron Man not Tony and Iron Man, Tony and Peter. When Peter is like, hey Tony, this is way too much money. I really appreciate this. He's like, don't worry, Peter. Everything's gonna be fine so long as we work together with this. And then I fucking remembered that conversation happened while they were fighting a Doom bot.
Yeah.
The most downtime we have is Tony flying through the air in the beginning before he even gets to Stamford. And then after the Stamford incident, there's a funeral. Tony and Cap are the ones that go to the funeral for all the people. They're both there. I'm pretty sure Tony is just Tony, but Cap is probably there wearing his fucking hat.
If I remember correctly, in the comics, I don't think Steve is there.
Well, in the book, he is there, which makes it
Yeah.
incredibly amusing to me that there's just this lady that walks up to Tony Stark, slaps him in the face, and goes, "My son is dead because of you!"
Oh, Nope, she spit on this man.
Oh,
And
she spit on him. Even
shocked.
worse.
I'm
I'm
surprised she's
shocked
not
she
dead.
didn't get backhanded. Look, this lady's grieving. I feel for her pain. I understand her pain.
Happy
Lady,
just fucking draws
you
and
said my
taps.
name, turn around, you spit on me, reflexes kick in, hole through her face.
Just
Oh
all of a
shit.
sudden a repulsor gauntlet
Glad
on his
we're
hand.
I'm glad we're at a funeral.
Well, at least it won't be a long fucking hearse ride. But yeah, she like just walks in. My son is dead because of you. You and your band of caped crusaders running around like a fucking frat party or some bullshit. Something along those lines. Also, as Maurice pointed out to me, Cap is right there.
Yep, it's right there.
Cap is right
Like
there.
here's
She's
the thing.
just
Here's the
yelling at
thing.
Tony.
Yeah, because like here's the thing. First off, because in the comics he's not there, but in this one he's there. And in my head, I was like, is he just wearing his outfit? Because I feel like he is.
I feel like he's there in a tux, but still has the hat on.
Yeah, but the thing is this: she's yelling at him in the in both the comic and the book because he inspires heroes, and I'm like, lady, Captain America inspires way more heroes than Tony Stark. But I understand, he in the comics he ain't there, and Cap also still inspires heroes. He inspires people to, if I got a little bit of power, I can go out there and help people with no skills, no training, or whatever, and maybe someone gets hurt. I ain't saying it always happens. I'm just saying maybe someone gets hurt, and she's upset about this. A big pouty face. I mean, her son did die. I'm just being a little mean to her.
I mean, in my opinion, I was like,
I think he's that one kid, like that Ground Zero kid.
So
6.
I'm a little confused because some people say Captain America is lawful good, but the way everybody talks about him here sounds like he's chaotic good.
He's good.
Yeah.
Neutral good, gotcha.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know how good he is in the comics, because he's also incredibly racist.
Yeah.
Look,
No, I think I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure exactly where on the D&D alignment chart it is. I thought not just lawful good meant following what is current written law, because law can always change. Rather, that there's a code or a particular way of way of living that you adhere to. Because Cap, barring him existing in the modern day, is displaced from time. He is from a set of standards and cultural practices that no longer exists in the way that he used to live.
you should have saw the first time he saw a black person walking down the street. Freely?
It would be more accurate. It would be more accurate to say that he is quite literally the representation of those elders stuck in their ways.
I would honestly
product
say
of his
that
time.
comic book, he's lawful neutral. Because, like, especially with the way he treated the mutants, I don't think we can call him flat out good. And
Which
lawful
incident?
doesn't technically mean following the law, it means following a law.
Right, yeah.
It's why the joke about, like, chaotic lawful is I follow a strict set of rules, but nobody knows what they are.
It's like what he did to the mutants, which time. Actually, there is a part
Exactly.
in the comic books which I'll kind of bring up right now because it kind of fills in right here. The mutants want no part in this, but in the book, it's just Wolverine talking to Iron Man at the start. Like, straight up, while they're at ground zero of the explosion, he's
Yeah.
like, the mutants ain't gonna have any of this thing to do with this bub. And for some reason, this book just made Iron Man just very aggro.
He did immediately get angry.
But in the comic books, he actually goes to talk to Emma Frost, who is one of the leaders of the Xavier Institution of the Gifted Youngsters. It's her and Cyclops at the moment, and Emma straight up tells him, "We're not helping you because where was the Avengers when when Genosha was burning to the ground? Because yet again, anytime mutants need help, the Avengers are asleep."
Where were the Avengers when the Westfold fell?
Yep.
Every time. Look, I'm just gonna bring it up now. During that Terrigen mist, where they were just letting humans be born, It was killing mutants. Everyone knew it. No one did anything about it. And the Inhumans were actively against people doing anything about it because it would stop the birth of more Inhumans. Who cares if mutants die? What the fuck?
I'll kidnap
Yeah,
a
fuck
thousand,
mutants.
thousand children before I let the mutants die.
Cat, are you just gonna let this happen? Yes.
Indeed.
Yeah, so no one did anything, and this is why they got Krakoa. And this is it. Like, this is the 4th time they made their own home. I wonder how long it's gonna blow up. And no one's gonna help them.
I wonder how many times it's gonna blow up.
It's already
Well,
blown up twice.
Is that
Krakoa
real
is
or was
already
that a
blown up
joke?
twice. That was not a joke. Like,
Well, I was
some
joking. The fact
military
that that's
force,
the honest answer is really funny to me.
some military force attacked it, like outright, just straight up killed Xavier. And another time, another group of mutants from an alternate fucking dimension came and almost took them out.
Krakoa? I think that's Genosha.
No, they came from a dimension that's like it's another version of fucking Krakoa. It's got like Apocalypse's kids and shit
Okay.
in it.
Oh.
Wait, a basic military force killed Xavier?
Yeah.
How
He does?
They
asleep
just
was
like
he?
sky dove onto Krakoa and fucking dropped Xavier.
How asleep was he?
In a
Oh.
lot of ways.
The nigga don't have powers.
Xavier?
Yeah, like his power is just being mentally, just being a psychic.
He has
So
telekinesis.
no, he doesn't. I don't know why everyone thinks he has telekinesis. He does not have telekinesis. He has to.
No, he is
He's
telepathy.
just the world's strongest telepath. Like
No,
he's
that's
so strong, he can actively take over someone else's body with it.
He's
but
also a
they say
nuclear
Emma
warhead.
Frost. They say Emma Frost is stronger than him, so
Bullshit. Fucking.
No,
Am I the only
no.
one that saw Logan?
You, yeah.
no.
I mean,
saw
no,
Logan.
I've seen Logan, but that's the movie.
No, I'm saying in the comics they said Emma Frost. Is
No,
very
Emma
strong.
Frost can unlock your mutant ability with her, like super unlock your mutant ability with her telepathy. Charles talked to himself through time.
Yes, Xavier's done
That-
some insane shit.
That might be one of the stupidest sentences I've heard in a while.
Like, there is
let's
no
get away from
stronger
the mutants and back
telepath.
into this, please.
Yes.
I hate
So the
the
mutants,
X-Men.
yeah.
They're
So the
so
mutants pretty much
dumb.
stayed out of it.
Cyclops
except
doesn't have laser eyes.
for-
He's got portals in his eyes to a dimension made of pure
Yep.
energy.
Yep.
Oh god, they're all so fucking stupid.
But I do have to add with the mutant thing. Some mutants were actually still a part of the Civil War. Mainly Cable. He ain't do much, but fuck it, he was there. I don't know why he was on Cap's side.
He told them not to fucking do the Accords thing.
Yeah, like Cable's on. Like, here's the thing. For Cable's understanding, there was actually a side comic for it. I don't like Cable as a character,
Because
so I didn't read it.
He's a retcon device.
Like, he's over there being Deadpool's bosom buddy, so I didn't read it. But there's a reason he's here, and it's probably because he fucked up in the future again.
Yeah, probably.
Anyways, continue.
Getting back into it then. So a similar thing happens in the movie, but it's a completely different lady, and instead of being like, my son died at the Stanford incident, she has a picture of her son who was doing community work in Sokovia, and apparently she forgot that her son went to a war-torn nation and put himself in danger, and it ended up going poorly, and it's very obviously Tony Stark's fault, because I guess he should be stopping all wars all of the time.
He tried that, and we got Ultron.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the irony of it. Da 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 da.
Shield also tried it, and we had that incident in Washington.
Mm-hmm. But you know that those two kind of happen simultaneously. Then both the acts are introduced at pretty relatively similar time frames. This is where the time frames of the two become drastically different. And by two, I mean the movie and the novel/comic. Because in the movie, they're like, well, Peggy died and we're gonna go over to Vienna to sign the Accords. And we're gonna doodle around and have some conversations and the such, and we're gonna set up Baron Zemo. You know, all that jazz happening in the movie. In the book, acting S.H.I.E.L.D. director Maria Hill calls Captain America to the helicarrier. She goes up there. She's going up there to talk to her. And he gets up there. And she goes, "Are you going to support the act?" And he's like, "I don't want to hunt down my fellow supers." Which, you know, that makes sense. Why would you want to hunt down your friends? I mean, don't put them on that fucking task force. Yeah, instead of making that decision, they roll out like 30 guys with guns. And she goes, "Take down Captain America." And Cap just goes, "Bet?"
On God?
And he just fucking beats the shit out of these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, fucking jumps onto a P-51 Mustang, which is for some reason in the air, and then flies away on it. And while he's escaping, at some point, Maria Hill goes, "Fucking fire on him with live ammunition. Just fucking kill him." They
Okay.
don't, because Captain of fucking America.
So to go into more detail within the comics, when she brings them up there, she's pretty much, first off, this is already set up. Second off, this is Maria Hill. She's trash. And like, I don't normally want to just trash people, but Maria Hill is probably the worst director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the history of S.H.I.E.L.D. She actively cannot keep a helicarrier in the sky. And her plan of action was to bring Cap up there. Ask Cap, "Hey, who you good at fighting? You ever had scraps with like any of the other heroes?" He's like, he fought like Daredevil and Luke Cage one time. Good. So you're used to fighting them. That's gonna be good for later. What do you mean? Oh, you're gonna have to be capturing them. And Cap was like, "I ain't gonna be doing any of that." And there's 2 other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents there who are nameless, just also hyping up Maria Hill. It's like talking to Cap as if you have a drop,
The two in
nigga.
the
You a
book
0
had
drop.
names.
Sure.
I don't remember what they are, but they had names they were given and then immediately forgot.
It's the
And then
it's the 2 ninjas from Naruto.
yeah, and then that's when like all these like 30 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents come out of nowhere, and they're firing tranquilizers. This group right here, they have tranquilizers. Cap, being Captain America, beats the shit out of them. Like,
Of course.
I don't know what you thought, Maria Hill. He's done this multiple times. You've helped him. And that's when he like actively he just jumps out of the window, and they like other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents start shooting upon him with live ammunition. Then he jumps onto the jet. And he just surfs his way on out of there because he's fucking surfing on a jet. And luckily, this wasn't in the comic, but it was in the book. The pilot, scared out of his mind because Captain America's shield is halfway through his glass, and I'm just hostage now. Like, where are we going? America. We're already here.
Lord.
He ain't say that last part, but I'm just like, but Steven, we live in America. The shield helicarrier is normally over New York.
Don't catch me tripping, no. Don't catch me slipping, no.
So yeah, as you can see, Maria Hill antagonized Steve before Tony even had the chance to have a conversation with the man.
True.
Thanks,
Hey,
Maria.
I
Like, I'm gonna...
I don't like the way they use Maria Hill in the
No,
comics, in
I'll be
everything
honest.
after.
At the beginning of the book, it very much felt like we had not protagonist, antagonist. What we had was we had Captain America, Iron Man, and the villain. And all were on different sides.
Yeah.
Like,
So the
especially
movie
when the
was
act gets
following the
enacted,
comics.
and then, like, one of the young Avengers just stopped, like, this man just stopped a mugging, is running away from S.H.I.E.L.D. They fire a bunch of tranks at him and they bounce off his back, and so Maria goes, "Switch to incendiary missiles." And they fire fucking incendiary missiles at this kid. And they blow up like 3 stories of a building, And Tony has to be able to go, yo, this is literally the opposite of what we're trying to do, Maria. But yeah, they start to capture the young Avengers. Then Cap shows up, beats the shit out of people, then they teleport away, they go to a place, and they're setting up the Resistance.
The Resistance.
AKA the Secret Avengers.
AKA the Secret Avengers, I guess. I never heard them called the Secret Avengers.
If it makes you feel better, in Versus System there is a team up card which allows like everyone to share one affiliation. That's called Underground Resistance, but it gives everyone Anti-Registration Act as their team affiliation.
They are the Resistance, the Rebellion,
Yes.
or whatever the fuck.
I was about to say, I wonder whose side Superman and Batman would be on if they had their Civil War, and I was like, oh yeah, they did have their Civil War. It was called Injustice.
That's completely different.
Yeah, that one is Superman going evil for.
That's
You know-
Wonder Woman. That shows you the power of the puss. Fucking Wonder Woman just whispering sweetness into this man's ear.
Wonder
And
Woman.
people are like crazy, like Wonder Woman wouldn't do that, things like that. And I'm like, she lives in a monarchy.
Well, matriarchy.
She lives in a dictatorship. Her mother's been in charge for 300 plus years,
Ruling with that
and it works.
iron stick.
That's the problem. It works.
Is that really a problem, though?
The problem is that if it works for there, then she thinks, oh, it can work for us too. And we're like, no. And she's like, but it works.
A piece of bread for breakfast
But
works,
big
but that's
lady.
not how a man lives.
Oh, look. Look. Superman got rid of all crime. I ain't saying he's right. I'm just saying, if he wants to kill off villains, I'm not going to tell the nigga no. It depends if he knows the difference between me littering and the Joker.
I mean, to be fair, I think the only law I've ever broken is a speed limit.
And
I
you
just break that
probably-
law a lot.
And you probably get away with it just because it's nothing. Like he only wanted to stop serious shit, like all war, because he did that immediately.
That'd be pretty nice.
You literally said, "Hey, you want to fight some other country? You got to go through me first." Jesus.
Hurry,
Anyway.
get the kryptonite bullets. Don't work. What do you mean they don't work? Don't work.
Don't work. I can actually heat vision them before they leave your gun. I just allow them to hit my chest.
Remember
Also,
when
I've thrown an
Superman-
entire planet made of kryptonite into the sun.
It wasn't a planet; it was a city.
Remember when Superman gave himself brain surgery in a mirror?
Yeah.
No.
Alright, back to Civil War.
Back to Civil War, the less broken superheroes somehow. Really, it's just Superman, though. And Batman's pill.
Wonder Woman was pretty rogue. Continuing.
Continuing on. So, again, this is where the two plots diverge pretty drastically. Once the Resistance is set up, there's end of chapter, next chapter begins. They have like 30 seconds of downtime, and then immediately into the first fight between the two sides. So we're gonna bounce back over to the movie. So, obviously, as most people know, I'm just gonna go over this very quickly because it's a Marvel movie that came out in 2016. I'm pretty sure everyone saw it with their dog.
I've just seen it recently.
Listen, I know you didn't see it before. A very high majority of people saw it, so this one I feel like I can do much quicker. They'll end up going over to Europe. Cap goes to the funeral of Peggy Carter, finds out that the lady who was spying on him in Captain America Civil War was also her niece. He's been flirting with her still. They go and hang out. Black Widow, Iron Man, and T'Challa and his father, not T'Chaka, that's a Rainbow Six. What's his name?
T'Chaka.
Oh, it is T'Chaka? Yeah, I would say T'Chaka. So T'Chaka.
Yeah, no.
So T'Chaka is essentially leading the council on this discussion because of the fact that they believe that there should be regulation for the supers. And there's a quick introduction for them and, T'Challa. T'Challa's real cool in this movie. It's a shame for what happens in his actual movie. But, not talking about that now. They start to have their little meeting where they talk about the Sokovia Accords. Then all of a sudden, a bomb is found. It explodes and it kills
You can do it.
my brain keeps going to T'Chaka. It's not T'Challa. Is it just T'Challa?
No.
We're talking about the Bee Panther.
The
or
king.
Father?
You were right. Just remove the N.
T'Chaka?
Yes.
Yes, T'Chaka.
You did it.
Listen, I'm sorry. There's a Rainbow Six operator whose name is T'Chaka, and I like to play T'Chaka. So when I have to say T'Chaka, my brain just goes T'Chaka. T'Chanky K.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the 50 state initiative, and Delaware got the team called the Women Warriors, and I'm like, I guess I'm gonna go live in Delaware.
Who's on the team? I'm curious.
Oh no, never
No?
mind. I've changed my
Is
mind.
it
I'm
Captain
going to
Marvel
that.
on this team?
Ew.
It's black. It's fucking two of the snake people, aka Diamondback, Black Mambas, Quicksand, Aspen, and I don't even know this one. I'll be fine.
But getting back into it, so bomb goes off, kills team,
What's Philly have?
kills the king. T'Challa gets very upset by this, obviously.
Shocker.
And it's revealed that the bomber was James Buchanan Barnes.
Bucky?
What?
Why would you randomly bomb here?
So Peggy's niece, who's the new Carter B.
Sharon
Sharon goes to Cap's like, hey, this is all the information I have. I have to take it to my superior, though, so you're gonna have to move fast. And so they do move fast. Cap shows up at Bucky's apartment, and Bucky is just like, you're Steve. And Steve is like, well, how do I know it's really you? And he basically just shrugs. And then the Germans show up. So obviously the two World War II veterans start to beat the shit out of the Germans.
as they were programmed to do.
Yeah, they're not trying to kill anybody. A couple of times Bucky straight up does something that would kill someone and Cap has to save them, including one rather amusing moment where Cap catches someone and looks up at Bucky like, dude! And he just goes, Bucky.
And then Cap does what Bucky did, but this time he attached him to another person, hoping it worked.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cap.
Thanks, Cap.
That's Cap.
It did work, though.
Yeah, that dude definitely did not die as well.
He didn't, he's fine. Anyway, so they eventually get out of the building, and then all of a sudden, the Black Panther shows up, who totally isn't T'Challa. It is T'Challa. And so, T'Challa's being all cool and acrobatic with his fighting style, beating, honestly, the shit out of Bucky. Then Cap shows up, and all three of them start to fight kind of Bucky immediately once Steve makes his switch. He goes, haha, I escaped! And then he really just didn't. And then he continued not really escaping until eventually they're all captured by the police and taken to a UN headquarters where they're going to have a psychologist for some reason come interview Bucky. Because that's obviously the first thing that they do with capturing the Winter Soldier. You know, this guy just needs a therapist.
Oh, thanks. How did you know?
I appreciate it.
I'm not
And I
even
should
gonna make
know
a
that this
joke.
therapist is, actually a therapist.
Yeah, that'd be great. But it's not. But before we get into that, we're actually to the scene that we mentioned earlier. That's actually a really good scene. Not to say that the rest of the scenes aren't good, because the action, I will say, in the movie up until this point, is actually really good. I thoroughly enjoyed the combat of this movie. But to not
Can I make a small comparison about the combat?
so
one
long
of
as
the-
it doesn't upset me.
One of the things that I don't like about the DCEU movies is the combat.
Uh-huh.
And it's because when they hit or attack people, everything feels too floaty. It's like they're moving super fast and then everybody's floating super slow after they get hit.
Mm-hmm.
It just throws me off. And I thought I was going to have that same issue watching this movie, and I didn't. It felt more realistic than the DC EU stuff.
Nice.
So that's because the DCEU stuff is trash.
Nice.
Like I'm going full attack mode. The DCEU is awful.
Nice.
Writing bad, effects terrible, dialogue. I would rather fucking die than listen to it.
Position.
You just start barking at people.
Kaiser, you slander.
Literally,
slander.
I have seen one good fucking attack in the entirety of what I've seen from the DCU, and it is the one punch where Batman punches a dude's face into the fucking floor. Who also, that man's fucking dead.
No, wrong. He doesn't kill people. That crate hitting the dude in the back of the head and making that hole, that ain't a hole. You stupid.
That fucking car that he crashed through after shooting it until it explodes.
Yeah,
fine.
those people didn't die.
Listen, I didn't explode and kill them. The car exploded.
Then he fucking drove right through. Fucking asshole.
Listen, if Zack Snyder never got a job directing anything for superhumans again, the world will be a better place. Also, if they put him in charge of the Star Wars movie, I might just disconnect from the internet forever.
I'm not watching it. Not after. Look, Zack Snyder, your Zombie of the Dead movie nearly killed me. It put me in the actual hospital.
Help her. Help her. Help her.
I liked
Help her.
Sucker Punch. I thought the story was dumb, but I liked the movie. Yeah, he should not be directing.
I like 300, and then I rewatched it. I like parts of 300.
Same with Sucker Punch for me. Everything that wasn't the mental asylum, when they were just doing random anime shit, I like that. But everything else, it was trash.
My favorite part of 300 was, what is your occupation?
Oh.
I love that scene.
I don't know what the fuck they're saying.
Oh, pretty much in that scene, they run into 10,000 F, a different group, and
It's a collection of Greeks.
Yeah.
I just don't know what they're saying as their profession.
Oh, some of them's like, I'm a painter. Oh,
No,
you mean what
I
the
know
Spartans
all
are
of the
saying?
scenes. I don't know what the Spartans are saying back.
They just cheered. So,
but what's the answer to the question?
I took it as soldier.
What if it was that they're just shouters? They're all a mobile alarm system.
Ooh, maybe.
Fun fact, did you know that in ancient Greek culture, for warriors, second most sought after skill behind direct combative skill was the ability to sing.
Oh.
Somebody was trying to get the Song of Heroes going?
It's because of the fact that people who had strong vocals were used to shout commands. Which was very important for phalanxes, because organization was king.
Nice.
Anyway, Civil War.
Civil War. So, again, we're at the good scene. Again, not that any of the other scenes are bad. There's just a standout scene. Where it's Tony, and it's Cap, in the UN Council, and Cap is technically under arrest.
That's Cap.
Good luck keeping Cap under arrest. It never works out well. They never even arrested old Cap, which is funny to me.
Excuse me, sir, you're under arrest. What did I do? Crimes? I guess I don't fucking care. It's been 5 years, buddy.
I saved the universe. I'm fine. Just walks away. They try to grab him. He just beats the shit out of them still. Just like, my wrists are gonna hurt for 2 weeks because of that.
Kills me with his cane.
One hit, just bam! Head snaps around a full 360. Yo, what the fuck? Anyway, getting back into it. Tony, just, surprise, I'm here, obviously. Hey, I found these pens. They were used by Lyndon B. Johnson to sign this political paper that may have pushed us towards war. And, it's a cool little scene between them because the dialogue is tight, the sound design is good, it's very quiet music that just kind of allows them to have their moment without trying to be overpowering at all. And the dialogue is really amusing in the fact that they're both semi-projecting onto each other while also attempting to lie about the same thing. Because one of the key things that is the same between Iron Man and Captain America in these movies is their inability to take a step back. Like, neither one of them is allowed to just be like, okay, I'm not going to be the one to lead this situation. Even when they're on the same team, they're both leaders in their own way for the Avengers. Iron Man is the leader outside of combat. In combat, Captain America is the coordinator. And, like, they both literally, like, talk about the fact that, you know, Tony explains why him and Peggy are on a break. It's because of the fact that he's being Iron Man too much. And he has... What, did I not say Tony?
Peggy?
You said Peggy.
Yeah, he's
Pepper.
on a break with
Pepper.
Peggy.
Pepper.
Yeah. Peggy's dead. You're right.
Peggy's
Too
a
many
corpse, yeah.
peas!
And also, that's just stealing Cap's girl at that moment. That's where the war will come in.
Definitely would have if she was old. Well, if he was younger. Wait, you know what I mean. Time travel probably happened. Not the point though. Yeah, he's on a break with Pepper there. And reason for it is because he's being Iron Man too much and he's not, you know, taking the time to be with her or just to be Tony. And he's like, you know, I kind of wish I could slow down, but I got too many things right now. I'll slow down later. And then Cap says something similar a little bit later where he's like, I can't ignore it when I see a situation pointed south. I wish I could. And Tony interrupts him and goes, no, you don't. And he smiles at him and goes, no, I don't. And that's very much, to me, at the bare minimum, even if he doesn't realize it, he is acknowledging that he doesn't want to slow down either. They're both these people that, as a recent Marvel movie said, they're the people who want to be holding the knife.
I need to know what this movie is.
Multiverse of Madness. Fucking Christina yells at Strange. She's like, it always has to be you. You're always the one holding the knife.
I'm the doctor!
Not anymore, Steven.
Not
Your
the
medical
only-
license was revoked. You're
My
no
hands still
doctor.
work.
And you're not the only doctor in the room, Steve.
I will magic myself to be the only doctor in the room, and then I will doctor the shit out of it without magic. And then I'm going to undo it with magic and redo it with magic.
Can you imagine? She's like, you're not even a doctor anymore. Waves his hand, just doctor appears his head. Oh, am I?
Oh, really?
But getting off topic. He's not even in this movie.
Look, he's not even in the comic book because he's like, I don't want any part of this. You can't. Your laws don't dictate magic.
He's not a superhero.
No, he's straight up like
He's a
Falcon
super
does
asshole.
make contact with Doctor Strange. They're like, hey, do you want to join us? And he's like, allow me to meditate on it, and then he never gets back to them.
In the comic books, it's actually Wong who talks to him. And Wong's like, no.
Just straight up, nah.
No,
Gee.
they're not doing either.
That's my guy. My guy knows what's up.
Oh my god. Well,
I do like the Wong that plays Wong in the cinematic universe.
fucking Benedict Wong.
That's my boy.
Not
Thanks
only
for-
because it's amusing that they're both named Wong, but because of the fact that he's a very good actor.
Wong for Wong. That was the campaign that Benedict and Benedict put out.
But getting back into it, it's a very good scene, just very tight character dialogue, and they're kind of showing that they are reflections of each other. It's just, you know, it's a reflection in a rippling pond. It's not the same, but it's very similar. And then we get to the therapist showing up, who's just like, oh, hi there. One. A bit of it. Freight train. Car. Whatever the fuck words.
Don't forget the EMP.
Mm,
So no one can see him do this.
that is true. He does the EMP first.
Like, they actively didn't send anyone down there to make sure that Bucky stays secure. Immediately.
I
No
mean,
guard.
Cap goes down there.
Yeah, but I think Captain's supposed to be under arrest. You think the government would send guards down there
That would be
because
crazy.
a dangerous super soldier could get free when the power's out.
When the power
It's
is
not
out.
like my radio has nothing to do with your electricity.
That's right.
Technically
I'm just
true.
saying.
But
But don't worry, they showed up after Bucky was free and shoved his foot up their ass.
they did. And the fighting ensues again. And this is just the Avengers versus Bucky, and Bucky trying to get out of there.
This is two ladies wrapping their legs around Bucky.
Yeah, there is a really kind of amusing moment where Sharon, her
Yeah.
name, Sharon walks up, throws a kick, he catches it on his shoulder and just throws her, and then Natasha goes up, tries to do the fucking hurricanrana. He just catches her, carries her over, and Batista bombs her on a table and starts choking her with the metal hand. And then Iron Man shows up, and he's like, haha, repulsor ray. And then they get into a little kerfuffle. Then T'Challa shows up and does some more fighting and somehow teleports in front of him.
It was crazy. Bucky ran up some stairs. T'Challa ran not understairs, but he stayed on the ground floor, and he reached the top floor before Bucky did. So that means he scaled the wall with no claws, just to jump off and kick at this man.
Yes.
Yeah, T'Challa had his Nikes on that day.
He knew what he wanted.
It has Nikes on that entire movie.
That's right.
We completely just scrolled on past the fact that they were sprinting on a highway at one point.
I love that moment. That's one of my favorite ones.
That was just really funny.
But it's just not that significant.
No. But yeah, the fighting ensues, and it's continuing to be good fighting. There's the very famous scene of Bucky gets into a helicopter, and Steve ends up catching the helicopter and grabbing onto the helipad and just holding them together and flexing.
The scene.
That scene. I remember in an interview, Chris Evans tried to convince him that he should do that scene shirtless.
Mm-hmm. And they said, no, Chris. And I'm like, y'all stupid. I said rip half his shirt.
But we will allow fucking ScarJo to unzip 90% of her fucking jacket later.
I'm just like, look, let Chris Evans rip half of his shirt. Just show one pec and a whole arm.
Listen, you don't even have to have him have done it. Have it when he was fighting Bucky. His shirt got torn a bit, and just as he's sitting there holding it, the shirt just can't contain the raw musculature, and it starts to rip as he's holding it.
Mm-hmm.
Man's just ripping logs in half.
Like he fell down a whole elevator shaft. I got hurt watching him fall.
The log rip is also iconic.
Just those two arguing. Rips a log. Are you trying to intimidate me or arouse me? Tony, you can't just be saying that to people.
Tony. But, yeah, so the helicopter ends up crashing, and they basically end up Steve captures Bucky, and they end up taking him somewhere alone. Wink.
Oh, I mean, they're not alone. They bought their fellow black man.
Yeah, they did bring him. Don't laugh.
They did bring him. That guy.
that dude. He's over there.
Samuel
L. Jackson.
Yeah, Samuel L. Falcon.
Samuel Jackson. And they have a conversation, and Bucky makes it clear that he does have some of his memories back.
Got enough concussions for it.
Yeah. And he asked what he did, and it's like, no permanent damage. But it is enough to make it to where Cap is now very much, on the run with Bucky and Falcon, and eventually they will be joined by a few others. And so essentially, it takes a lot longer for them to get to the same point, but the resistance has now started in both stories. I don't know how Bucky gets his jacket back.
Donations.
It's a good question.
Like, I just realized that as I was talking about it.
Probably Sharon dropped it off with the shield and the wings.
Wow, that is super important to also grab the jacket.
It's his outfit. She
Donation.
grabbed all their outfits.
But yeah, so it's fine. They're at the same point, but in much different ways. Like, I gotta say, this is one where I actually do prefer the movie again, because Steve becomes the rebellion by his own choice and actions rather than just help us catch illegal superheroes. I don't want to fight my friends. Then pay with your blood.
Thanks, Maria.
Like, it's just so from 0 to 60 immediately for, like, the reasoning. And then also just S.H.I.E.L.D. existing in this, like, hyper aggro state. Just, a superhero who's immune to bullets, incendiary missiles, burn the entire building they're in. It's just like, Jesus Christ, Maria, have you always been this evil?
Yes.
Yep.
Listen, I've only dealt with movie Maria, and she's fine.
She is a lunatic, and they let her be in charge for a week.
She is on a leash only because Nick Fury needs her aggressiveness, but in a controlled environment.
She's a great deputy. She's a terrible director.
I could 100% still believe that the MCU Maria Hill is actually Robin Scherbatsky from How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah.
No. MCU Maria Hill is way too competent to be.
Listen, you can get training.
I don't know what's happening.
Listen, that's
here.
just a Robin. That's just a Robin that Darkest Timeline keeps dating.
What is
Keeps dating Barnes.
Explains why she's never home.
Maurice, do you not know How I Met Your Mother?
I don't like sitcoms.
That's fine.
Moving on then. Sorry. Let's bounce back over to the comic just to expand on what happens next, because there's a lot that's worth talking about with this first fight. So, spoiler alert. They get a call that there's been a malfunction at a nearby facility and that it has collapsed and there are people buried.
Chemical plant.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
And so all of the resistant superheroes show up and they're like, we're gonna help people. And then they get there and they're like, this feels off. And then Iron Man shows up like, haha, surprise, you fell for it, bitches.
Nope. See, what happens is, as they're like looking around at the place because the place is kind of destroyed, Cap looks down because he found like a name plaque, and this place is the division of Stark Industries.
Mm-hmm.
It's a trap, and then shit ton of tranquilizer dogs. It didn't hit all of them, just the teleporters.
Yep. Cloak and somebody else. Also, the more I look at this fucking picture, Cloak and Dagger just start making me laugh more.
Yeah, look, they're a lovely couple that are, I think, in my own brain, say that they're normally homeless.
It doesn't look like Cloak has a body.
He doesn't half the time. He's actually mostly shadow.
God, he's edgier than Roz.
Well, the thing is, actually, he's not edgy. He's really sweet. This is just his power.
His power is so edgy.
Yeah.
And
But
I am the shadow. I
Like-
am the shadow, but I also desire cuddles.
Actually, fucking Dagger is so much like a little more edgier than he is because she will stab people.
She is quickie,
makes-
stabby.
She will make
Oh,
daggers.
big surprise!
She will
Someone
roll
named
them.
Dagger is edgy.
Yeah, but she only makes light daggers. Like they just wanted to be Cloak and Dagger because of the cute name pun. Because they're a couple.
Were they a couple before they got their powers?
Yeah,
I
they got the
think
powers together. I think.
Yeah, I think their powers tied them together.
They're a cute couple.
Were they not the ones that when they teleported, he got real cold and she had to heat him up or something?
Yes, I'm gonna say yes because that's something they would do.
I
You
am
might-
also gonna say this now. So, spoiler alert. Cloak ends up in prison?
I'm not even going to say anything.
Yeah, that sounds about
Yes, it is him, because we have Dagger just going, I just want to get my fucking partner back.
Yes.
In the second fight, because of how much focus was put on them, I was like, they'll have a moment where they say that they find each other. They don't.
They're supposed to find each other at the just straight out the beginning. We when they have the little lineup.
Yep, they should. But, never mentioned in the book.
True.
There are many people that are mentioned in the book. But then Spider-Man does something, so it's time to look at Spider-Man!
Spider-Man took their role. Thanks, Spidey.
Spider-Man finds Cloak. Oh my god, you're okay, hugs Cloak. What the fuck are you doing? I don't know. Apparently this is supposed to happen. Bye! Just runs off to do something else.
There you go. Come back, Pete.
But we're still at the first fight.
Hi.
They're pretty evenly matched numbers and skill-wise-ish. Tony has more people overall.
And more powerhouses.
Yeah, he's got Captain Marvel and Spider-Man and obviously himself.
And She-Hulk.
And She-Hulk. I don't know if She-Hulk was mentioned in the first fight, though.
Yeah, she's there.
But I know...
This is when her arm gets hurt.
You're right. No, that's Miss Marvel who gets her arm hurt. Captain Marvel. I remember Captain Marvel got her arm hurt because I was sitting there just like, yes!
Yeah.
Yes,
I remember
Inter.
She-Hulk being there.
Fuck you. I
Yes.
hate you so much. And you told me that it was probably her fighting Luke Cage.
The only person on their team. In the comic books, Cap has Hercules on his side.
Yeah.
That's fucking. I mean, right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Honestly, I don't think this... As much as I enjoyed it, I don't think that this comic actually translated very well to the book.
It did not.
I
The
think-
person skipped over a lot of stuff.
Yeah, the person skipped over a lot of stuff. It was too short. The book overall, minus the way that I speed books up, was 6 hours.
Yes, it is. It is a
Most
6 hour.
novels are 12 hours. And so considering that this book even had pauses and sound effects for fights, this was really short. They 100% could have made this longer for a novel, but they just didn't. And so
Yeah.
I feel like we're missing out on a lot of things. Because, numbers are unclear. There's no, real detail in the fights. It's just and they started fighting. And they brawled some more. And then they landed specifically this fight. And then it was over. The fight that happens between Cap and Iron Man in this scene, is Iron Man, if I remember correctly, the line is basically, and then Iron Man was upon him, throwing punches faster than Steve could track. And then Iron Man just has a little interlude of, you can't beat me, Cap. This suit has recorded every punch you've ever thrown. It knows what you're gonna do before you even do it. Which I think is better executed in the movie too, but personal opinions. And, Steve gets the shit kicked out of him. The fighting otherwise is relatively back and forth. Black Widow takes out Daredevil. It's the only other one I can really remember of, distinct, this person wins, this person loses. But I'm getting a little bit too far, because there is something I wanted to point out at the very, very beginning of this.
Yep, that was right.
What?
I'm sorry. I was just double checking Hercules' strength. He is a 7 on the power grid.
Strong.
I don't
That
know.
is
Can you give me a
okay.
comparable 7?
Yes. From the scale, it goes from 1 to 7
Oh,
to godlike being.
is there another 7 here?
Sanctuary.
He's not part of this fight.
So
The closest you get is She-Hulk, who gets to a 6 unless she gets really mad. And it's not even in these comics. It like requires a lot more story arc.
What is Spider-Man?
a 4,
A
right?
3,
Ah,
20. He's
Interesting that
not.
he's that low.
Well, here's the thing. Uh, once you get to a 7, they stop really counting. It's just called 100 plus. You can lift 100 plus tons.
Hmm.
I believe this metric of 1 to 7 is various category ranges, and they're almost exponential to each other. So just because a 1 and a 2 are close to each other does not mean a 7 and a 6 should fight each other.
Yeah. Yeah, Thomas,
Is
you're right. Spider-Man should be a 4 because the most he can lift is 25 tons.
is Thor a 7?
Thor is sometimes a 7, but yes, Thor
Okay.
can get up there.
Getting away from that, at the beginning of this, they don't immediately start fighting, and in fact, Shield is there. Like, they got a whole bunch of helicopters there, and Iron Man's like, "You stay the fuck back, Maria, you psychopath."
This time the
Anyway,
bitch
Cap,
lifted to be
and
smart.
he lands and he walks up to Cap and he's like, "Listen, I just want 5 minutes. Let me talk to you about this. We can handle this peacefully."
Mhm.
And Captain America goes, "You know what, Tony? Let's talk." And they reach out and they shake each other's hand, and in doing so, fucking Cap pulls a Joker and puts a little fucking electrode on Iron Man that electrocutes him and locks up his suit. And he goes, "I don't negotiate with you, Tony. You just want everyone to believe your ideas."
Then
Basically,
punched him.
exactly what Thomas was talking about earlier with
That-
Tony. Steve just basically yells at him, and then the fighting begins.
The goddamn truth.
But the fighting is relatively even. Overall, it is slightly leaning towards Iron Man's side, and they try to pull a little sneak, and they play this very high-pitched noise that causes most of Cap's side to fall over because all of Iron Man's side have a bunch of earplugs in, which Reed Richards, the worst husband in this story, didn't tell Susan about. And so, while she was invisible, she becomes invisible and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you because I was hanging out with Tony. You have earplugs." And turns them on for her. And, like, everybody's fucking freaking out because it's, like, a hyper painful noise. Like, I think someone throws up. And then somebody, who was it that hit?
Goliath. He picked up a. This is in the book, not in the comic.
Yeah, he
But
picks up a
Goliath picked
big
up
old,
a vat of
yeah,
chemicals.
vat of chemicals, throws it at Tony, and it hits him hard enough to shut off the sound.
In the comic, some of that doesn't happen. Like I don't remember him using that device, but the fight does reach a little stalemate. But Iron Man's side is losing because of one individual. Once again, his name is Hercules, the world's strongest man, and they have no way to beat him
Aha, trump card.
until they do, and they summon Thor, Odin's son.
Kind of. Not really. Thor's dead.
Yeah, that's a different storyline. He's fine.
I'm sure. But, they do have Clone Thor. Or as Spider-Man feels like calling him, Clor.
Sure, his name
I
is
would have called him.
Ragnarok.
I would have called him Thork.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think
His name
Thork
is
funnier.
Ragnarok, and they summon him to fight Hercules. It goes well.
For Thor. For Ragnarok, I
Uh,
mean.
They have a little back and forth. So he hits the shit out of Herc with it. Like, just hits the shit out of Herc. It's not going to kill him. But, and then, okay, let me break it down. After he hits the shit out of Herc, Cap is getting his ass beat by Tony. Like,
Yeah.
this man is fucked up. Like, Tony, like, fucking. The best way I could put it is Tony pushed him through a brick wall, and then they got into a slug match. And this man does not have a mouth guard. He is punching him in the face. He is breaking his mask off. It is brutal. And that's when Ragnarok comes down. And the person who tries Ragnarok after they, get rid of, like, after he kind of beats Hercules, is Goliath. And Goliath is like, I'll take care of this, as if he could take care of normal Thor.
And he grows and grows and grows to the largest size he ever has before.
And Ragnarok puts a hole in his chest.
Literally just fires one lightning bolt and tears a big old fucking hole in his chest.
He is dead.
That man is dead.
For some reason, my brain keeps saying he got ripped in half by Robo Thor, but I'm like, no, that was the Century.
Yeah, that's the Century ripping someone in half.
Yeah.
Good times. That was Dark Avenger shit. If I remember correctly, it was Morgan Le Fay.
And
but yeah,
right before that, Reed basically could see the writing on the wall because there's a very obvious moment where like Ragnarok is starting to charge up the attack, and Reed is like, "Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no," and he like tries to shut down Clone Thor, and he just can't, and it just fucking kills Goliath, and that's the moment where basically everyone stops fighting for a sec. They're just like, "Oh fuck."
yeah.
Damn,
In the comic books, it plays out differently. Literally, it's just straight up Goliath standing in front of Thor saying, "Get ready for the shortest comeback in history, Thor." I don't think so. And then he puts a hole in this man's chest.
Oh, does he actually speak in the
Yeah,
first encounter? He does
yeah.
not speak during the first encounter in the book.
And then that's when everyone stops and it's like, oh god, Goliath. And oh, poor Dagger. Literally, part of her outfit ripped and her butt showing.
Why, comics? Why do you
Because
keep doing this?
it's the 2000s. And this
Stop
is when
it.
Sue saves everyone because he was about to lightning all them fuckers.
Yeah.
And Stu puts the bubble around.
Sue puts the bubble up, tells everybody to leave. Capside gets away, she turns invisible and runs away. Sue's a traitor now. Fucking Susan Storm.
Look, she knows what she does.
I'll get to
And
talking
then-
about Susan Storm at the end of this.
And then Reed shuts him down and is like, I have to work on this a little more.
That wasn't how that was supposed to work.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Yeah, this is the interlude. I'll stick with the novel for just a little bit. Or do we want to jump back over to the movie so we can get their first fight done as well?
Let's we can jump over to the movies. I just want to also mention one little weird thing about Marvel Comics that happens here. Y'all know the Watcher, right?
Yeah.
Once again, this motherfucker's literally just here. Like, during the time they were actually like discussing the Accords and all the heroes were at that one big party, the Watcher was actually just standing there. People could see him. They're like, is anyone not gonna talk about the big bald guy in the room? And it's like, nah. So he was here during this fight too, and he's just sad. And I'm like, motherfucker, you're useless. Get out of here. Go somewhere with your bitch ass.
You're
Thank you.
useless.
God, now I know what time I'm supposed to yell at you all the time. Like, I did it too, but like,
I am the
you-
watcher.
you-
I
like,
was
you-
watch.
like, this is why you got your eyes taken out.
I am the Watcher. I must watch.
There's something incredibly ironic about someone named the Watcher who has their eyes taken out.
Yes, it's great. This is a small tangent. My beef with the Watcher is so simple. You have your job. You say it's literally a job. I'm not sure if he's getting paid for it. He certainly gets punished for it, but he's not getting paid. So first off, get a union. More importantly, your job is
Unionize yourself.
your job is to watch. Why are you so present? It's not like when we're watching this movie, Cap and Bucky just turn to the camera when they're in the middle of like a dressing scene. They're like, "Excuse me," and then they, shut the camera away. We're not present in their mindsets, but we're watching them. That's our job. We watch. Why do we got to be so present? Why do people have to know that we're watching? Go somewhere, you big-headed ass.
Some people are into that.
And not me, and certainly not these people fighting to the near death. And he has the word
near.
And then he has the nerve to be sad about it. It's just like, then do something. But I'm gonna get in trouble. Okay, do something though. Do what is right. Doesn't matter who tells you it's wrong. That's it. That's as far as I go.
Man, I'm gonna be honest. I just looked up at the upper picture for Team Iron Man, and I'm like, I was just thinking about like the status of everybody, and it's dead. Actor actually passed away, dead, paralyzed. You're like, damn, literally none of you got out of there.
That's what happens when you pick the wrong side, I guess.
Listen, Spider-Man is doing what actually happened to Spider-Man in No Way Home.
Dead, disappeared, non-existent.
Where is he? Who Spider who?
But Pete? No, Pete.
I don't know,
Just
Peter.
Spidey.
Anyway. Obviously, Cap being a criminal, he's like, I need a team. And they very quickly get a team. Hawkeye shows up and he collects 2 team members. He goes and he collects Natasha, who decides to join them and leave Vision, who was looking after her but also making sure she didn't leave the house because she was under house arrest because she's, a criminal, basically. I guess. It's kind of just how it worked. I do actually want to just take a very quick second to say I actually kind of like the way the relationship got built in this movie. I think that it's very obvious that Vision is still processing emotions. Like, he's like, I feel like I'm semi-controlled by this thing in my head. The Mind Stone. I know it was used to do great evil, but I'm trying to make it mine. And that's hard. And it's very similar to how, oh god. Wanda. It's very similar to how Wanda feels about her powers. And I do actually really like the line of, I just want them to see you the way that I see you.
And how do you see me? A monster!
That would have been amusing, but that is not what he said in response.
And then she just starts wiggling and coming out of fucking portals and shit. Oh my god.
Wanda,
Wanda, how would Vision feel if he saw you right now? He can. I mean, he really could, though. Jesus, lady, calm down.
Yeah.
So,
anyway, and that does kind of come to a head when she is escaping and she uses her abilities to influence the Mind Stone in Vision's head to increase his density by a lot. Which, I mentioned it while we were watching it, still feel like she should have just lowered his density by a lot. That way he didn't have to go through the floor.
but then he could chase us.
He could chase you afterward anyway.
Well, he have to, become, once again, big old hole, and then he have to fly up and try to catch us. Like, I don't know what she was doing to influence him, but if she just made him lighter, he could just fly up much easier than if she just forced him to stay heavy and he had to revert
But what if she
slowly.
also forced him down?
You just fly up. Like, if she increases his weight and it takes time for his weight to revert back to his normal weight,
Wouldn't
they
it then
still have
take
more
time
time
for it
to
to revert back to a normal weight?
But then he could just fly and face through walls.
But what if I phase him to the center of the earth?
He can just fly and phase through walls.
Well, it'll take him time.
It will take him time, but it will take him more time to stop being heavy.
Will it?
Yes.
I've
If
never
he's-
seen it take that much time for him to alter density. He-
What I'm saying is, if he's heavier and it takes him time to turn back, it will be better than if he's lighter and then he just doesn't even need to turn back.
I don't know. I've never. The issue is that I've never seen it actually take time for him to alter density at all.
I know.
Like he's
but,
really able to alter the density of himself while he's punching people.
But for some reason, he didn't catch back up to them, so I just assume he stayed heavy.
Honestly, it kind of felt like plot convenience.
Probably.
It felt like he didn't. He was trying. It's like he wanted to do his job because that's his programming. But since it was Wanda, he was resisting, and that's why he was barely doing anything in the movie.
So what you're saying is he's a simp.
Yeah.
Look at that big
Definitely.
old red simp.
Everybody simps for somebody.
Sam.
Not me. I would
I said
never.
for moving Wanda.
Bro.
Shit, I don't care all the evil act she did. I help. Okay. What, you want
Maurice
to
is
kidnap
sitting there
this
just-
minority?
Maurice just shows up in Multiverse of Madness when she says what mouth. Just walk up to Blackwood. Sorry, my guy. Just fucking starts taping his mouth closed.
Sorry, my guy. Look, guys, look, I'm just saying, look, listen, shut up, listen.
I'm sorry.
If
I
she
pictured you
just
saying all of that
have-
look, listen stuff while slapping away Mr. Fantastic's hands.
Yeah. Look, listen. If she just gets her kids back, we ain't got no problems.
That's nice.
So what if we gotta kill one Wanda and take her kids? She's gonna die eventually.
I mean, there's an infinite number of multiverses. Fucking adopt two of them where their mom just died.
Nah. She spent so much quote unquote time searching. She found the first pair of alive kids. We're gunning for them. We see the play.
But there's so many more. She literally said, I looked into the multiverse. All of the other me's are happy.
What about the ones that aren't?
I didn't see those ones.
You should look for them.
They don't exist.
Ignored. Ignored.
Like, she kept getting bad vibes from certain universes. I'm not gonna look at those.
That's right.
But we're gonna get to different movies. Back to Civil War. What was it that Vision said? He said something along the lines of, while he's trying to resist having his density
They'll never-
increase, if you leave, they'll
You
never
do
not
that.
be afraid of you.
Yes.
They will never not fear you. What was her response?
I can't control their emotions.
Oh yeah, I'm like, I know I liked her response, but I can't remember what it was.
I can only control what I do. Okay, sure.
And we're afraid of you for it.
I wasn't afraid at that point in time. I'm afraid now.
Yeah, it's just like, I can only control what I do.
Proceeds.
Wanda, what happened to Wanda? You're regressing. You're regressing. You had so much progress.
You have regressed
before.
past the point of where you started. You've kidnapped an entire town, including the children.
And then once that was done, it was like, okay, Wanda, you learned a lesson, and you're regressing, and you're regressing.
Well, you know what could have changed that?
Her keeping the lesson that she learned.
If someone had actually punished her for her goddamn actions, instead of some random fucking idiot going, they'll never know what you sacrificed for them.
We can't punish her
Try.
because it's physically impossible to stop her.
Try.
Like, the only person who can is Steven, and he ain't gonna help me.
Try.
Oh, you want me to die? Okay.
Fucking don't lie and say, you know what? You were the good guy this whole fucking time.
Oh, see, the problem is, that was Monica Rambeau. She wasn't lying. She wholeheartedly believed that. She's
Rambo's
just
a
wrong.
fucking idiot.
She hangs out with Captain Marvel!
Okay, you know what? You're right. Her perception of what a good person is has been warped. And also, I would just like to point out, this isn't me going, man, woman bad. This woman literally captured an entire fucking town. It made fake-ass children, which were her only reason for keeping the town alive, and then actively nearly destroyed the entire multiverse to steal someone else's fucking kids.
Well, she could just make her own.
Just-
Again.
Fuck a guy. Get some kids.
No, you wanna know what crazy is?
Why not?
No, in WandaVision, Vision was telling her she was wrong, and you need to let this go.
No, Vision's crazy. Oh,
Like this is a Vision you created from scratch.
Wanda just looks at Vision, don't care to ask, cry about it.
Wanda, I think you made me for a reason. Because if you made me anything remotely similar to your Vision, it's him telling you that you shouldn't do this. I'm gonna ignore that.
The ship of Theseus.
Wait, what's the war?
To Civil War. We're getting distracted because Wanda Maximoff.
To be fair, that is Elizabeth Olsen. Distracted every day.
Not in this way. Not me going, I don't like what happened to your character. But we're not in that phase yet. We're still in this phase. I liked you at this point. You're a brother, Wanda.
We loved you.
But
I hate
no, you don't. What hatred. I don't know why I keep using that line. Maybe it's because of the fact that I'm coping. Anyway, getting back into it. So they need more heroes. They collect them. Tony goes from fucking Germany to New York to grab Spider-Man and then fly back while Natasha gets the Black Panther involved. Vision shows up. Then they have their big old square off, and they were gonna leave in a helicopter, but Tony's there, which means there's a better aircraft. And so they find it, and while they're looking for it, Steve just goes out, has a little conversation, ends up breaking free, and then the skirmish starts. They're doing a whole bunch of different skirmishing all around the places. They're doing the things, doing the brawls. Bunch of stuff happens, and eventually, well, there's I know I'm going through this very quickly. Honestly, watch the movie for the information on these fight scenes, because there's so much that happens, and we just don't have the time for me to go into detail of all of it. But it's really cool. There's a lot of different characters, different power sets, and they're doing it right by having them do different things. None of these characters are fighting each other the same way, which is really fucking important when you have people that have such vastly different experiences, training, and abilities. Like, Wanda is not running up to people and boxing with glowing fists like Cap is. Cap doesn't have glowing fists, I know. Same difference. Brody and Tony aren't even fighting the same way. Yeah, Brody and Tony.
Brody.
Brody.
Bro.
Yeah.
Broski.
I know what I'm saying.
Okay.
This gonna get
He's
every
a
black
bro,
man
and his name is
wrong,
Brody.
aren't
He's
we?
Brody.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You gonna get a black man a white name? I see you.
What?
Brosi.
Alright, time out. When did Brody become a white name?
Forever.
Brian is the white name you're thinking of.
Nah,
I know a lot of black guys.
I've seen many white Brodies. I have not seen a single black.
I've never met
Brody.
anybody named Brody.
That's you.
I was just doing a fun thing by calling Brody a bro.
yeah, I'm sorry, doggy.
Brohan. Broski.
It would have worked if it wasn't actually a name that people use.
Alright, fine. Rhodey. Rhodey and Tony are not fighting the same way at all. Fucking Tony is running up, boxing people. Rhodey is floating in the air and firing blasts at people. T'Challa's fucking running up being the acrobat. Natasha's semi-dueling with Hawkeye, and like, we're still friends after this, right, though? And that's a thing that I really liked about fucking Natasha in these first couple of movies. Because if you haven't realized it from watching the movies, go back and rewatch it and watch Natasha's scenes. She is very much the heart of this group. She's the person that is... The whole found family thing is a major motif for her. And she's, like, basically doing the thing Spider-Man did in his first movie with Homecoming, where the ship is splitting apart and she's still grasping at both sides, just like, no split apart. No, we can fix this. It's salvageable.
Family.
It's salvageable, damn it.
It's the Tyler the Creator song Earthquake. Don't leave, it's my fault.
Like we blew past it, but I meant to mention, like, in the funeral scene, Sam is there with Steve the entire time, but Natasha does show up to ask Steve to come to Vienna for the Accord signing, but also she's there because she, and I quote, didn't want him to be alone, and she gives Steve a nice big ol' hug, and it's very sibling-esque to me, and I enjoy it.
And then
Then we find out that she had another family that she was completely ignoring, even though she knew they were alive, and didn't check on her sister, and didn't realize that she was still part of the Red Room being brainwashed, so she's really not a good family person and a terrible sister. But again, not this phase!
That's how you retroactively make a story worse.
Welcome to Disney's Marvel. Oh my god, have they been doing that?
Look, she only wanted that found family. She didn't want that blood family.
They're not blood, though.
They're basically.
They ain't found either.
Basically.
Anyways, they're fighting.
They're fighting. A lot of stuff happens, and again, go watch it if you want the exact details on it. There's some cool interactions between Bucky and Sam, along with Spider-Man. Spider-Man has some good quips. Honestly, from the recent ones, I'd have to rewatch Homecoming and Far From Home. But in comparison to No Way Home, Spider-Man in Civil War has much better quips. They do have the whole lineup scene where, as we talked about in the film, it was obvious who was gonna win, because Iron Man's side blinked first. Had two people who were both going, hey, what are we doing here? And Cap's side was just like, nah, we fucking scrapping.
That's right. The winning mindset.
Mm-hmm.
As some toxic people dare say, the Sigma grindset.
Oh, also, I completely forgot. Scott Lang is here.
Ant-Man.
Ant-Man. Ant-Man has a really funny line where he's inside of the Iron Man suit. Like, who is that? It's your conscience. We haven't talked in a while.
Friday, what is that voice? It's your conscience. We haven't talked in a while.
Friday, dead ass. Who was in my suit?
Friday, dead ass, no cap.
Like
Who the
that's his
fuck is
first
in here?
personal interaction with Tony Stark.
It is, but you know, as Hank Pym always said, never trust a Stark.
Who are you?
You know, I was the big guy. Speaking of that, so the fight is very much back and forth. Like, nobody's actually gaining any ground because this is the MCU. They're basically all immortal. And so it gets to the point that they're like, alright, Cap, Bucky, y'all need to get out of here. There are 5 super soldiers in Siberia that Invader Zim is gonna activate.
Invader Zim.
Baron Zemo, I know.
I like his name. I think we'll keep it for now.
Alright, we've replaced Zemo with Invader Zim. That's a great picture, I'm gonna be honest.
The movie would have been made for you.
I now want to see an edit of that. Just replace all of Baron Zemo's scenes with Invader Zim.
I am Zemo!
Him reading off the fucking command words.
I have a bite.
Getting back into it. Cap's side is basically like, nah, Cap, you get out of here, take Bucky, get the jet, get on going. And so Scott is like, I'm gonna get really big. Hopefully I don't fucking die.
Yeah, I really would hate for a hole to be in my chest.
I would really hate for a hole to be in my chest. No, they wouldn't hurt a white character.
Or a sweet baby duck like Scott Lang.
Yeah, so Scott Lang becomes really big, just like Goliath did. Luckily, no fucking clone Thor shows up. There's a bit more fighting. Black Widow actually realizes what they're going for, and so when Steve and Bucky get to the hangar where the plane is, she's already there, and she's got her little electroshocky gauntlet aimed at them, and she's like, "Please stop!" And he goes, "You know I can't do that, Natasha." And she goes, "I'm gonna regret this later." But she doesn't shoot Cap or Bucky.
Oh,
She shoots behind them, and
oh,
it's the Black Panther.
oh my God! And somehow this electricity stopping my vibranium, which it shouldn't work. But what the fuck?
It's super
Betrayal.
electricity.
Betrayal.
She also shoots it with two of them.
Betrayal.
Going.
And then
Deception.
somehow she's able to hold them off long enough for them to take them off the ground, shoot the thing, block the door, and then take off. And so they start to try and fly away, but Rhodey and Iron Man are both there, so they're chasing after him, and fucking Falcon is like, not today. I'll chase after you guys. And he started to catch up. They started to do a little bit of a fight, and Rhodey calls over to... Wait, no, it's Steve. Not Steve. Fuck. Tony. Tony Daves!
No, Rhodey calls to.
It was Rhodey?
Vision. Yeah, he calls to Vision to get Falcon off
Rhodey
his
calls
back.
to Vision, who's
Like-
simping for Wanda again, and he says, "Target his thrusters." So he turns, he looks over, and he fires a little eyeball blast. Well, they wouldn't hurt the white, but they will hit Rhodey right in his suit's fucking chest plate and fucking destroy the power source.
Starts free falling.
Yeah, and I mentioned it after we were watching it. Once again, one thing that I really actually like about Civil War is it understands the difference between their characters. The characters all act in a way that makes sense for their characters. There's not any shortcuts taken to have them act like just general person X in a situation. They seem to have taken the time, and they knew the characters and knew how they would react, despite the fact that a lot of these guys have very different personalities. And the way that they express that in this scene is that when Rhodey's falling, we've seen a lot of scenes of Tony falling. Tony is not a good faller. When Tony is falling, we basically just got him going, "Ah, fuck! Jarvis, fix it!" Rhodey, though, in comparison, is very calmly talking over the radio as he's spiraling completely out of control. Just, he can see out of the two little slits and he just sees floor, sky, floor, sky, floor, sky. And he just kind of sits there and he's like taking deep breaths. And then Falcon and Iron Man both dive to try and catch him. But they do a really pretty fun thing with the way that they shot the scene. You don't realize how close the ground is until Rhodey slams right into it. Then Iron Man lands, rips off his faceplate as Friday do a little scan of him. And luckily, Rhodey is alive. But he is unconscious and there's a lot of blood coming out of his nose. Not a good sign from a fall. Like, the best possible situation is he's extremely concussed from his face smacking into the visor, but that's not the worst.
Best possible situation. I'm fine. Nothing happened to me. This dude actually saved my life completely.
Best possible scenario. I'm actually a Skrull and I have super healing. It's fine.
Wrong. But
Once this, it
really
could happen.
honestly pretty funny moment in this very sad scene where, Falcon is right there. And he just goes, "Tony, I'm sorry." And Tony just shoots him with the repulsor.
Like, Tony accidentally pulls out a Glock and just puts it in Falcon's face.
Like, thank God he shot him in the chest because Falcon doesn't wear anything on his head. Totally could have fucking killed Falcon on the spot. But yeah, and then we break away from that, and they're already off in their different ways. Zemo's almost to the Siberian base, which has 5 more super soldiers that I forgot to mention. But again, the story for the movie I'm kind of skimming across. We're more so going into detail with the novel and comic.
Like the movie completely. At this point, I completely forgot the Sokovia Accords existed the first time I watched.
Also, listen, you know somebody with Disney Plus if you don't have it yourself. It's a relatively long movie. Like actual runtime is about a bit over 2 hours, about 2:15. It's worth it. Go watch it. Get all the details that you want. We're not here for that right now. We're more so here to talk about the novel, which not everybody you know has Audible or has the book. So that's what we're here to get more information on. And if you're like me, I hadn't read the fucking comic book. I didn't know the fucking actual play-by-play of what happened in it. So this is more interesting to talk about for me. Be interesting for me to listen to. But getting back into it, to jump back over to the other one, there's a lot of interactions between Peter Parker and the people of his life, because he's the one who's like, there are a number of people that flip sides. In fact, I'm a little bit confused to why oh, never mind. That's not Hawkeye. That's the new Archer lady from the Hawkeye
That's
show.
Kate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kate Bishop. There we go. I saw a bow and I'm like, why is Hawkeye on the wrong side? Because he's the one that switches.
Yeah.
And then
In
I
the
realized I was just wrong bowman. It's a bow woman.
The bow lady.
The bow lady. A bow lass.
This is too
That's a
many bow
different type
people.
of weapon. Anyway, so Spider-Man is having major fucking problems with this because he's like, we just fucking killed somebody, and I don't know if I entirely agree with what we're fighting for in the first place. And so he ends up going and taking Aunt May to Mary Jane's, who he's not currently dating, and like has barely talked to him since they broke up. And he just shows up at her house and goes, hey, take my aunt somewhere. And she rightly is like, fucking damn you, Peter. Fucking showing up and telling me to uproot my life for your fucking mistakes. And he's just like, but please?
Look at Grandma.
I'm
Would you
sorry.
want anything happen to her pretty little head?
Then
No.
he at one point tries to kiss Mary Jane, and I'm like, dude, read the fucking room.
No.
Like, I was cringing listening to this because I'm like, not only are you just incorrect, but you're cringe.
That's right. This is the people's hero. This is their favorite superhero.
This is the people.
Well, that's because of the fact that they can relate to the cringe, I assume.
Oh yeah, we've made many a mistake before. I'm not
Y'all
gonna...
here relating to cringe.
Oh yeah, I've been the cringe. No shame.
You've been the cringe?
I've been the cringe.
No.
Oh yeah. Not as shameless, but I've been the cringe.
So this doesn't happen in the core of the comic books, but I do believe it is a part of Spider-Man's tie-in. Again, I haven't read all the tie-ins. I probably should have for this event. It's a lot of comics that I have to find.
Yeah, I was looking through the list. It was like over 60 comics.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's why I stuck with the novelization.
There's a big difference between the comic and the novel. Tigra, she still plays her one big part, but she's not that crucial in it. Unlike this Tigra that poor Kaiser has to deal with.
We'll get into that in a minute. The other group that gets a big focus in this section, and I might be doing these slightly out of order, but they all happen in the same general area, is, so obviously, Sue's not sticking around. She's joining the resistance because she's like, I can't agree with the Accords and what Reed and Tony have done. It's all wrong. And so she, like, does this whole handwritten letter to give to Reed, where she's like, also, take care of the kids. I'm leaving you with both of them. And, like, she goes into this whole, like, diatribe being, like, pretty damn fucking chastising to Reed for a whole lot of things that, like, aren't the things she should be chastising him for, considering the things that he's done. And, like, really, she shouldn't be in this relationship just overall. But then
No,
she
loves her
ends the
husband.
letter by talking about how great the sex was they had yesterday. And that ruined the scene for me. Like, saying, like, yeah, all right, you're in distress. This all makes a whole lot of sense. It's kind of fucked up that you're leaving the kids with the guy. You're also, like, going, there's blood on our hands because you made a clone Thor. Also, take care of the kids. Also, the sex was good. And it's like, why the fuck is that here? What
I
the
don't
fuck?
think that was in the comic, so that's a writer's
Well,
choice.
blame Stuart. While this is going on,
The Goblin.
Ben Grimm shows up and he's like, I'm going to France. And I'm like, Ben, you are immediately my favorite character of this book. Thank you. Reasonable. Go to France. Enjoy your fucking coffee. Relax. Find a nice little Parisian diner. Enjoy yourself.
And treat yourself. That's right.
Spoiler alert, I don't even think he ever actually leaves the country.
He actually leaves.
He comes back real fucking quick.
Mm-hmm.
But before Iron Man can, I completely forgot that this happened, a little bit out of order. Before he actually does the whole thing with Aunt May, he actually gets to go to Zone 42, which, if you can see in the background of the bottom picture, see a big old 42. It's a portal to the negative dimension.
Close.
The inverse dimension?
Almost. You were closer the first time.
The negative zone?
There you are.
The stupidly named negative zone, where your entire body feels like it's inside out, where they made a weird hypnotism prison. Where, like, I'll be 100% honest, the description of the inside of this prison, I was kind of sitting there like, yo, what crime do I have to commit? Is there a fucking big old couch, a chair, a different chair with a VR simulator or flat screen TV, a kitchen?
Want
I'm
to know
like,
what
what?
crime?
I was like,
Wait,
what the fuck?
You want to know what crime you gotta commit?
What?
Go save a life.
Oh no!
Go save somebody.
Looks like I'm gonna go stop a mugging without being registered.
Looks like we gotta put you in the prison 42. Homeless man.
Oh no!
Staying here forever.
Like, seriously, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I was sitting here like Peter was, like, aghast at what he was saying. I'm like, Peter, what the fuck? Do you not know what prison is?
No.
Do you not know what this is supposed to look like?
No.
Nope. This ain't it.
He hasn't waltzed into the prison to beat up Kingpin yet, so he's still very ignorant of how the world works.
Like, I'm serious. I was listening to the description of this prison like, damn. Pretty nice, though.
It's kind of nice.
Kind of low-key vacation house going on here in a different dimension. And yet, Spider-Man is just aghast by it. Like, how could we do this? They're our friends. And it's like, yeah, that's why they got a fucking flat-screen TV. Got a fucking desk with a monitor built into it. Like, fuck. The amount of work I could get done if I got thrown in this prison.
Meanwhile, when the movie Resistance gets arrested, oh,
yeah, we could actually just do this scene now. That way we don't have to do it later.
Yeah, just go to the raft.
The raft. These fucking, like, they have these fucking Spartan-esque, just single room, the bullshit bed, the toilet is visible from all angles. They're in a circular room, so if I want to take a shit, I gotta warn everybody, like, look away. Plug your nose.
Fun fact. Not so fun fact. The raft still exists in Marvel Comics. That is a place they can take you.
Not today. I had escaped. Like, we're sitting into prison 42, prison 42, prison 42. The raft. Nah, dog.
I'm gonna just Nitro.
What? Anyway, but yeah, then the whole fucking thing with Aunt May, they pop back over to the Resistance. They're doing a couple of things. I'm pretty sure. No, that's later on.
At this moment, this is when the switching sides happen, where people's like, "I'm done. We're bad guys,"
No, you're a bad guy.
and Cap's like, "Oh, fine, let them go. They just don't want to fight for their freedom." Also, we need to move anyway.
They're going to Harlem.
And I'm just sitting there like, come on, Cap. Fucking shit. Over here talking about freedom and shit. Fucking, you still want black people to sit on the back of the bus, don't you?
They're free to choose to sit in the back of the bus.
Cat.
I'm also free to choose to kill Captain America. Anyways, so yeah,
Free to
and
try.
other people on the other side are also switching sides. Some people quit. This is where Hellcat quit.
Yeah.
She was not happy.
Yeah, this is where a number of people just go, I'm retired now, I'm done with this. And again, very viable solution. Get back into society, it's fine.
Yeah, just retire. Or, you know, take the job.
Or take the job. From what I hear, the pay is really fucking nice.
Instead, I just want to fight crime the way I want to. Fuck property damage. Like, how much property damage the Secret Avengers costs, and no one said anything about it? Oh, someone else will pay for it. Who? Me? My taxpayer dollars?
Yo, there isn't crime fighter insurance.
There should be.
There definitely should be someone to make a fucking fortune.
I think Lex Luthor did that.
It would make sense, especially with the way the fucking Zack Snyder movies went.
And the fact that he fucking. And the fact that it's the one mostly doing a lot of the damage.
Yeah.
You know,
He can contain it to the parts of the town where it's like, all right, I know where the people who have my insurance are. So I'm gonna throw Superman this way.
the way away from them, because he doesn't want to actually pay for that insurance.
So he keeps all the badness away from those people, so they can keep paying. And then sometimes he lets it happen. Sure, I have to pay them money. I'm Lex Luthor. I'm rich because now their rates go up. Maybe they shouldn't be in a Superman zone.
It shouldn't be in the Superman zone. But yes. Moving back into it. There are a couple of things that end up happening. The big one is after the whole freedom, people leaving, people retiring, is that Sue Storm and Johnny Storm start to make their way away and to join the Resistance.
Just to say real quick, this is all book exclusive. This does not happen in the comic.
Oh. That's
I can
interesting.
explain I can explain the comic afterwards.
Okay. So, Sue and Johnny, they're going through the streets, and then all of a sudden, they go into an alleyway. They hear someone scream for help. And so, obviously, they must do something. And so, Sue turns them both invisible. They go into this little warehouse where they find a businessman, an innocent businessman, strung up. And who's there but the Punisher?
Oh,
And the Punisher starts asking the guy some questions. Some of he doesn't quite understand what's going on. And then he gets to the real questions. Lo and behold, this innocent businessman is a banker. This banker, essentially allowed people to foreclose on a home, which then caused the family to start to sell drugs to, make a living, who then hired a bodyguard, who then hired a different bodyguard, who then got on drugs and killed an innocent person, who then hired him, the Punisher. And he's just, the businessman's like, wait, you blame me for all that? Fucking kill them, kill the drug dealers, why are you coming after me? And he's just like, because I like to start at the top. And then Johnny tries to throw heads with the Punisher, He loses.
As one should.
Comes forward entirely on fire and just because his ass kicked.
Flame resistance boots, baby.
Yeah. And Sue goes, hey, wait a minute. Let's not fight each other. And he's just like, okay. But then S.H.I.E.L.D. shows up. And so Sue and... I found this incredibly funny. Sue and Johnny turned back invisible. And in order to escape, the Punisher picks up 2 machine guns and just starts spinning and shooting the floor to make a dust cloud and escapes in it.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear you mention the shield agent showed up.
Oh, that's it.
Okay, yeah.
I said S.H.I.E.L.D. shows up.
Yep.
I don't even think he kills the businessman. I think that guy gets away.
I think he kills them.
He might. I don't remember. The businessman doesn't matter, nor does really that entire scene. It was just a fun one that happened.
Yes. So in the comic books, literally what is it? Book 5 is when they escape, and it literally just opens up with shield agents already chasing them, and Johnny just not really setting them ablaze, but he's like has a lot of fire. They can't really stop him, and then Sue and him go invisible. They don't even meet Frank at that point. The reason why the Punisher does show up is because he has been stalking the Secret Avengers, helping them from the shadows the whole time.
What a
Because
nice guy. It'd be a shame if anything happened to him.
yeah, because as people sometimes don't like to believe, Frank Castle is all prep time, constantly. Literally, these people did not know. These are some of the greatest superheroes out here. This Ningen is just stalking them. He has no powers. Yeah, he is stalking some of the greatest martial. Fucking Daredevil is here. Actively, I can hear your heartbeat from across the room. Daredevil's here. Does not know Frank Castle is actively stalking them. Making sure, no one gets the drop on him. He keeps the shield agents away. He helping. That's what he's been doing. That's how he knew Spider-Man was in danger.
Speaking of Spider-Man being in danger, let's jump to that. So Spider-Man decides he needs to talk with Tony. And he tells Tony, yeah, I'm done with the Avengers. We killed Bill Foster. I can't stay on this team anymore. And Tony goes, oh, you're a big man now. You want to fucking leave me after everything I've done for you? You gonna go join the fucking Resistance? And for some reason, Peter's like, maybe I will. And it's like, why would you admit that? Lie. Why tell the man who's specifically the attack dog of the fucking Superhuman Registration Act, yeah, I'm gonna fucking go commit crime by being a hero without your fucking rules, but also he's a legal hero. I don't think he has to actually be a part of the fucking superhero gang squad in order to be legal. Even though that would be something that I could honestly assume at this point, with the fact that Spider-Man gets the Captain America treatment, where he's like, I don't want to fight superheroes anymore. Then pay with your blood.
Because we know we can't trust that man to actively just not.
He's a loner. Maybe he'll go be alone again.
Nope.
It's literally what he does, though.
Nope. He will get involved. No. The
It's
idea,
what he does at the end.
No, here's the thing. The idea that Spider-Man is a loner is the biggest lie. As he literally probably has the record for being a part of the most superhero teams.
Oh yeah.
But he does it alone.
But he does it alone.
Yeah, even like he literally has his own superhero team called Spider Friends.
They're not his friends. They're
They
friends
are
with each
his
other.
friends. Oh, they're his friends.
No.
Actively. All of them.
Loner Man.
Shit, you mean
Loner
team up
Man.
this motherfucking
Loner
have?
Man does whatever a loner can.
He is not a loner.
But Maurice, my limited knowledge says he is.
Well, you need more knowledge.
Start adding some wrinkles to that brain of yours, smooth brain.
Oh shit.
Anyway, yeah, so it's not just words that are thrown around. They get into a tussle, and the tussle initially lasts for like a quarter of a second because Tony just goes command word, and the suit locks up because he's in the Iron Spider
Yeah.
suit.
Well, remember he did get. Tony. I don't want to use the word provoked Peter into attacking him, but he brought up Aunt May and Mary Jane. And you know how this man gets when you bring up his family. He might have punched Tony through a wall.
Did he punch Tony through a wall already?
Yeah, that's how the fight starts.
Oh.
Because he hit Tony for bringing up Aunt May and Mary Jane.
Hmm.
Like he didn't even threaten him. He just like, what about Aunt May? What about Mary Jane? Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Not your
Facts.
wife.
Well,
You're single, Petey.
yeah, Pete, you should have went to the altar instead. You wanted to be Spider-Man. This is how much Spider-Man can't stay out of shit. He can't even go to his own fucking wedding.
Yeah. But, getting into it. So, Peter punches Tony. Tony goes, haha, command word. Now you can't move. And Peter just goes, whatever a spider can. And Tony's like, huh? And then the suit unlocks. And he goes, haha, you didn't think that I wouldn't know that you would put a lock on the suit. That would be stupid of you not to put a lock on the suit. So I found the lock, and I added in a passcode to unlock the lock.
Yeah. Also, once again, did not happen in the comics.
You know what would have been really funny? If he had gotten up and Tony had just immediately said the password again, so that it locked up and he fell over, and he had to say the password again. He was like, I can do this literally forever. I'm still locking you up and you can't get out of here. No. No, because he unlocked it once. Now it's not locked. And so they fight. And it's relatively back and forth. It kind of gets to the point that Spider-Man's like, haha, now I'll escape. And then he gets over towards the door, and all of a sudden, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are there. And they just start shooting Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, real guns and everything.
Oh no.
And
I mean, BBs ain't gonna stop him.
you don't know that. Stopped all the
guess what?
spiders, I know.
It ain't gonna stop this man.
But yeah, eventually it gets to the point that, like, a couple of shots are even, like, punching through the Iron Spider suit. I guess the Spidey sense isn't good enough to dodge bullets in this universe. Maybe it's just inconsistent as it always is.
I was about to say, this is the main universe, too.
Yeah, Spider Sense is an extremely inconsistent power, but we don't need to get into that.
Oh, indeed.
And so he very panically starts to run away, and Tony's like, yo, fucking stop shooting him. He's a kid. He's just a boy.
You shouldn't have done that. He's just a boy.
So Spider-Man gets away, climbs down the building, ends up getting to the sewers. Iron Man is like, I should follow him. And Maria Hill is like, hold up. No. What do you mean no? I mean, he broke your fucking knee, Tony. He's like, no, he didn't. And then he, like, tries to move and he almost falls over. So, like, all right, my knee's broken. And she's like, don't worry. We're sending in the Thunderbolts. Maurice, would you like to explain the Thunderbolts?
So Maria Hill and kind of Tony Stark decided the best way to have a superhero team, and if you really want like the full backstory, the Thunderbolts is a superhero team comprised of villains pretending to be heroes, made by, just to bring them back into this, Baron Zemo. We found out they're actually just villains disguised as heroes. So they broke up. But guess what? They said, hey, why don't we just keep the name? And they've been reusing the Thunderbolts for the villain team from now and again. Until this version that Maria Hill made up, where a lot of the villains have shock collars on, so they're practically Suicide Squad members.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if the Thunderbolts were like the Suicide Squad of Marvel.
They're not, but they are. Like, the Suicide Squad are made to fucking die. The Thunderbolts is actually supposed to be a team of heroes trying to to just better themselves. Except for this one, where they're actually just criminals pretending to playing as good guys. I don't even want to say pretending. No, they're like, look, they gave me a badge. That makes me the good guy, Spider-Man. Fuck you, bitch, fuck you. I'm the hero now, you pussy. And
Basically, line for line.
yeah, because they send. I don't know what the fuck Maria Hill's thought process was at sending Jack o' Lantern and Jester
Yep.
when you have Taskmaster, Venom.
Taskmaster would have been the best choice.
Fucking a
Agent
hurt
Venom?
Spider-Man versus no. This is Scorpion Venom. This is Matt
Oh,
Gardner's Venom,
no.
the fucking giant buff brain eating one.
Oh. Didn't know about that part.
Yeah.
Didn't know about the brain eating.
Shit, Radioactive Man. Fucking what's his name? Absorption Man. Moonstone. That's just a literal ripoff of Miss Marvel. You could have sent anyone else, but you send the Jester and Jack o' Lantern. Literally the D-rate Green Goblin and a fake ass clown.
Every time.
Every time. This is Maria Hill at her finest, everyone. Like
Yeah.
I feel like she sent them all out, but you can't tell me these two are the ones who found Spider-Man when you have Taskmaster on your team. So in my eyes, she sent out those two.
And then they do, in fact, catch up to Spider-Man. And the one named Jack-o'-lantern, I think that was his name, throws a bomb. And it explodes. And it's got hallucinogens. And Spider-Man is already injured. And so he's out. He's losing blood. He's hallucinating now. There was a bomb that went off. And they're like, let's beat the shit out of the unconscious Spider-Man. And they do, in fact, start to beat the shit out of it. And Maria's like, hey, stop it. And they're like, oh, come on. You a little bit more? And she's like, no. Stop it. Sending a group of agents to collective. They're like, ah, fuck. And so they're sitting there. They're waiting. And as they're waiting, all of a sudden, in the novelization audiobook, there's just a single gunshot. And Jack-o'-lantern's head explodes. And it's just like, oh! Hello! And the one named Jester starts like spinning around, just like, who's there? Come out into the light! And then there's a couple more gunshots, and that one collapses. They're like, what the fuck? And then the chapter ends with a black boot came into it's the Punisher.
Yeah, it pretty much happened the same way. It's one panel, Jack-o'-lantern's head, his flaming pumpkin head, explodes and Jester's looking, and then the next frame is literally the bullet going through Jester's head. And then the next frame is shielded, just like, what the fuck just happened?
Yo, what the fuck? But yeah, they're dead. Dead, done, dusted, and then Spider-Man. And then the next chapter opens up with the Resistance HQ. And fucking Punisher kicks open the door. He goes, I need a medic, and he's carrying Spider-Man.
And poor Spider-Man, under the hallucinogenics, is freaked out at the Punisher. Like, once again, oh, who could this person be? Who else do I know who wears white boots and a black outfit? It could be anyone.
In the book, we don't see him freaking out.
No. Hallucinogenics.
Hooray!
Or
But yeah, so with them there, with Sue and Johnny there, they start to devise their plan. They need to find out more about this Area 42 and to release their friends. Because, like, even Daredevil is in the prison. Poor Daredevil.
He's fine. He
Yeah,
doesn't know where he is.
He's legitimately the only person that can walk around the prison without the special goggles on, because he can't fucking see.
Disorientation.
Hard to be fucking hypnotized when you can't see. Anyway, yeah, so like we need to break into the Baxter building to find out more information about this Area 42. And also about the security system so we can actually get in there. And they're like, Sue, can you get in there? No? He's definitely changed the passwords. And Punisher's like, I can do it. And they're like, what? Yeah. Easy.
Well, Well, you're missing the part where Punisher brings Spider-Man back and everyone freaks out. And they're like, that's the Punisher. That's Frank Castle. We can't let him join." And
Wait,
he's like, I mean, you could.
did we
You're gonna
skip the
need
part
someone with
where
Black Ops experience to break into the Baxter building.
What was your question?
did we skip the part where Cap starts trying to recruit bad guys too, and then
After,
Punisher comes in?
No,
after,
that's later.
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
It's very quick, but it's not yet.
But yeah, so Punisher brings Spider-Man there, and they heal him up, and then they have a short discussion of, do we let this active lunatic join our team?
It's very deadly.
I mean, as
active
effective
lunatic.
as the Punisher is, he is a psycho. He is a fucking lunatic.
He's my kind of psycho.
And they agree because of the points that he made. Because once again, people disbelieve Frank Castle's the guy with a gun. He can break into the Baxter building. He constantly breaks in the Stark Tower because Tony has a lot of weapons. Like, if you ever seen Frank Castle's arsenal, he has pin particles, web shooters, goblin glider. He has things from everyone. And like, normal humans can't use a web shooter. It will rip your arm off. Frank can.
Frank can. But yeah, so they end up having him go to the Baxter building, and he does in fact break in, even though apparently they change the style of the security system every week. And this week is the human immune system.
Actually happened.
Yeah.
That's straight up in the comics. So did the Daredevil moment you was talking about, the Judas thing.
Yeah. But he does break in, he gets to the computers, and he starts to hack in. And while he's hacking, everyone else who was in the control room is just like, alright, I'm bored, I'm leaving. Except for one character who stays to hang out with Cap, Tigra.
Yes, yes.
And I'm wondering if I want to go into this diatribe now or later.
Okay, I'm just going to say it right now. Does not happen in the comics.
Yeah, but this is more of a diatribe in general because I have a couple of more points that I'm going to touch on.
I say
Yes.
go for it.
All right. Comics, I'm going to be honest. From what I've seen, from what's been described, the little extra things, and definitely from this book, don't know how to treat women. And it bugs the shit out of me.
Facts.
Because the main thing that happens with Tigra in this scene, and what happens with Tigra in every scene where she is described, she is either flirting or throwing herself at someone. And in this situation, it's Cap. And it's just like, do you have other emotions?
No, I'm a
Because
cat.
you've shown two things. You have shown a high sex drive and a high desire to keep the Avengers as a thing. And it seems like you're trying to combine the two in order to keep the Avengers together in a very weird way. And
Listen.
Sue, with her letter, where she feels the need to add on to the end, by the way, sex was great. And then apparently in the comics, after Goliath is fucking murdered, they're just like, but what about some dagger butt? No, oh wait, sorry, we're sad. We're sad right now. But that dagger butt.
Oh, that was just me pointing it out. She wasn't the only ones whose outfit was torn to pieces.
How many of the females had their posteriors out?
Just Dagger.
Alright, that's one too many.
Yeah, like Luke Cage's shirt was practically off. He was nothing but pecs.
That's also a problem. You give that man a shirt he could finally have and be comfortable wearing in the
There
day.
is no bulletproof shirt for the bulletproof man.
We have science. We have science.
Nope, he can't
In the-
afford it.
Now,
In the
before
we
we
have-
continue on to
what
that,
we call
I'm
science
not
act.
done yet.
Oh no.
Like, obviously, we don't need to talk about the way that the female characters are drawn. We all know that a lot of that gets ridiculous. But
I
that's
mean,
done on both
yeah.
sides of the fence.
Yeah, like
Comic books are just trying to make people feel bad about their bodies sometimes.
all the time.
Fucking just Venom walking out here like some kind of combination of the world's strongest man and a fucking Mr. Olympia. It's like, fuck off.
Like, look at these people.
That's not naturally attainable.
They
But
are jacked.
then, and we can just skip forward a little bit. Cap sends Sue Storm to go talk to Prince Namor in Atlantis. And straight up, I am 100% certain that Comic Steve was expecting Sue to sleep with Namor in order to make sure they got the troops.
I am going to say no,
Why did he send Sue then?
because Namor only will. Okay, to make this as fair as possible, Namor does not fuck with most of these people.
But he fucks with Sue.
He wants to fuck Sue.
Has he not already?
No, he has.
He's tried.
I think he has, because I think that she even, like, says that she has done that with him before.
No, they were tempted to. Like, look, Sue, for some reason, is so desirable to so many monarchs. It's
Doctor
crazy. Like, look, sure, some art I can understand. Her ass is fat as shit for a white woman. No, like, if you look at it, the men who wants to have sex with Sue, always mostly shirtless, are Doctor Doom.
Yep.
Or Dr. Doom.
And she's just drawn with the posterior of like a R&B woman who's not singing on it.
Blonde Megan Thee Stallion.
Like, it is ridiculous half the time. And Namor has been trying to get with Sue since the first time they seen each other. And he's like, how the fuck does Richards keep this woman? What does he have that me, Imperious Rex Namor, do not have? I can fly. I am a king.
I can
I
swim.
can fight. I am attentive. I can swim. He's stretchy.
That's a really important factor.
It's not even because they barely, barely do. I know we often joke about
there.
I know we not just between the four of us, but the general internet. We sometimes joke about Mr. Fantastic, Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy, and various other stretching characters. Technically, Miss Marvel in the comics, but less so because we usually make this joke for men that can stretch. They ironically are the least likely of people to actually do the thing we keep joking that super stretching allows us to do. In Luffy's case, is because more likely than not he's asexual. In Richard's case, it's just because he's just the worst abusive husband.
Yeah.
The worst type of neglect, man.
He
I'm just...
loves his work.
The main villain of the entire story is Hill. Because, of course, you had to have a crazy woman to be the main villain. And it's just...
To be fair, that's just always been Hill.
It's just...
No.
At every turn, in, like, so many of the scenes, there was just some outlandish, like, neckbeard basement dweller idea of how women would act or talk that just grossed me out the entire time.
Welcome to the 2000s run of comics.
Yeah, I know, and that's one of the reasons why I don't read comics, because there's always just that, and I'm just like,
yeah.
why?
Like, there's a ton of sex in comics, especially Marvel.
Why?
Because they're supposed to be human characters.
Yeah, in Marvel, you live long enough to see you bang your worst enemy.
But all of the people who are banging in this are, like, terrible.
Yeah.
Like, the only people we have confirmed bang in this is Sue and Reed is a terrible husband.
Oh no, Maria Hill has sex with Tony.
I know they mentioned that, but I don't think that happened during the story.
No, not during the story. I mean, Tony
The Reed and Sue stuff happened during the story.
Wait,
Yeah.
didn't Maria Hill bang Steve Rogers too?
At one point in time.
Jesus.
Jesus indeed.
All
Like,
fucking the villain.
Tony also has sex with She-Hulk.
Yeah. this particular
It
facet
makes sense though.
of the promiscuous and frivolative nature of the superhero community is probably why I'm going to really enjoy The Boys' next episode this Friday. Because apparently it's all centered around a very probably disgusting framed orgasm orgy that they're going to host. A Herogasm, I believe it's called.
Oh, they're actually doing Herogasm?
Yeah, and
I
it's
thought they were just
probably going to be fucking hilarious. It's absolutely disgusting.
I was about to say that kind of just sounds disgusting to me, but I don't have any context and I don't want it.
It's an orgy.
Yes. I assume there's more. I don't want to know the more part.
All right, who's
This
out
is
here
one
posting-
O&E again, Maurice.
Why are you out here posting that Susan ass?
I did it for Kaiser.
I'm
And
a
then
little
there's
busy right now.
Just a simple Venom one.
I'm not. Let me check this
I
out.
just felt
I'm
the
not
Venom one
busy at
funny.
all. And
Like, have
It's-
you seen some of these Spider-Man poses? This motherfucker needs to stop.
And
Yeah,
I tried to
but no,
find
I can't-
mostly official art.
I want to get back into it. I can't. I cannot shake the feeling that Cap was trying to wingman his buddy Namor.
No,
Pretty sure Namor hates that.
Here's the thing. This is not something Cap would do. I think he would have believed
Are you
that.
sure that comic Cap wouldn't do
Yes.
this?
That sounds
Actually,
like
yes,
something
I
comic
am.
Tony would do.
Yes, that does sound like something comic book. Or like advised to do. Like, hey, why don't you just...
Because from everything that I got from listening to this, the main thing I got from this Tony is he'd do fucking anything to win.
But I, like Steve wouldn't. Like he knows Sue would not cheat.
They're on a break.
She would not.
They're the first family in
It's
comics.
because it's Namor.
I don't know when Namor still shows up at the end. The thought that comes to her head is at least there's one man in my life I can always count on.
Dr. Doom. And I said that when I heard it.
Yes.
Literally anybody but Reed.
Yep.
Ben Grimm.
Yep. See, Ben.
Johnny.
So here's
No, Johnny's a disappointment.
here's the
Johnny
thing.
lost a fight to a guy with a bottle at the beginning of the book.
Sue and Grimm, they get along just well, but Sue knows that Grimm is Reed's best friend, not hers.
Yes.
And she, while it's not exactly the case, because Grimm is a very moral man, she believes that he'll take up the bro code before the hoe code.
Well, guess
transfer.
what? He's on the side of the resistance in the final fight.
That's right.
That's
Because
right.
Grimm, again, is my guy.
Benjamin Grimacin.
I'm
That's
just.
right.
It makes me sad.
It makes me sad.
That some people can't write
That's the
women.
tagline. That's the tagline for this.
I'm gonna put this in a way that is mostly for the YouTube recording and for future reference. I am a man who has 4 sisters. When my mother and father were together, my father was an Air Force pilot, which means he was gone 3 weeks out of every month. And most of that 1 week that he was home, he still had to go to base for about 12 hours a day. So I was definitely raised by my mother. 3 of those sisters are younger than me. One of those sisters is older than me. I've grown up around very strong, independent women. And so when I see female characters, I do enjoy seeing strong female characters. And there is nothing that aggravates and upsets me more than a character that is supposed to be female but is actually just a robot.
Yeah.
Like a character who, when they come into a story, they have a plot motivation, but then the second they meet male character, it dies in order to do whatever male character was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I don't know anything about Dagger other than the fact that she throws daggers and is dating Cloak.
I mean, you don't know anything about Chloe either.
I know, and that's sad. It's another reason why this
Literally,
book
he's.
need to be expanded upon. But
Well, I
like
mean,
the
even in the
fact that I'm
comics, they're
sitting
just
here
used
and
as
I'm
taxis.
yeah, but the fact that I can sit here and honestly come to the conclusion that the main character, a good character, is someone who is supposed to be the person I'm rooting for in some way or another. The fact that I cannot sit here and with complete just confidence say that he did not intentionally send a female person of his crew to sleep with someone to earn their support disgusts me.
Yes, but once again, it's a big old context thing of understanding Namor as a character. Because you don't know shit about Namor from this book, besides he wants to have sex with Sue Richards.
Yeah.
Namor does not like surface dwellers that often.
No, he don't fuck with nobody.
He
In
only
fact,
fucks with Sue Richards and some members of the Fantastic Four and a few mutants.
And Cap.
He does not fuck with
no,
Captain
he
America.
does not like Captain America.
Not after that Invader shit.
But
Him and
they
Cap are not
actively refer
friends.
to each other as friends.
Old friends because of that Invader shit. But after a while, he does not fuck with Captain America. Shit. Because of the Illuminati sending Hulk into space, he does not fuck with the Illuminati. A group that he's actively a member of.
What?
He's a part of the Illuminati, but they sent his friend Hulk into space. So he does not fuck with the Illuminati at the moment.
Yeah, Namor, he switches sides a lot. Who it does it his he has a flow chart. Does it benefit Atlantis ends at most of those points?
Mm-hmm. Like recently, he went to Krakoa and he made fun of everyone there because they thought they were playing ruler. I'm like, don't
Yeah.
you fuck with some of these mutants? Nope, he does not fuck with any of these mutants at the moment. You were just on their side 2 weeks ago when you had the Phoenix Force in you. I don't fuck with these mutants.
Yeah, it killed me when he straight up called Xavier boy.
The only person he will constantly fuck with is Susan Storm.
That is it.
Like, he can be mad at Susan. She can still come over for dinner.
Yeah.
That was another one that bugged me. Captain Marvel.
Yep.
I'm not a fan of Captain Marvel.
They have never known how to write Captain Marvel.
The fact that the most common thing about Captain Marvel was the fact that she would say something and another character would look up at her, check her out, and then be like, she's so elegant. And then they just move on with the scene. It's just like, what the fuck?
Is it Captain Marvel or Miss Marvel?
I don't know.
No, I'm
It's
just
Carol
double
Danvers.
checking. No,
I don't-
because
yeah,
the
it's
difference
Captain.
is because there's a difference. If it's
Yeah.
Captain Marvel, she's wearing pants.
Yeah. If it's the
Miss Marvel, she's in a whole leotard.
Yeah, I believe the leotard suit is superior to the pantsuit, and it's mostly design wise.
I really like the pantsuit.
If they gave the
I'm pretty
pantsuit
sure
the same
I'm
color
pretty sure
scheme, I would
even-
like it better.
I'm pretty sure even when she was wearing the didn't she have the Captain moniker even when she was wearing the leotard right at the
No.
beginning?
No, once she became
She was
once
Miss Marvel.
once she fully took over the Captain Marvel thing, she got pants and a helmet.
Okay. Then she's been Captain Marvel in Civil War. Because she's been Captain Marvel much longer than she's been Miss Marvel now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find one with her in it, but I don't know what I'm looking for.
Here I got this.
What type of mask did she wear as Miss Marvel?
She just had a domino mask.
Yeah, she had one of those masks that only cover like your eyes.
I think that it might be Ms. Marvel then, because I think that she is the person in the front right of the bottom image.
Where are we? Yep, not there. But yeah, because I don't remember if
There she is
Marvel
right
is still alive or not during this. He's not here.
Is that her in the front right?
there. Yeah, front right at the bottom. Yeah.
I don't know if he died of space cancer or not yet. Yeah, that's Miss Marvel.
Alright, so it's Ms. Marvel. Still, literally, everyone's just like, oh my god, so elegant. And just fucking staring at her. It's just like, alright, let's talk to our friend with words now.
Nobody likes Miss Marvel.
Listen, I'll
Like,
remind you, I was happy when I heard her arm was in a sling. I'm not a part of that group. But she's
Like-
still a fucking person. Talk to
No, I
her.
understand that, but Marvel has never understood how to write her to the point where, what was it, House of M, where everybody had their wishes come true. Hers was to be the most famous superhero because she's just been irrelevant forever.
I don't think they would write any fucking female character. The only character that had consistent lines was fucking Tigra. And
And
half
that's
her
for
shit
the book.
was horny. I love the Avengers. Horny. I'm the traitor. I love the Avengers. And then it was over.
Yeah, and that's just for the book. Tigra does not get that much in the comic.
Didn't you say
Yeah,
she had a
whoever-
big thing?
She's still the traitor. She just does not do
Anything.
much.
Yeah, and to get into that, by the way, sure, she was the most obvious fucking traitor I've ever fucking read. Like, again, it was to the point that it was so obvious that I'm like, it can't be her. They wouldn't make it this fucking simple. And then it was. I was just like, oh.
They hurt you, Kaiser, in
They
ways you
did.
didn't know they could.
Like, so we're not trying to be new and original, I guess.
No, she is the traitor. But he changed so much, I don't see why he just didn't.
It's whatever. So yeah, she goes.
Jesus Christ.
But yeah, to move on from that, I already touched mostly on the whole.
Be ashamed of who you are.
So, anyway,
Anyways.
I already talked a little bit about the whole Namor thing. She goes down to Atlantis. Some of them are like, kill the human, and Namor's like, no, wait. You don't have to kill this human. He takes her to his bedchamber and is like, I'll provide support if you. And then he pulls back the covers and basically does the whole bed pat. She slaps him, and he's like, you slap? How can you slap? And then he goes, no. And she leaves. And that's the whole thing. Spoiler alert, Namor still shows up at the end.
Yeah. Kind of happened in the comics. They didn't do the whole kill the human or anything like that. She just went right, like, we just go right to the storm room because it's Sue. Namor's letting her in.
Yeah.
I don't go to the throne. They go straight to his fucking bedchamber.
And they have a conversation at his throne. Ugly as shit, by the way. Bad throne, 2 out of 10.
Bad throne, 2 out of 10.
Look, I'm playing some Dragon Age Inquisitions. I could pick a throne. I know how it feels now. This man got no taste. Bad
And
throne, 2 out of 10.
with that, we get to honestly what I would probably describe as my least favorite scene. We've got the Resistance back at their headquarters. They're kind of making the plan. They're getting a whole head count thing going. Sorry, I just popped a couple of Skittles.
You fiend.
And there are a couple of reformed villains there. They're fine. And then one of them goes, hey, I got 2 friends that wanted to join in. And so these 2 active villains come into the room. And they're like, hey, Cap. And they're basically like, yeah, this act is making doing villainy things a lot more difficult. So, we're on your side. We want to make things easier again for us to do crime like we do. Because we're criminals. Actively. We'll kill anybody you say, Captain America. And, like, 99% of the room don't even bat an eye at this. Like, unironically, nobody is like, oh, the villains want this not to go through? I thought we were the good guys trying to stop the villains. But on the plus side, none of them have to worry about it. Because the Punisher just straight up shoots them.
Mhm.
These two guys are just in the
Like,
room. He just picks up a submachine gun, shoots him dead, and then goes back to cleaning his gun. Like nothing happened.
Now,
And
here's the thing that's gonna wrinkle your brain thinking about. Now, did they not say anything because they knew the Punisher was gonna pop off, or did they
no,
not say anything because they were siding with the bad guys?
they were a little confused at first.
they
In
they
the
were not
comics.
expecting the gun.
Yeah. Like, so this is Diamondback, who's a reformed villain, who, got two of her friends. The people straight up says, you guys ain't the one you guys ain't the only ones scared. We're heading for a police state, Captain. The super criminal community's more concerned about Stark's plans than anyone. We just came by to let you know we're here if you need us. Only fair if Iron Man got super villains on his side, right? So what do you say? And then they die. He just lets loose just two Uzis, and he looks at everyone. What?
And then Captain America leaps over the table and starts beating the absolute shit out of the Punisher.
Yep,
Like bloody
did
knuckles
happen.
beating the shit out of him.
Yep. There's actually a versus card, and I believe this one is let's see. I think it's actually called Brutal Beatdown.
Well, it's a brutal beatdown because Punisher isn't fighting back. Like literally, he goes fight back, and he's like, "Not you."
Mm-hmm.
So eventually, he stops, goes, "He's done. We're no longer working with the Punisher, but get him a medic."
Throw those guns in the incinerator and get them out of here.
I'd be upset if I was the Punisher. I'd be like grabbing a gun, just like, "No."
They're wondering, like, I wonder why he didn't fight back Cap. And he's like, are you kidding? Cap probably inspired this guy.
Yeah.
Like, and then Cap's like, no, Frank Castle's insane. And I'm like, you're normal?
You're literally like, let's go fight our friends, guys. The villains want us to win. That should be all the
Captain
motivation
America.
we need to do a good job.
Captain America actively fighting the government.
Yep. uh, whatever.
So yeah, that's when
And that
Punisher was
scene.
kicked out. Actually, after Civil War, after Cap loses his mask, Punisher takes the mask and he becomes Captain America for a little bit before Bucky fully takes over the mantle.
It's because Punisher's a Captain America fanboy.
He is like most soldiers in the Marvel universe. A lot of the generation's soldiers was inspired by the actual super soldier who punched Adolf Hitler.
And with that, the comic is set up for the final confrontation.
Wop, wop, wop.
And so we're just gonna bounce back over to the movie. We'll wrap up the movie, and then we'll come back over and we'll wrap up the comic.
We're gonna wrap the whole thing up.
So again, gonna go through this very quickly for the movie. Cap and Bucky get to the Siberian facility. Well, they don't. They're flying there. They're almost there. Tony goes to the fucking what's the prison called?
42.
No,
The raft. The raft.
raft.
I'm sorry.
So he gets to the raft and he's like, I'm gonna go try and talk to them. And he's like doing Tony things, being all suave and fucking backhandy. The whole Hank Pym said you could never trust a Stark. Who are you? Come on, man. That's Ant-Man. You know who that is. He was your conscience, remember? But he then walks up to Sam and he hacks out the microphone so they can't hear anything that's being said. And he goes, all right, come on, I got like 30 seconds. I understand. I was wrong. I need to help Cap out. Where is he? And Sam does tell him. He goes back and he's like, they didn't tell me anything. And he leaves, gets in the Iron Man suit, and he flies over to Siberia. Steve and Bucky reach Siberia. Oh, also, I almost forgot. Tony, all of a sudden, is being followed by a Wakandan airplane. It's T'Challa. Da, da, da. And so they get to Siberia almost at the same time. They meet up with each other. There's a bit of a tense standoff, but then they're all like, yeah, we're working on the same side. You were right. Sorry. Let's get this figured out. So they end up catching up to Baron Zemo, finally. Come to find out, the 5 super soldiers that were being stored in this facility all have bullets in their head, as Zemo is not a fan of super soldiers. Really, he's been here the entire time just to get the mission report for November 16th, 1991.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Which is the mission report from where Bucky killed Tony's parents.
Sad birthday.
Punched Howard Stark right in the face several times, bludgeoned him to death, and then strangled his mom. All of it caught on camera.
Snitching CCTV footage.
And you know, I'll be honest. While it makes me sad, I understand Tony's reaction. What I don't understand is Steve. Because Tony takes a step towards Bucky, fully fucking ready to start beating the shit out of him. And Steve stops him and he's like, Tony, no. And Tony turns to Steve and he asks him a very simple question. Did you know? And he says that he didn't know it was him. Bullshit, Rogers, did you know? Yes. How the fuck did Steve know?
And once again, I think they didn't explain it well because I took it kind of different from I didn't know it was him. Did you know? Yes. Like he knew that Tony always thought his parents died in an accident. Steve knew they were murdered.
Yes, but here's the thing. The first half of that answers that question.
Yeah.
Because he said, I didn't know it was him.
Right.
So he knew that he admits that he knew it was murder, not an accident.
Yep.
But with him saying the same question, don't bullshit me, Rogers, did you know, was him asking directly if he knew it was Bucky.
And
Which
I'm
the excuse that I've heard for this is that, well, he could infer because in Captain America and the Winter Soldier, there was that whole, like, little slideshow of all the things in December, the whole car crash of Howard Stark. And what was Miss Stark's name?
Sarah.
I thought it was Maria. I'm thinking of the wrong person.
It might be Maria.
Martha.
No, definitely not.
Sorry. Mr. and Mrs. Stark's car accident is one of the things that flashed up. Which means, yeah, he can infer that Hydra caused that.
But did they send their best assassin to do it?
I mean, it's entirely possible and even probable that they would.
Yeah.
They also could have just
Howard
fucking
and
hacked
Maria
the
Stark.
goddamn car's engine. But it's...
Don't think. Not back in that day.
I mean, you could. Set up to where when it gets to a certain speed, the engine malfunctions.
Oh, that type of... I'm sorry. When you say the word hack...
Yeah,
Yes.
I know. I'm just defending myself.
Yeah.
You were right to think the way that you did, but now I've made you look like the fool. Despite the fact that it's entirely because of my words.
Sabotage.
Saboteur!
it is you gotta
Ha!
got the bing bam boop ba ba boop bow.
Get fucking slipped. Anyway.
Cap, per his own admission, I also like to believe he just lied under pressure. He tells Iron Man that he knew, quote unquote, Bucky was the one that was the assailant.
So, like,
and combat starts.
Yeah, I'm so pissed at that answer. He didn't know.
He did not.
Like, he answered honestly. I didn't know it was him. Like, I mean, it was entirely possible that it was Bucky. Bucky's over a fucking 100 years old at this point, apparently.
Yep.
They both are.
I know, but Steve was frozen in ice the entire time. Bucky was frozen again and again and again and again just after missions. Who knows if they fucking woke him up to do that? How
Yeah.
could he fucking know?
Yep. Listen, Stark just wants to hear the answer. He wants to hear.
A better question, a better dialogue change probably would have been, so you did know. You didn't know, like, he didn't know it was, this one, but you knew Hydra killed my parents, bare minimum.
Yeah,
Yes.
that would have been a better line.
Combat starts.
Which is moderately unfortunate because there is actually a lot of really good dialogue in this movie. It's just that exchange right there for the climax.
Speaking of that, just real quick, what's everyone's favorite line in this movie?
In this movie, favorite line?
Yes.
Then why did you run?
Okay, that's a good one.
I didn't kill your dad. Then why did you run? Like, it's said with such confidence, and it's such a good point.
Then why did you run?
You're trying to kill me.
Okay, so mine is. So I asked you, is both protector and king. How long do you think you can keep your friend from me?
Well, that's two
Best
Black
line in the movie.
Panthers. Thomas, what you got?
It's so easy, dog. It's so easy to bring in anything T'Challa says in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have to talk about T'Challa after we go through the rest of this, because
I refuse to just latch onto my beautiful black man out of a sense of solidarity. I'm gonna really think about it. Give me a moment, please.
I mean, I can give a second.
I was
one
saying
that I
that
really
even
like.
before we watched the movie, so that was what made me really want to watch it. Just somebody had played a clip of that just out of context, and I was like, damn, that's my Black Panther.
That's my Black Panther right there.
Maurice, did you have one? Did you want me to give a second one?
No second one. It's just I have one. Mine's actually just wraps back around to the fight though. Cause my favorite line just sums up the whole. It just sums up Iron Man to me. I don't care. He killed my mom.
That is a good one.
Facts. Nah, facts. I'd have swung on him too. I'd have swung on both of them. Like, if you're going to protect them,
after what I
through
just
you
talked
to get
about,
to him.
you guys should not be surprised at all to say if someone fucking kills my mom, I'm gonna have to fucking
It's like, you can go to jail. I don't care. He killed my mom.
You can't kill me. You don't. You're a safety man. You don't break the law. I'm a fucking about to. I'm gonna say some mean words.
That was just one of my favorite things. That was the line that turned Tony into an antagonist that I sympathize with. I don't care. He killed my mom. Cause look, I use that line. Just like looking at him. I don't care. He killed Kate. Now I'm gonna kill him. It's just me in every video game. I don't care. I'm gonna get my revenge.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't care how many people have to die for my vengeance. I'll kill them all.
Get my way, it'll just be one more. Thomas?
There it is. When Zemo is speaking all of his schnitzel-style rada behind the blast door, and Steve gets close enough to see his to make eye contact. He's like, "Oh, your eyes have a little bit of green in it. That's so nice
hint
to
of
know.
Green and all that blue.
It's nice to know that even someone like you, Mr. Rogers, has a flaw." All right.
Wow.
Jeez, gonna point out my insecurities.
That's a compliment.
To be fair, I would just like to point out, I do like the fact from Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which should be Captain America and the White Wolf. Just say again, now on recording, you fucked up.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It just hasn't ended yet.
Now,
Falcon X in my head,
I would just like to say that I was perfectly fine with the whole Baron Zemo does not like super soldiers and hates super soldier serum because it corrupts everyone.
I don't know where he got that from or why.
I don't either. I think that it was a misinterpretation of what happened with the people in the God, why is my brain dying? With the super
'Cause
soldiers
it's
here,
almost
like people
midnight.
like, oh, he killed them. That must mean he hates super soldiers. It's like, no, he.
He doesn't want more of these people running around.
I don't even think he
Like,
cared about that. He came here to bring them there so that he could topple their empire. I don't
yeah.
think he ever actually cared about the super soldiers being here. He needed
Yeah,
something to draw them there.
He did have a specific beef against the Avengers themselves, but that included everyone, and like most of them are non-powered.
Yeah, but I don't mind that they added that, and I just liked the fact that when they were talking about it, how he's just like, listen, nobody who takes the serum can remain entirely pure. It's not something that a person can take and handle. And Sam goes, what about Steve? And he just goes, all right, Steve is the exception.
Which makes no sense because Bucky's right here and he's not under mind control and he's still a good dude.
I mean, he did also, a lot of murder.
Mind control.
I
That's
know.
not him.
He did kill a lot of people.
In the words of Sam,
So did
Zemo-
Steve.
Zemo's
But
out
they
of
were all
line.
Nazis. It's okay if it's
No, he
Nazis.
killed mind control shield agents.
They're basically Nazis.
Wow. Wow, Kaiser. Way to overgeneralize.
Listen, the shield agents in fucking the comic are really close to Nazis. I have fire incendiary missiles at a person. Anyway, so yeah, the combat starts. It's a lot of... Like, I actually really like this fight scene because of the fact that it's not actually a whole lot of fighting. It's a whole lot of running and attempting to stop Tony from killing the shit out of Bucky.
Which, before it was Panther, so more of the whole movie.
Kind of, yeah. But then obviously Tony shoots. Well, not obviously. Tony shoots the door, locks them all in. They get into a little tussle at the bottom where she's like, "All right, we have to fight to get the fuck out of here." And there are a couple of just really cool moments, like obviously the trailer shot of the two old men beating the shit out of Tony, just throwing the shield back and forth and shit. And the thing that I really, really enjoy about this fight is that it's not actually about them beating up Tony. Both Bucky and Steve are after the arc reactor. They're trying to immobilize Tony, not actually beat the shit out of him. The only reason why Cap ever starts to like throw at Tony's head when they're on the ground is to get him to raise his hand so he can land a strike on the arc reactor. Like, I've heard some people talk about it and be like, no, he wasn't trying to get to the arc reactor. He was gonna kill him, but then he saw the arc reactor and changed his mind. I'm like, I don't think he did.
No, that's...
I think that movie Steve has actively been just like, I need to get to the fucking arc reactor.
Whoever said this, it's just...
Yeah, they're kind of...
What?
They were kind of a Cap hater.
That's...
This was when I was in high school. This movie first came out.
That's just pure Cap. Just what? Oh, he was actually trying to kill him. What were you smoking? What copium?
Wait, no, this came out in 2016. Was I still in... No, I wasn't in high school anymore. What the fuck am I talking about?
I don't know. Like, what
I was
the
in
hell's wrong
college in
with you?
2016.
Fucking... What? Idiots.
Yeah. But, incorrect. The chest beam into Bucky's arm. It's not vibrating yet, so it's fine.
Hit him with that unibeam. Take that arm off. He ain't need it.
Good luck doing that when it's vibranium.
Do it again.
But yeah, so his arm gets taken off. Cap does his whole I can do this all day line. They manage to take Tony down very barely. Immobilize him. Tony helps to pick up Bucky. They start to walk away. Tony, as he is reasonably angry, is yelling at them and says, "You don't deserve the shield. It's not yours. My father made that shield." True.
Perfect.
And so he drops the shield and walks off.
I'm shocked that okay, so the best way I can put this, I'm shocked T'Challa was okay with Cap walking around with that shield. Is that vibranium?
Well, they're not Mandalorians.
You think? You think they are?
They actively stated that they traded out a certain amount of vibranium every year. It's just that a bunch was stolen, like in Age of Ultron. The shield wasn't stolen vibranium; it was bought vibranium.
Oh no, that stuff been stolen. Fucking Claw did it when fucking his dad was in charge.
But they sell vibranium every year. It's a small amount, but they sell it every year.
That's crazy. I thought they were like, from what I remember, they were selfish with it. But I
think they
I'm
talked
more
about it in the Black Panther
Jesus
movie.
flowing.
I don't know, I'm more versed in the movie than I am with the. I mean, I'm more versed with the comic than I am with the movie, and
I'm pretty sure they talked about the fact that they sell a certain amount every year. Also, as is shown in the Black Panther movie, there is in fact just a bunch of vibranium out there. Like those weapons that Killmonger finds.
Mm-hmm.
Not the point though. It Black Panther also finds Baron Zemo where he explains that he thought his family would be safe. They weren't. He blames the Avengers, but now that it's done, he's happy. He's won. So he tries to shoot himself, and Black Panther does the whole, I'm not going to, you let revenge consume you, and now it's consuming them. I won't let it consume me. And he retracts his claws, and when Baron Zemo goes to try to shoot himself, he just grabs a hold of the gun, puts him in a sleeper hold, knocks him out. And Thomas, you made the comment when it happened, I think it was you, at least if I remember correctly, where in that moment, that's where Black Panther actually lost his claws. And you're fucking right, because like the Black Panther movie or not, Black Panther T'Challa Civil War versus Black Panther T'Challa in Black Panther, not even comparable. Fucking the nerfs this man got. Maurice, you were the one that made the comment that essentially T'Challa Civil War is the boss. T'Challa Black Panther is the boss when he becomes a playable character.
Correct.
And it's so fucking true. Like, I can't give you a line from Black Panther that's even close to anything. Like, every line he had in this movie was fire.
Murderous intent.
And, like, it's not Chadwick Boseman, because Chadwick Boseman played him the exact same way in both movies, like, his attitude. But the lines, the action, the choreography, just the way the scenes were set up and executed is so poor in Black Panther. There's no fire. It bugs me.
there is no fire.
Like, you had such a good framework from this movie.
Yeah.
And now he almost loses to M'Baku in just a straight up fight.
That's right.
Look, the power of the Black Panther was stripped
restricted.
away.
This
Well, I mean, that was against Killmonger.
T'Challa only just became the Black Panther.
No, he's been a Black Panther. Daddy was too old.
Yeah, he was Black Panther the
I
whole
thought he
time.
just became the Black Panther for the...
No, he just became king.
During the line of, he says his culture death is not the end, that conversation with Natasha, he laments that he was their warrior, but not their king. Now that his father is gone, he is both.
Yeah.
He's been the Black Panther for some time, which is also why it kind of excuses the proficiency in combat that he shows in this movie. If he was, freshly off the press Black Panther, I'd be like, why are you sprinting?
You can be proficient in combat before you get superpowers.
But can you sprint past traffic?
Yeah.
Yes!
You're not outrunning traffic.
Stop. Yes, you
guys,
can. I'm giving time out. Stop.
I'm giving you a
Let me
2-year
remind you that when Steve got his powers, before that man even got a new shirt, he chased down not only a taxi, not only a man with a gun did he fucking protect himself with a goddamn taxi door, but he literally caught up underwater with a submarine.
Yeah, but that's after he got his powers.
Yes.
Now,
Yeah, but if T'Challa just became the Black Panther, he'll have to go all the way back home to get the fruit.
They brought one with
Yeah.
him.
just a pocket fruit. He's just
Yeah,
munching on.
There's a whole ritual and ceremony.
It's the scene
doesn't
with
have to
Natasha
happen.
again. We got it. We got it. It's the scene with Natasha again. They're sitting. Natasha sees T'Challa staring off into space, but biting this strange-looking fruit. She decides not to question him on it, but
No,
instead
she takes
just
a small piece for
sit
herself.
down. She says to sit down and just goes, "I'm sorry," and he turned while his mouth is still on the fruit, like, "Oh no,
You.
yeah." They say that my father and my culture say that death is not the end,
Oh.
but I am not my father. Finishes the fruit. I'm
Do
going
you
to
have something to wash this down?
I'm going to go kill your friend.
He stands up to go, and then he starts his
Wait, I'm
vision
pretty sure-
fucking quest thing that happens, and he just falls
Wait,
over in a
wait.
heap.
I'm pretty sure in that scene, Natasha has a drink in her hand. I think he just reaches over and grabs that shit, shoves it down, throws it away in the nearest receptacle.
Then he just
Okay.
throws it back on her. Does that something, gets on her, just looks at her, clean yourself up, and leaves.
Ooh.
This would also work well for why she is so keen on zapping him more than once to let Captain Bucky escape in the helicarrier.
Well, the second one definitely happened because that man was just like, I ain't done yet. It's like, no, stop. I said no.
But yes, T'Challa murderous intent this whole movie, and he's been the Black Panther, which makes him such a formidable threat Lancer character in this whole movie.
He had single-minded Black Air Force energy in one direction.
Which goes to show here in the Marvel Universe, vengeance is the ultimate power. Because without it, you just become a happy-go-lucky, I never freeze,
Cap wins.
but then immediately freeze kind of person.
But Cap wins.
Because he gave up, because T'Challa gave up on the vengeance willingly. It wasn't beat
Cap
out.
wins. When has Cap ever been going after revenge?
Listen, I didn't say being the best character means that you have to have vengeance. It just makes you more powerful. You saw that during that fight with Iron Man. He was giving both of them the doobly doos.
Yeah.
The woogity woos.
He gave both of them the work.
Vengeance is a powerful tool for the uninitiated, and then for the initiated is the ultimate weapon.
The ultimate.
Now, I will say that I was, in comparison, I do like the idea that Tony had Cap's fighting style pre-programmed into the Iron Man suit more than having the suit analyze Captain America's fighting style as he's kicking the shit out of Tony.
Oh, my face. Oh,
Analyze.
Sue, can you analyze? I'm trying, but your head keeps bouncing around.
Computer analyzing. Damn, if I wasn't here, you'd be getting whoops.
Damn. Are you just going to let him hit you like that?
That was a really cool scene, though, just him getting the shit kicked out of him and then catching it, and the music stopped for a second. He's like, oh no.
And then, the call back to, I could do this all day.
Yeah, I like the use of that line normally.
I know.
I wasn't a particularly big fan of Peggy using it in Doctor Strange.
Listen,
I think that one was just one of those moments like, look, it's a callback. Do you recognize it? Do you
We
remember?
did it. We did the thing.
Did you remember?
Do the thing.
I remember.
You proud of us?
And then she died.
Did we do it right?
Oh, I thought you could do this all day. What happened, Pegs?
What happened?
Just
Look,
fucking
look.
Kevin Feige standing over Captain Carter's two pieces, just like, we said the line, are you happy?
Yeah.
No, I'm disappointed. Giant Woman did.
Yeah, it's quite sad.
But Red Lady.
I don't look. I love the Red Lady too, but she's
Yeah,
kidnapping her own body to kill people. This
In the
woman's
words-
innocent.
In the
What?
words of Journey to El Dorado, can we have both? Both
Both
is good.
Oh, both is good.
We could have both.
Look, I'm just saying, Wanda literally hijacked another her's body, and it's gonna wake up to being a villain. It's like, but I'm not.
Yeah,
The
that
Fantastic Three,
Superior
the
Iron Man
entire-
is gonna show back up, find all of their friends dead, and immediately go to Wanda. And I didn't do it. I have
The
cameras.
X-Men's gonna find out Charles is dead.
Yep.
You know
Again.
there are definitely cameras in that building that definitely caught all of that, and that Wanda's not getting away with it.
Nope.
There is no excuse.
No.
You
I
can't
was
say I
possessed.
took over my
What the
body.
fuck do you even mean?
I took over my body and killed your friends.
I took over my own body and killed your friends. All right.
No, not me. Another me.
Cyclops walks up and just
Ironically,
laserize her.
the only person that could actually vouch for her innocence is Mordo, but I don't think he would.
The only person who could vouch
Can
for
Mordo
innocence
even
is
actually
Jean
vouch for
Grey.
her innocence? What is
Well,
he gonna say? A Doctor Strange from another timeline said that she would be possessed?
Yeah.
He's like, hey, do you mean the same Dark Wizard that you guys had to kill?
That's right. Because the multiverse exists.
Look,
And
all
you're sure
they
that
need
he
is
wasn't
one
another Dark
Jean
Wizard,
Grey.
Mordo?
Again, what Maurice likes to say when anybody has a disbelief in anything in these fantastical stories, all Baron Mordo has to do is do a circle. He's like, this is magic. Yes. This is not easily explained. Yes. So is multiverse.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the part where you can't believe it.
Believe me.
Freak! You mutant freak. Does that
Especially
man
you.
not pour metal out of your body?
Especially you, Superior Iron Man. You build a suit in the internet. Believe me.
So, I've got my information on the scene structure of Multiverse of Madness from Every Frame of Pause. Good channel, go check them out. And I remember it. I had a moment where I heard a line, and I was just like, I don't think that that's bad. And they were like, this is a bad thing. All of Mordo's friends are dead. Because while fighting Doctor Strange, completely away from the fight with the Illuminati, apparently after they get handcuffed to each other because Doctor Strange was in handcuffs and he manages to get one out and puts one of them on Mordo, Mordo looks over at him and goes, I'm beginning to understand why your Mordo doesn't like you very much.
That's actual facts.
And they were like, terrible. And I'm like, well, I find that kind of funny, actually.
It's absolutely hilarious. I audibly laughed in the relatively packed row of seats that me and my friends bought for that movie because it was a birthday celebration, not because the movie was.
Well,
but of course.
yes. Before it gets too late, we should probably get into the ending of the comic novel.
Yes.
The Nomic? I'm calling it the Nomic from now on.
Well, it's difficult as they keep changing shit.
Yeah. So let's go through the novel and then you can come in with the corrections. How about that?
Sure.
So they break into the Baxter building. Spider-Man and Johnny Storm go down to the computer room and they start to hack that, but it's a spherical room designed by, you know, Reed Richards for Reed Richards, so the things just start opening up at random points in the room. So Spider-Man's having to jump around and hit buttons, while the rest of them go up to the top floor, where, of course, Iron Man is waiting for them because Tigra told them everything she knew.
Yep.
But surprise, even though she was literally throwing herself at Cap, Cap saw through the deception and knew she was the traitor, and so she doesn't know everything. And my ass was sitting there like, oh, you beating up the Punisher was an act. He's not actually, you know, out of the team. He's about to show up and help out, right?
Bloody and brutalized.
Right, Cap? Punisher's gonna show up and help, right? Right? That was part of the lie? You didn't just beat up a guy for killing criminals? Because you kill criminals? Cap, look at me. Cap never looked at me.
He did not come back.
Nope.
Completely different in the comic. They actually just go right to prison 42.
Huh. They never actually go into prison 42. In fact, essentially, after Sue gets them up there, Sue immediately runs downstairs to where that computer is, and she takes over for the hacking, and she just opens everyone's cells, and everyone just walks out of the prison somehow, despite the whole neurological thing. Like, I'll just head candidate say Daredevil led them because Daredevil doesn't need to see, and so he just pushed people in the right direction.
I'm vomiting, dude. Matt, can you hurry us up? I'm trying my best. But yeah,
They're
nope,
up
they
there.
just break into Prison 42 where Cap was here the whole Iron Man was here the whole time because you ain't slick. But guess what? Cap had his own traitor.
Yeah,
It
they
was
did say
it was
that.
Hulk.
Who was it?
It's Hulkling. He was disguised as Hank Pym in the comics. I don't remember who it was in the story.
They don't say it.
That's dumb.
Yeah, they're just like, yeah, it's someone. Moving
Yeah,
on.
but it was Hank Pym, one of the leaders, because apparently now this is gonna sound a little crazy, but you're gonna have to deal with me. They knocked him out and then drugged him a while ago and replaced him with Hulkling. And I'm like, what did you do with Hank?
Drugs.
Where is he? Where's his
Drugs.
body?
Drugs.
You left him in Arizona?
Drugs.
We are in New York.
Drugs.
Now
Bruh.
we're in a new dimension. How's he
Irresponsible.
gonna get home? Did you sleep with his wife?
Maybe.
Hawkling. Hawkling, I need an answer. I know you're gay, but you had to keep up the act. Did you sleep with his wife?
Maybe. Bitch, I might have.
Bitch, I'm at. Anyway, so again, gonna try to get through this, and then we can throw in the interjection of what they changed from the comics. So they're just fighting at the Baxter Building. They get that open. Everybody starts to come through. Maria Hale is like, "If I close the portal, Reed," and Reed gets to the computer and he's like, "I recognize the keystrokes." And then he just puts a little message, just Sue, and her response is, "Fuck off, dear."
Excellent, that's adorable.
But yeah, so he has trouble closing the portal because he's too busy being distracted by his waifu. The fighting's going on. The sides are more even now, but Captain America's side isn't entirely fighting against Tony's. They've gone to the windows and they're breaking them. And right before they lock down the entire building, they finally actually break the windows open. And everybody leaps out of the building and they fall down and they get to the ground level all safely. Nobody gets hurt doing this. Even though there's like a solid 20 of them and nowhere near as many flyers. I don't know how they all get to the ground safely.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, I was just like, how are you? This doesn't work.
It doesn't, because that's not what happens. You liars.
Yes, but we'll get to that in a moment. So, obviously, the fighting starts off on the ground. There's a whole bunch of things. Cap gets beaten up by Venom, Deadshot, and like 6 other people all at once. And then Namor shows up with the Atlanteans that even though they just said that the sides were even, they're now even more even. I don't know how they could get more even, but now they are more even.
I guess the shield agents got involved. I'm assuming.
The shield agents were only doing containment, though.
I'm gonna kill a hero.
Me too. We kind of bounce around a little bit, not a lot. We do get to see Iron Man comes down, and he's just like, "You can't beat me, Cap. You know how this is gonna go." And he's like, "Maybe, but maybe I don't." And this is one thing where the comics are different. But Spider-Man hops out of bed and goes, "Ha ha! Your gyro controls aren't working properly." And he punches them and he breaks them. So Tony's arms aren't working properly. And then he leaps away. But then Clone Thor shows up and he fucking tackles Spider-Man and they go off somewhere else to do their little duel. And Captain America and Iron Man go and do their duel. And someone tries to shoot Sue with something, but Reed jumps in the way, still not making up for how terrible of a husband you are, Reed. Am I missing anything?
At this point, no, you're hitting all the major points to the fights. Besides just to iterate, these are superheroes fighting superheroes with only a few supervillains involved. The property damage is fucking crazy.
Yeah. They're like in Times Square.
They are throwing people through shit. They are breaking buildings. It is outlandish what these people are doing to each other.
Yeah. Is not good. I'll start with Spider-Man and Thor. So Spider-Man goes on this whole like diatribe where he's just like, I was real scared of trying to replace you because that's what it felt like they were trying to have me do, which is weird because I don't think anybody actually thought that Spider-Man was replacing Thor. It's just a fucking very narcissistic thing to say. Like, yes, I'm Thor's replacement.
Yeah, not Luke Cage. Actual
And
indestructible man.
so they don't even really fight. Like, Clone Thor freezes and they just have this whole conversation. And it gets to the point that Spider-Man says, thou art no Thor, and punches him in the throat, and it causes his neck to explode.
And then
And
he beats someone, Mjolnir.
did he actually beat him with Mjolnir?
Yeah.
I don't remember him using Mjolnir.
What are we talking about?
Spider-Man versus Thor.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
It's
fighting
technically not
Ragnarok.
Mjolnir either. It's just a facsimile.
Yeah.
Technically.
There it is. Lay with the dogs. That's Captain America beating the shit out the Punisher.
Is that
Keep
the
going.
name of the comic?
No, it's the name of the versus card. I'm in Tabletop Simulator while we're doing this. Just finding all the cards that represent the Civil War. There's a bunch of them.
But yeah, so he beats Thor, and for some reason he goes, "Now I'm a real Avenger because I killed the clone Thor."
I'm the
That's what makes you an
hero.
Avenger. Killing the clone of a former Avenger.
Which was absolutely crazy because he stopped him and then brutally beat him. And guess what? None of the civilians on the street knows that that's not actually Thor. So, in my point of view, looking that way, Spider-Man actively just killed the god, beating him to death and brutalizing him. And I'm like, oh my god.
And it turns out that God was a robot the whole time.
Oh my god. Did not happen in the comics.
No. But,
Spider-Man
jumping
just
back
still.
over to Iron Man and Cap, they have a quick little fight. Cap wins. Cap standing over Iron Man. His face is fucking broken in a bunch of places. There's blood. And then someone comes up behind him, and this is the novelization version. Goes, "Hey, lay off him, man!" And Cap reacts on instinct and turns around and bitch slaps him. And the guy's like, "How can you slap?" And then
Well,
a bunch of other civilians pop up, and they're
no,
like,
remember
"Get
he went
him!"
flying. He slapped that dude went. Ah.
I don't think that guy went flying.
Like he did not just get slapped. He went up. He went backwards. He got back up. That's why I said that's one tough dude. He got back up, but like you got slapped by an enraged Captain America. Sir, you need to sign up for the Superhuman Registration Act.
But yeah, so he gets dogpiled, and he's like, "What are you doing? I'm trying to save you all." And they're like, "Does
Save
it
us.
look like you're saving us?" And they pull him to his feet, and they like turn him around. Like fucking half a building is collapsed. There's like millions in damages already. All the fucking
So
screens
many
are
things are on
broken.
fire.
Yeah, it's just like, oh shit. You're right. We ain't doing a good thing right now. And so Captain America takes off his helmet and surrenders. Falcon flies down. He's like, "Cap, yo, what the fuck?" And Cap's just like, "Listen, sometimes you gotta know when to surrender." It's like, what the fuck? And so he gives Falcon the shield. Falcon takes the shield, then throws it away, and then leaps into the air and flies away.
You want to know the versus card name for this moment?
Sure.
Losing the argument.
Oh yeah, that's Falcon says to him, "Cap, what are you doing? We can win this." And his response is, "Yeah, we can. We can win everything but the argument."
Stand down, troops. That's an order. It's actually a really good card. Keep going.
A bunch of people surrender. Falcon doesn't. Spider-Man definitely doesn't. And that's basically the end of the combat. We finally have a couple of little non-combat scenes that don't come up very often in the actual book. Reed handwrites a letter to Sue. I was real worried that while it was describing where she was living, I'm like, they ain't about to say that Namor's in this fucking drabby apartment, right?
Hello, Sue. I'm glad you're ready to pay me back for helping you. Mark.
Don't murder me.
He's a fish man.
My statement stands. Do not murder me. But I was sitting there mortified, like, don't, and they didn't. But also, fucking Reed didn't have the goddamn patience for her to read a goddamn letter, even though he's literally describes like, I saw you during the cleanup process. You were amazing. I felt like a new suitor once again. Also, please come back. The children miss you dearly, and I don't know how to deal with them. Technically, he never says that last part, but I read between the lines. And he's just at the door, and, like, they can't even have a conversation. They just have to start hugging, and it's just like, talk. And the only conversation they have is that Reed is like, oh yeah, they shut down Prison 42 because I said that for me to continue helping, they had to do that. And Tony was like, all right with it. And Susan goes, Reed, Tony is not a part of this marriage. And Reed laughs it off, and I'm like, Reed, shut the fuck up. That's a true statement. Stop it. Leave your bromance out of your actual romance. It's okay. You can have both. Don't combine them.
That's why he laughed. The realization kicked in on that stupid man.
Second to last scene. There's Captain America in a prison, and he's drawing a little chalk flag. Other guy thinks he's crazy. But whatever, he draws an American flag. Captain America, well, hey! Then it jumps over to Spider-Man. Spider-Man's like on top of a building somewhere with a landline phone because he's an illegal super now. Lies at me. He's like, I haven't eaten. I don't have anywhere to sleep. But I'm Spider-Man. And I'm happy about that. Mary Jane is like, are you even taking care of yourself? And he's like, nope. And she's like, well, I'm not dating you anymore. Good luck out there. I'll take care of May. He's like, sick. And then he goes to do super things. This fucking murder hobo.
So, yeah, a lot of this didn't happen in the comics.
Your turn, go.
So, the biggest difference is they go into Prison 42, and that's where the fight starts. But during the fight, Maria Hill's like, oh my god, we could just trap them all in there. Do that. And, well, none of them wants to be trapped in there because she was actively going to, like, lock them in there, and she probably wasn't going to let them back out.
Nope.
So they get Cloak to teleport everyone out. He just happens to make them all teleport straight over New York, which this is why the fight, goes into the street and not Cap's incompetence.
I agree. That's way better.
Mm-hmm. It shows Maria Hill's incompetence.
Oh, I did forget that one. Tony Stark is now the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and that lady whose kid died shows up again. And I cannot be convinced that they are not, like, Tony is not trying to sleep with her.
100% probably did. Not in the comics, didn't see it happen. You can't tell me.
She's on a helicarrier with him in a private room.
You can't tell me he doesn't try. Tony sleeps with people. That's what he does.
Listen, Tony's like, man, the loss of your son is tragic.
You want a new one?
Would you like another?
Once again,
I cannot replace what you have, but you can gain something new.
Stop doing this to female characters.
It's not even a female character. This is Tony. Tony's the fucking whore.
Stop it.
Tony is a man whore. He is. We looked at it before. As a
Like-
separate conversation we had months ago, Tony Stark is one of the few top listed like
To be fair,
I've slept with
actually,
a lot of
I will
characters.
redact that for this character because his character had a character motivation that they followed through with. That they actually did things with. They don't just exist to sleep with Tony.
Like, you want to know who is the actual exact opposite, or not? The opposite gender of the thing that you hate they do with female characters.
Sure.
Scott Summers.
Who is Scott Summers again?
He is
How
Cyclops.
Cyclops.
He is the leader of
Okay.
the X-Men half the time. His agenda is to the female who if there's a woman who definitely wants to have sex with him, his agenda is to whatever their goal is. Emma Frost definitely had many more agendas than Scott did. Fucking fucked him, got in charge of it. Jean Grey, same thing. She is the plot device half the time. Madeline Pryor, just a clone Jean Grey. Same thing. Scott Summers literally is just overly sexualized by women.
Thinks with his dick.
Like the way that you say like people were checking out like Miss Marvel, it's the way they be treating Scott half the time. In his big old onesie.
Treat people like people.
No.
Also, stop taking away their plot motivation. Let them have opinions.
Oh, he normally has an
I don't know
opinion.
anybody that doesn't have opinions, and they
Because
should not just be what the person they're sleeping with thinks.
That's a bad one.
Because of the
Ain't no opinion.
animated series, for a long time, Scott Summers was my favorite X-Man.
I'm sorry this happened
And
to you.
then the fucking comic, I read all this shit. And then, even worse, they character assassinated him over and over. Even what little character he had, it's like, god damn.
Yeah, but hold on. Just hold on. Think about it. Just think about it for a second. Think of all the ladies that he gets though. Look at him.
True.
I'll be Scott for a little bit.
No, he's
So you're telling me be brain dead X-Men cop stand-in, and I'll get all the poon I want.
don't
Yeah.
do it. You're too smart for that.
Ooh.
As I already said, don't like it when people tell me what to do. Especially when I
Anyways.
get no input on.
Yeah. Anyways, so they're fighting in Prison 42, gets teleported over the city. Fight breaks out. Big old battle. All this. First off, they all fall. Unlike whatever they did when they jumped out the thing, Cap straight up says, all flyers, grab anyone.
He does. Well, he says that about their troops. when they
No,
go.
he's telling everyone. He doesn't want anyone to die for this fight.
Yeah, I know.
He grab all the flyers. I mean, flyers. Just grab a friend. Grab anyone. So everyone gets to the ground safely, and then they start knuckling. Like if I got caught by a flyer, I'm gonna be like, "Oh man, thanks." And I hope he gets knocked out because that's all I had.
Hey.
So they go back to brawling. It's crazy. Cap does face off against most of the Thunderbolts until the Atlantean reinforcements come in.
Does
because
he win it all?
to-
Because he just gets his ass kicked in the book.
He gets his ass kicked. He was like, I can take them. You could barely take Pete. How you gonna take heavy Pete? He didn't. But don't worry, the backup came, and then he got to fight Tony 1v1 mano a mano after Vision crippled him. And if I remember correctly, this is Young Vision, aka this is Young Avengers Vision. So he gets a little bit crippled, so Cap has a easier and more fair fight. Ragnarok does show up, and this time Hercules is like, this ain't gonna be a repeat of last time because thou aren't Thor. Thor is thy friend. And he beats the shit out of Ragnarok and caves his head in with his own hammer. It is brutal. And it makes sense for Hercules. What the fuck does he care? He's a Greek god. Reed still does what he did for Sue. Jumped in the way of Taskmaster shooting. Sue flattens the fuck out of Taskmaster. That poor man did not know who he was dealing with. That's what the fuck you get, Tony. All the fights is breaking out. Steve pretty much beats the helmet off of Iron Man, and that's when the entire this one just people just dogpile on Cap, and he's like trying to figure out what's going on. Pans over, they destroyed like 5 city blocks in multiple different directions. They fucked this city up, and he's like, "Oh, I'm the baddie." Yeah, and
Correct.
he tells everyone to stand down, and then gets a police officer to arrest him. So these two cops now have to walk Captain America to a squad car, and I'm like, I couldn't be that cop.
Yeah, probably not.
Like, I'm not getting a promotion for this. Can you take yourself to the station?
Listen,
Here, have my keys.
I've seen some people who should not have promotions get promotions. Maria has a shot. That's all I'm saying. As sad as it is,
True.
she has a shot.
So yep, once the fight's over, people just break off, things like that. Tony still becomes director of Shield, good for him. He keeps Maria Hill on back to where she belongs as deputy director following orders, because she's actually really good at that. The Susan one, Reed still writes her the letter that's playing while we're looking at other scenes. This time he actually stays at home and hopes that she comes back. And she does. Once he's done reading the letter, she has returned, and it's yay, no hug or nothing. She's just back home because, like, what, you're gonna arrest her? Please. This is where the Fantastic Four. Steve's assassinated. Good times. Like, he gets I believe, if I remember this correctly, Crossbone shoots him with a sniper rifle so he falls down, and brainwash Agent 13 Sharon Carter kills them with the close range bullet. Steve doesn't die, by the way. Just he's assassinated. Because we can't kill characters unless you're Bill. Or a part of the New Warriors and
Or
not
Captain
Speedball.
Marvel.
She doesn't die.
Not her.
Oh, he had cancer.
Comics.
Can't fix space cancer now. What else is there? Punisher picks up the Captain America mask so he can take up the mantle. Everyone goes on about their merry life. Spider-Man's gonna have to beat the shit out of Kingpin soon.
Yeah.
And that is practically the end of Civil War. The Registration Act is barely brought up anymore.
I think the story would have been better and a little less one-sided in most areas if they had just fucking painted the act in a less oppressive way.
I can't even think of a less oppressive way to say you can't be a hero.
Yeah. With the main difference to the comic version to this movie version that I think works really well or in favor of the movie is the amount of actors we have to deal with. And haha, I don't mean the actual actors. I just mean the number of people involved. After all, the Accords were only made for the dozen or so people that the government knew about. And again, most of them were US based, which is pairs really well with a commentary that I had about the Accords like, earlier in our discussion. The Accords are world stretching. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You could have at least said, keep your toes in America and then let other countries handle their own problems. You said you're trying to police me all over the place. This is outrageous. compared to the Marvel comic universe, where there's superpowered individuals everywhere. But this only really applies to the U.S. and it's like this is the scope at which everything goes to shit because of it. Everything goes to shit from the existence of this bill, but still, it feels like with this kind of stakes, it would have been even more compelling if it was focused on less characters that would also then pair really well with Kaiser's complaints and hopeful seeing that everybody that we would see in a storyline like this gets equal parts development and not just be there as a meat stick at the very worst.
My biggest issue with the movie version is the Sokovia Accords don't really matter in the long term of it. Like, such a
I agree.
big event is not even the deciding factor in the fight at the end of the movie between Cap and Iron Man.
Well, the thing is this: if Cap won, the Accords are still in effect. Nothing changes that. These
Exactly.
are laws now.
Yep.
But you don't
Yeah.
even realize
They were
that
getting
they're still.
ratified. Yeah.
Don't even feel
We're
like
getting
they're still in
ratified
effect.
whether they like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I said when we were watching the movie, unlike the Marvel comic universe where Shield actively as an antagonistic enforcer of the Registration Act, which is a key part of this, there's no such thing for the Accords. Like, sure, it's the U.S. government and maybe whatever task force the UN I think has, but like. Y'all taking down Captain America at the very? Y'all taking down Hawkeye at the very? Sure, you have automatic weapons, but this is Hawkeye we're talking about.
What y'all
And he
gonna do in
doesn't
case Thor comes back?
doesn't have a single power. How are you going to enforce this on our dozen or so powered individuals? They're lucky
Especially-
that Thor and Hulk were off world at this time, because this would have unnecessarily angered them, or as the negotiations broke down with everybody else and made Hor and Thulk choose sides, would have caused mass destruction, specifically from Hulk, because he would have just destroyed everything.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody would be like, okay, we're sorry.
My
We're
question.
sorry.
I have one question. Who's gonna regulate Captain Marvel? She was giving Thanos the fucking work, and Thanos single-handedly changed the tide of a fucking war. Who's gonna make her sign it and tell her she can't fly anywhere?
Well, frankly, as patriotic as this bitch is, looking at that comic name, she probably just
She would've
signed
signed.
anyway.
Yeah, she would have signed it. She would have asked where Fury was.
Shit.
And said,
Frankly, she follows order from the start.
Yeah.
The real
She would've
question
been
is
for-
this: what would they done if they all just disagree? Like, if that lady did not talk to Tony, like,
That's right.
if she did not work here or was at this place, what was going to stop Iron Man from saying, "Nah, I don't want to sign it"?
If you need us to hold ourselves accountable, we'll just do that.
Like, I'll pay for the damages. I'm sorry, I'll
Well,
pay
yeah,
for the
we'll
funeral.
do more of that.
But like, yeah, we're not. Nah, none of us are signing this.
You want us to repair the superhero's good image? Sure, I'll set up funding programs and shit.
Like,
no problem.
straight up, like, Rhodey would have been like, I don't know, Tony. Like, it is the government. Nah, when did we listen to the government? I guess you're right, buddy.
I listen to the government, yes, because you're my government man. And do I listen to you? I know I'm not supposed to answer that question. Good.
I guess. Like, Rhodey, what happens when they need us somewhere and they're like, hold on, we have to have a meeting for it. Yeah, I don't got time for a meeting, man.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Could have been so simple. And yet it wasn't.
And yet, it was not.
But that is usually how it goes with character-driven stories like these. A piece of paper can only do so much as long as people are willing to accept it or reject it, and then dispute over these kinds of differences.
It's like, oh man, what are you gonna do against the villains that already don't give a fuck?
Yeah.
Like, crack down on them harder, of course. Yeah, could have been doing that in the first place.
We could find a mutant who kind of sort of has precognition.
Civil War
fucking
2.
damn it! Don't even bring up Civil War 2.
Civil War 2.
Listen, this is the talk of Civil Wars.
Hey yo, Ulysses, you know what's gonna happen in the future?
Unfortunately for everyone involved, there happened to be a reprisal of at least the title of Civil War for Marvel Comics. It's wholly unrelated to the Superhero Registration Act in Civil War #2. But rarely are wars that connected to each other outside of our big world wars. Because they were so granted the names of 1 and 2, like direct sequels. Now, gotta admit, at the end of all of this, and knowing the actual breakdown of who is on which side, why they're doing the things that they're doing, and more importantly, how everything comes to a conclusion, my stance still has stayed the same. It's not even specifically anything that the Accords or the Registration Act says, but always how about you approach these kinds of things. Forcing a person's hand and giving them what is essentially ultimatums in both of these cases, follow the law or not, and putting this kind of pressure on people tends out sometimes to bring out the worst in us. Because most of us, I'm sure, will like to admit it on some level, we don't want to be controlled like this. And
Facts.
having what we understand to be our autonomy and our freedoms forcefully taken away from us for a good that may actually be there, in this case of the Superhero Registration Act, that was for a all-around positive good. Being able to have a more controlled and centralized system of superheroing, there's nothing wrong with it. These are superpowered individuals. They're not analogous to us and our interactions with, for our particular cases, U.S. policy. We can't or shouldn't throw an uprising every time there's a law that says we can't eat fish or go in our normal fishing spot anymore, or that alcohol is banned, and then we start really drinking alcohol to make a nice call back to our American history.
Yeah.
But these people are super weapons. It's a little dehumanizing to call them as such, but they are outrageously powerful and dangerous individuals where it's more important not to treat them as some sort of subsection of citizenship that you need to cater towards, like what we say for marginalized groups. I mean, if you're going to have them regulated, you need to approach this with the intent of making sure that they get the freedoms that they believe they should have, so that you don't get this pushback from actual walking weapons. You approach, I don't know, you actually, what the Justice League in the DC universe, which is one of the few things that they do better than Marvel, because a lot of Marvel disputes come from too many different organizations of superheroes and supervillains beefing with each other, and that's just the plot. The human beings are sort of the monkeys in the middle, getting all of their shit destroyed in the process. In the DC universe, at least, the Justice League and how the writers have all of the superheroes of the entire universe interact works well. They understood at a very early time, since like the Justice Society of America in the early 1900s of their universe, that having one centralized group that tries to govern themselves and moderate themselves and even interacts with government so they don't just run into a place breaking all sorts of international law, but they still get their superheroing done. there's no accords, no contracts or anything. Just rather they treat themselves as almost like a private military company to just go off and do what is vigilantism.
Well, they still have, and even in DC, they still have rules, but like sometimes they have like world leaders be. Some of them are powered individuals, so they have an insight on
That's right.
powered.
Because then I go back to the no legislation without representation. In their DC's version of the UN accompanies people from Atlantis or whatever corner of the 7 fucking seas. Apparently, I learned that recently that there's different kingdoms within each sea, and I was like, what? I thought that was just all into the Aquaman. I'm ignorant. Don't mind me. But there's people from the Amazon warrior women, the Themyscira. There's people. I don't think any of the Green Lanterns are there because they're space cops, and Earth is, by our definitions, not space.
Green Lanterns show up if there's a space matter to be addressed.
Right. They're the space force that we in America are eventually making. I might sign up for it just to see if I can get some of that pure cosmic energy that the Baxter Foundation did. Come back all stretchy and stuff. But that's what I want. Obviously, I'm taking a different situation and set of matters from a completely different piece of fiction and applying it to the Marvel universe. But it goes to show a better way of approaching this kind of matter without this huge fallout that comes from a bunch of different people with different expectations and, more importantly, different temperaments, having to deal with new and crushing reality, because that's inevitably what it is for particular people with the Superhero Registration Act. It's just like, I have to give up this entire part of myself to the government. I don't even like the government.
Well, stop breaking the law, you vigilante.
All right. It is late. We are long in this video.
Oh no.
For a second, I thought you fell asleep.
Why do I keep doing this to myself?
I almost did. But it's fine. I knew you guys could carry me.
Carry like an unborn.
We even started early.
We did start a little bit early, but we've also been going for 4.5 hours. Which technically isn't actually that long for our WAMM jams, because I'm looking at... How long is this one?
Oh, yeah.
See, 5:30, 5:49, 4:20, and 5:05. So technically, this one isn't running that long. Also, if you're wondering, it was Batman that was 4:20.
Yeah. I mean, we had very, very little we needed to say.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this feels good.
I'm curious, Maurice, which do you prefer, the movie or the comic book / novel?
Overall, I prefer the comic book because, and this is just for me, if it stayed focused onto the matter at hand of the act versus the movie, which was still a fantastic movie. I love it, but the matter quickly swapped from. Not quickly. That's a bad word to use. But like the movie swapped from they're fighting over the Accords to fucking Zemo just fucking shit up and making all the matters worse for them. Like Zemo was the real problem. Everything else could have been easily solved by like a swift conversation, but this man bombing stuff, all these other things just to get revenge on the Avengers for dropping the rock on their house. And I'm like, look, I get it. That's Tony's fault. But like, Jesus Christ, dude, you've killed so many people. And I get it because the thing I just said with Tony. But like, all the Avengers, nigga, I had nothing to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're mad at Tony, be mad at Tony.
That's right.
I'll be honest.
So,
Civil War is in that area where Marvel was peaking. Like, to me, Marvel very much has hit its peak and is falling down a hill right now.
I had more fun with Endgame and Infinity War.
That's what a lot of people would consider the peak.
or the end.
Like that, or the end. Some people literally after Endgame stop watching Marvel.
That's when I stopped watching. Like I haven't seen anything after.
Good. Stay.
I would love to. I would
You
love
gotta
to
watch
shatter.
Spider-Man.
I would love to shatter your worldview with one simple fun fact. You ready? You prepared?
Yeah.
You're in your seat. You all comfortable? Are your hands and feet in the vehicle at all times? Great. Loki, the show.
Haven't seen it.
Posit. Good on you. Loki, the show, as an entire premise, hinges on a plot point called the Sacred Timeline, where, thanks to mystical, magical police that look like, riot police of all things, they'll come in and they'll destroy any timeline that strays away from the structured order of events as dictated by the organization's leaders. Therefore, every single discussion we've ever had up until that show came out back in 2020, I believe, where we would just often say, oh man, Civil War could have just turned out differently if Tony did this, or if Cap did this, or if Wanda did this, or if Bucky did this. None of that matters, because everything, including this deep dive into their mindsets that we did while we were watching it, was all supposed to happen. They had no choice.
If Tony or Steve had said anything else different, like if Tony had decided, you know what, I'm calm. You were mind controlled. I understand. I really am fucking mad at you, but I'm gonna go cool off outside for a minute. Then we'll have a conversation. Time Police would have shown up, fucking killed Tony, and then reset the timeline.
Boy, did I just catch you exercising forgiveness, Bonk? Did I just catch you growing as a human being, Bonk? Cap, did you just become reasonable and excited to express emotion, Bonk?
Like, these time cops have expressed that they've been able to beat Celestials and, like, Thanos.
Multiple times. Collected all of his magic rocks, every single time.
They literally use Infinity Stones as paperweights. Loki the show is one of the worst things I've ever watched.
I can tell by your enthusiasm.
I hate it so much. As I said, Disney's amazing at retroactively making something they made far worse. But not the point. I would honestly say that I like the movie better. Like, I'll be honest, like, the comic may have done it better. Because the novel... Man, if you tell me there are 60 issues for the comics... Man, the novel feels like it's the Cliff Notes. It's only 6 hours long. It's barely a novel.
Yeah, there's 7. There's 7. There's 7.
7 main, and then
the rest are
tie-ins. Some prequels, like the New Warrior stuff, and some Amazing Spider-Man stuff, and then a lot of the other stuff is happening during the events.
It's weird that there are 7 books for the comics, but there's 6 chapters for the book. Because if you had told me there were 6 issues for it, and then it's like 6 chapters, alright, so it was a chapter an issue, but if there's 7, then they're missing one.
Right.
And I don't know, there was just a lot of it that I'm like, why?
But why?
Like, call it a tax bracket issue if you want. I'm still at the point of just fucking leave.
It is a tax bracket issue.
Well, listen. these people are like, we're not supposed to be killing each other. It's like, cool. Don't. Just take your issues and put them somewhere else.
My issues are here because I live here.
Live somewhere else.
I'm
Yeah.
okay. Buy me a ticket.
Okay.
Like if Tony said, "I'll buy you all a ticket to whatever country y'all
Well,
want."
you know what? If fucking Steven actually had the 5-minute conversation Tony wanted, maybe he could have negotiated that.
Maybe, but now people are listening to the inspirational Captain America to fight for their rights and their freedoms,
Fight for their flights.
fight for their rights and their fight for their flights. Shut up.
They're fighting to get all those planes out of the country.
It's like I can't leave, or like I wish I could just move anytime they pass a stupid ass law. That's right, people. You can't have abortions in this state. I can't even barely afford the abortion.
Maybe my job has just forced me to move around too much for me to relate.
Yeah. Yo,
Well, I
wind
mean,
up in
that
fucking Philly.
is a privilege and a blessing that you're able to do it, right? Because that also means when you do feel like you want to go to a place that you want to settle, it's very easy. You'd probably just be able to find a nice apartment within your price range and just lock right in there.
Yeah,
But,
you guys
we
like, but this is my home, and I'm like,
No, we are quite often the lower tax bracket, and our arguments for the superheroes wanting to stay in their local area because it's their home is not a personal one. I'm speaking from my own experience. I actually don't care about this house. I've lived here my entire life. I don't really care about it. I do care about Mama, but it's also easy to get her out of here in my own particular circumstance. I know that the home, the neighborhood, this safe space that people consider their physical location as is important enough to them that they would feel attacked having to be force these restrictions on, especially in the superheroes case, because they've built this culture and their lifestyle in the Marvel universe trying to improve their community. Now you got the government telling them they can't unless they compromise on these things that they may not want to compromise on.
you see, I hear that. It's still not a good excuse to me.
Well, the thing is, not everything's gonna be a good excuse.
I know,
Yep.
and that I'm just saying that when compared to the movie, that being the reason, it gives the movie a very big leg up for me.
I mean, even for the movie, I could just tell them all to retire. It ain't your fight.
Yeah.
I mean,
I did. Were you in the bathroom when I expressed that I like the comic more because Shield can be there as an enforcing body to make the way to make the application of the Registration Act much more of a threat.
I hated Shield in the novel.
Yes, I know.
I literally like. I'm gonna be honest. Every time Maria Hill showed up and anything Shield showed up, I was just like, "All right, the fuck you guys gonna do now?"
Yeah.
Like it's just like, all right, what are you gonna fuck up this time?
Yeah,
Because
like-
again, it was literally Tony, Steve, and the villains.
Yeah, but the difference
Yes.
is who's gonna enforce this law? The Sokovia Accords.
Right.
If they all said no.
The Accords feel a little sillier in that circumstance. I still like the movie and I still prefer the Accords because of a dichotomy between its application scale and the people that it's applying to, as opposed to the Marvel universe, in the comics and the act. Ooh, words! I got this. It's just that we were saying it during the movie. Natasha asked a reasonable question. If they say no, you're retired. You can't stop me. You really
Here's
can't.
the thing.
That's why you approached us. That's why Ross approached us with such a nice praising couple of opening words to his speech. Because he knows if he just pisses us off, it's all over.
So here's the thing. Two things. I know that I brought up retiring. I know that none of the supers are going to do that, and we know that for both universes, comic and cinematic. They're not just going to retire.
Mm-hmm.
They can move and still fight crime in other places. That's
But
why
they
I don't
can't fight crime in their home.
This is not the point. I'm just saying
It
it's
is
still
the
there.
point.
I'm trying to get through to the next point.
Yeah.
The thing that actually is the argument. Tony. Tony is the linchpin of the Accords working. Because Tony is for it. And if Tony was not for it, should Tony be like, I'm not for it, then they can freeze all of Tony's assets.
That doesn't stop him.
What the fuck do you mean that doesn't stop him?
He's been poor, broken, things like that before. He still can.
The MCU Tony has?
In a cave with a box of scraps.
Yeah, he did not build the suit he's wearing in that cave. He
No,
built
but
something
he
that
still-
barely managed to get him out of that tunnel.
Yeah, but he built a suit to fight against people with
Without
like
his money,
armed
without his
people.
assets, without all of his equipment, Tony is extremely nerfed. It's how they add tension to Tony's stories, is they take away all of his stuff. So if
And
you
they-
freeze his assets, he no longer has the ability to truly allow the Avengers to function as the world peacekeeping force that they are at that point in the story.
But he does perfectly
Yeah.
fine as Nomad. Not Tony, but Cap and them. They do perfectly fine as Nomads.
He does all right as Nomad. We don't ever actually get to see him do anything as Nomad other than save Wanda.
Yeah, beat up 2 aliens.
Yeah, that's all we see, though.
Yeah, but he's been doing fine. Like,
How do we know that?
Because he hasn't died yet. He's been succeeding out there.
That doesn't mean anything.
Okay, are you actively thinking that Captain America is not doing great?
I mean, his hair and beard say that he hasn't gotten to a sink anytime recently.
You don't need a sink to kick ass. He a dirtball anyway.
He didn't ask me if
I
he was
mean,
kicking. He was asking me if he was
it
doing
doesn't
well.
hurt.
He
He-
looks homeless.
That's
He is.
He's
I'm
handsome homeless,
prepared,
but
you.
he's still homeless.
my thing of kicking ass was: is he still fighting? Like, is he doing well at fighting crime? Of
I don't
course
know.
he is. Of course he is.
How do we know?
Because it's
Now-
him, Natasha, and Falcon. They are doing great out there. He literally broke into an entire underwater facility to free his homies with nothing.
He definitely
So-
had something. We just don't know
He
what
had
he
his fist.
No.
There's all right. That's not how that works. He didn't punch the ocean to get there.
Hold on. Coming,
Also,
circling back real quick.
he actually, to counter that, he actually did have a whole bunch of fucking resources because he had Wakanda.
What
Like,
can
paying
you?
him shit. That man was dirty as hell. Like the
Also,
only thing he
now
got
that means
from,
that he didn't have any help.
like the only
Hey.
thing he got from Wakanda was a friend back.
There's no way that Wakanda did not help him to breach the raft. That's probably how he even found out about its existence.
I mean, it's not a hidden thing.
Real quickly, to circle back to what you're saying, that out of all of the people who would be personally affected by the U.S. government doing U.S. government things, it definitely is Tony, and that is very legitimate.
And the thing with
Of
that
course.
is that, again, Tony is who makes the Avengers work.
Because right now, I mean, even during the scene where Ross brings the Accords to their table, that giant stack of paper, they're all in this.
And
He
also,
housed-
depending on how the
these
Accords
whole-
goes down, T'Challa is, for the Accords.
Nah,
Yeah.
he didn't care. He just wanted Bucky.
No,
His dad,
Well,
his
he
dad
very
was
much
for
wanted the
Accord.
Accords to be a thing because his dad wanted the Accords to be a thing.
That's because he was preoccupied with stuff to ever get like the direct IN for these things, but he presumably would want what his father wanted.
And again, if things had gone
We don't
down
give him one
differently and they had tried to go against it, it could have been very easily have been a thing that the Black Panther comes to help to collect the supers.
And get jumped.
I mean, if he goes
I'm about
after
to
them as
say.
individuals, he could definitely beat a number of these people in one-on-ones.
Yeah, Vision's right there.
That's true. Until he walks up to Wanda and she's like, "What black?" Ah!
Or Vision just steps
Oh my
on her.
god!
I'm sorry, I can't let you up, Prince T'Challa. Not until you understand our point of view.
But all in all, this has been actually really fun. To know that this is
Why do you feel
this
bad?
is
Because I passed out a couple minutes ago.
this is what is essentially U.S. U.S. diplomacy at its finest with superpowers is always a interesting read. Obviously, this is what the inspiration for a lot of these things come from, because it's always a very messy thing when you add politics to. I'll call them diverse, mostly on character design, but of course, Kaiser has pointed out that many of the women are built to be eye candy. That's not very diverse at all.
I mean,
Where's my
once again, that's like people keep overlooking that these men aren't normal either.
I'm not. I specifically pointed it out. I am pointing out, though, that they were much more sexualized action-wise than the men.
In the book, at least.
So what goes on here that one of the things that I always take away outside of the rhetoric I've already been spitting is that it really pays to just sit down and talk to a person that you're having a disagreement with. In the movie version in particular, Cap and Iron Man can disagree all they want on the particulars of the Accords. But one of the most important scenes that they have in the entire movie is that initial scene after Ross leaves them with a stack of papers on the desk and they have a discussion amongst themselves. Many of them only say one or two lines. Almost all of the actors get one or two lines throughout the entire scene. Most of them are just spent arguing their own points, sometimes countering a point of person that just came before them in the conversation, but never really just listening about why it bothers them or does not bother them the way it does. And having that kind of understanding would have led to what was a team breaking moment to be a team building moment, to go like, okay, we definitely know that this needs to change on some level, because of course Iron Man says later in the movie we can always get the Accords ratified. If that was brought up in the initial conversation, that may have put down a lot of stress. It's like, hey, they're not telling us what to do like this forever. It's just an initial draft, like most laws can be. But we also don't have to immediately reject it off of very valid concerns. Not enough validating feelings, and more so get down or I forgot the turn of phrase. I think I'm gonna choose instead my way or the highway kind of conversation.
And that's why one of the scenes was really annoying to me. Just the whole, all right, Cap, I just want 5 minutes to talk to you. And like, okay, deal. And then immediately betrays him. Just like,
deception.
Disgrace.
What if there was an actual offer there? Now
Nope.
we'll never know.
Well, there wasn't. Or not there wasn't, but there was nothing that Tony could say that would change Steve's mind. Unless it was gonna be
Right.
we got rid of the act.
What in going back to the movie version, what shows a real breakdown of trust, friendship, and bonds that these two, our main two, have been building this whole time. Usually in movies like these, where our heroes collectively are fighting against each other, they normally, for narrative convention, introduce the actual bad guy, a third sort of I came out of nowhere from the depths kind of party to have our heroes refocus their priorities and then attack together. We see a little bit of it with Zemo and his entire plans throughout the entire movie to sabotage mostly the Avengers, but by extension the entire superhero community at large at that time. One of the most important moments I find is when Bucky, I believe Sam and Cap are all talking about what little bit they know about Zemo's plans and the existence of the other super soldiers, thanks to Bucky's recollected memory. And they have a brief discussion amongst themselves about whether or not they should just bring the news to Tony. Sure, we're beefing with the guy, but this is legitimately dangerous. At first, we thought it was just, possessed Bucky going off killing people. But no, it's actually Zemo, this random man committing crimes and being a terrorist and blowing up T'Chaka. We should tell somebody about this. And Cap, I'm not sure if it was Cap, but in this conversation, some words were said that we should tell Tony, but, and I believe it was actually Sam who said this, would Tony even believe you? So in doubt in the idea that any sort of reparative and positive communication could happen with what is essentially a former friend. And it's really disappointing. It's a dangerous mindset that anyone can get themselves in that leads to things escalating way past where they ever should have gone. And that's what I feel is one of the key moments that happens here. At that point, Tony has no reason not to believe you. He doesn't know Cap to be a liar unless he says later on in the movie, I actually knew your parents were murdered instead of just in a car accident. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. There's a bigger bridge right now. There's a bigger bridge right now, like active terrorists plotting to release super soldiers as the current theory. That's bad. Let's focus on that. And then we can talk more about this Accord business later. Sure, we'll lock Bucky up again. It's fine. The same guy we're chasing was the guy who broke him out in the first place, so I doubt it'll happen again. But of course, saying all of this, what if they should have done this? The TVA would have come in and balked them anyway. So everything I just said for the last 15 minutes is moot.
Be going, get TVA.
Useless.
I couldn't imagine.
Did you have some words?
No.
But you couldn't imagine.
Yeah. Well, my thing was like I couldn't imagine a TVA being like, all right, now we have to get rid of Captain America. I'm not doing that.
Sir.
He's gonna beat the shit out of me. I'm a normal fucking
Sir?
grunt.
Yeah, you'd think that, but they beat Loki in 3 seconds.
Yeah, but Loki was being an idiot for no reason. Then eventually Loki was beating their ass. Like, Cap don't play no joke like that. Like, who are these people? Shield toss. Wham.
I can do this all day. Sir,
he doesn't just say that all the time.
I could do this all day.
No, he doesn't say it all the time.
Well, he randomly said it to himself.
And then a random high school chair spawns and he sits in it backwards. So I've decided to say I can do this all day.
Like
So,
he literally
just so you know, I could do this all day.
Like I hated that moment in what was it? Endgame? No, in Endgame where it was Cap versus Cap, and he just like he wasn't even the one who fell down. And he just I could do this all day. Yeah, I know. I'm like
I liked him going, yeah, I know. That was the only part about that one I liked.
Yeah, because like you said it for no reason, mister.
Yeah. But
listen, we all cringe at our younger selves.
I feel like the movie has some very strong character work. And I think my biggest issue with the book is that it also has some good character work. I think that the movie is stronger, but like there are several moments where like Tony is talking about the Superhuman Registration Act, and people are like, how dare you force this on people? And he's like, they're trying to get rid of all of us. I'm trying to keep us legal in any kind of way. It's not great, but it's better than us being entirely dissolved. And it seems like he's slightly breaking at the seams every time he screams about that. Yeah. And like it's not even like an accountability thing like it is in the movie. It is straight up just I want to be able to super still. I want us to be able to super still. Do what we're doing. But it seems also like they're like, we don't want to utilize Tony's what's the word I'm looking for? we don't want to
Patient.
utilize Tony's just weakness often, if you want to call it that. It's like they wanted him to be almost unemotional, calculated, and just suave as often as possible. And so they just kind of like... It's like if you had Pandora's box, but you just kept like opening and closing it every couple of seconds. There's like...
Evils, horrors.
It's just like, what's in the box?
Every time, like a tentacles like tries to slip out, but then it immediately gets closed back in.
And then it has like the same issue that happens with like modern Marvel, where it seems like every time the book had something happen for a character, they had to almost immediately follow it up with a fight scene. You're like, you're probably bored now, so let's just give you fighting!
Combat!
I know they needed to fit a good number of fights in 6 hours, but just make it longer.
Nah, you don't have the budget.
Also, don't change the important things and just give them to Spider-Man.
That was so fucking dumb when you explained all that to me. Like, why the fuck is Spider-Man out here screaming, "Thou art no Thor"?
Because it's a very important line. It's a full cover. Like, it's a full page art.
Yeah.
You turn the page to
by
the death
someone
of
who would say
Ragnarok.
that.
And they were like, we gotta give it to Spidey. And I'm like, Hercules is actually here and voiced.
Yeah.
Yep.
It fucking bugged me.
Yeah.
Like, you don't... Why does Spider-Man have to do everything? Should have fucking killed Spider-Man if you wanted Spider-Man to do all the things that happened. Have Spider-Man fire too big of a web through Goliath's chest. Goliath is also Spider-Man. And Tony is Spider-Man. And Cap is also Spider-Man.
Like, just... Look, I love Spider-Man too. But
Spider-Man is actually Spiders, man.
Like, he had his, he had his moment. His moment was revealing himself and then fighting Tony. That was his 2 moments.
Yeah.
And they were really big shifts.
Yeah.
He didn't need to have everyone else's things. He doesn't need these things.
And it weakened the book in comparison. Maybe that's why I like the movie more, is because they let all of the characters have their own thing. Instead of going like, but then Spider-Man beat Vision. Then Spider-Man.
That's why I like the comic book more. Because I just, like, everyone got their own moments. There's a bunch of characters doing things, having conversations, just people talking back and forth. And my favorite thing is every time something starts to happen, Tony's first thing to do is to try to talk. He does it all the way up until the very last fight, where he is pretty much, I ain't gonna say he's done with Steve's stuff, because at the end when those two are about to face off in the street, he's like, don't make me beat your face again, Steve. And then that's when Vision does this thing and destroys the suit, and he gets his ass beat. Tony has been literally saying each time, let's just talk. We can talk this out. We don't have to fight. We can talk it out. And then someone else just starts swinging, and he got to swing back. I ain't gonna let you beat my ass.
Self-defense, baby.
I'm a grown man.
That's right.
I hear the Skyrims.
Even at half volume, it's still quite loud, I say.
So, now I'm curious. If you had to rate all 3 of them, the novel, the movie, and the book, what order do they go in?
The comic and the movie are both in first place. The novel's in third place.
Yeah, again, I haven't read the comic, so I can't actually do a 1, 2, 3. But from everything I've heard, I feel as though if I was able to take the time to go through all of them, I'd probably have similar ratings. I don't know. It wasn't bad, but the novelization was
The changes wasn't helpful.
no, and it just, to be perfectly honest, it kind of was just really average. It wasn't, it wasn't bad by any means. It just, I definitely felt like it could be improved. But yeah, any other final closing thoughts? Do we want to give you two give the movie and me and Maurice give the movie and the book a rating, and then Maurice gives the comic a rating? We're doing that anyway, whether you want to or not. Roz, we'll start with you.
Wait. I wanted to rank the three. I think I'm gonna put the comic at number 1, the movie at number 2, and the novel at number 3. I'll get into it later, but Ross, what about you?
The comic, I wasn't bad. It just kind of stretched on for a bit longer than I'd like. It seemed a little petty towards the end, and even the issues I have with the movie, I'd have to rate the movie higher than the comics because it got me to pay attention. If it can do that, then and I don't feel like drawing, then it's pretty good. Or do you want like a number?
Well, I was saying that we all give the movie a number. I'll give the
Oh,
movie and the
then I
novel
would
a number, and then Maurice will give the movie, the comic, and the novel a number.
I would give the movie an 8 and the comic a 7.
Thomas?
Movie at 9, comic at 7.
I would give the
Oh,
movie an 8, a comic 7.5, and the novel a 5.5. It was well acted, but those changes, you saw me rant.
Yeah.
I got so mad.
And, like, again, despite not having read the comic, just hearing them explained is just like, as a writer, I'm just like, yo, you didn't have to do that.
It's like, just imagine that you go into the Baxter building and your plan of escape is to break the glass of the Baxter building and jump out to the ground below. First off,
In Times
they
Square.
the Baxter building is a skyscraper,
Oh,
and
yeah.
they live on the top of floors.
Tall.
Alright. I'm going to start with my low. Because I think I'd give the book probably about a 6. Like, it makes me sad when I'm listening to an audiobook and I'm not hyper excited to get back into it. But the book didn't have, the book itself didn't have like any major flaws other than like what could be considered poor planning and my immersion being just stunted from the start from the comparatively easy ways around the Superhuman Registration Act. Relatively, I want to make sure I got that word out there. Relatively, the movie and the action's really tight in this movie.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna give it an 8 for that triple kick from the stunt actor for Black Panther.
I'm not surprised.
You know, because of that triple kick, we're gonna up it. It's an 8.3, one for each kick.
You know the secret, movie makers? Throw in a bunch of flying kicks.
All you need to do is, I don't remember the name for it, one of those old like Chinese karate movies where they're just flying in the air.
maybe a new version of a Mortal Kombat movie. So
just not what Mulan did. Mulan was a poor imitation of that.
So Liu Kang can actually impress him with the bicycle kick. I'm sure we'll get an audible ooh out of this, man.
Ooh. All right. And with that, are there any other closing thoughts?
No.
I'm good.
All right. I'm exhausted. Thank you for watching. Good night.
Oh
Good
man,
fight.
this one was far
Sleep.
too late.
It's late. We work for a living. Sleep time.
Goodbye.
Anybody
Good
listening, go to sleep too.
night.
I don't care if you fucking decide to listen to this starting at 7 o'clock and it's now like, what's 7 plus 5?
Go to
It's noon.
stop.
Go to
stop-
bed. Have some lunch and go to
Stop it.
bed.
Stop the thing.
I'm stopping.